Well, good morning and welcome to the second day of action here at the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. We're back at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield as ever, and yesterday we saw some thrilling action, including championship records in the women's 60 metres for Joy Eze, a battle we were really looking forward to, and also in the women's 60 hurdles with Abigail Paulett. So here's what's coming up today. Lots of semi-finals, a few events that started off yesterday, including the 8 and 1500 metres. And this is everything that is on the track, as you can see. Takes us through until around about 5:15, half past 5, something like that, with the relay heats coming up later, followed by 200 metres. The only relay action we have indoors, and then this is what's coming up, mostly qualification in the field events. We had the women's pole vault decided yesterday, men's shot put today. So taking us through until just before 4 o'clock, I'd imagine. Well, yes, just elaborating on what I was saying about those two championship records yesterday. So Abigail Paulett breaking her record in successive years, 8:11 equaling the Welsh record that's been held for 31 years. And she is predominantly a heptathlete. And then we saw in the 60 metres Joy Eze, who is a European under-20 champion, breaking the championship best that's been held for a few years. It has been broken a few times. There have been some great athletes like Hannah Breyer and Alicia Reese involved, but as I think helped by the fact that Molly Palmer, a long jumper at best, or what we usually see her as a long jumper anyway, winning titles in here in the past, over that event, and she got a couple of PBs down to 7:32, and possibly as a raising her game, 7:25 to break the record initially, and then 7:19, which is on the GB all-time list, equal 9th, and also as a European indoor qualifying mark, and that's really, really impressive. So she'd now have to finish in the top 2 at the trials, the UK indoors in Birmingham next weekend, in order to qualify for those European indoors next month in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands in March. Starting this morning off, as you would have seen on that timetable, with the women's 3,000 metres. Now, 1500 and 800 took place yesterday in terms of heats, and this opening up over 15 laps of the track. We'll have 2 heats. So just the first 6 from each heat will be going through to the final. "24 athletes expected in total, 12 in each. So we'll take you through this lineup then of the longest event that is run here indoors. Obviously outdoors we have 5,000 metres as part of the Outdoor Championships, and then a separate 10,000 metres that's normally run in Loughborough, and often before BUCS Championships itself. So, in this one, Bristol's Elise Hollis, Ella Leonard of Birmingham, who's leading them out early on, Kate Willis of Birmingham, Millie Pettit of UCL, Oxford Leia Casajuana, Marianne Doherty of Newcastle, Jessica Hyland of Swansea, Emily Parker of Loughborough, Kirsty Purcell of Edinburgh, St Mary's Hannah Clark, Tallulah Redmond of Exeter, Georgia Palmer of Cardiff. So, Emily Parker won the BUCS steeplechase title outdoors last year in Manchester. It's a 2,000 metre steeplechase, and that is typically done there. She has a personal best of 9:12.58, which she set here recently at the British Milers Club Sheffield Grand Prix. British Mileage Club is an event series specialising in middle distance. Kate Willis, one of the top-ranked athletes, who has a personal best of 9:23.29. This is her first track competition of the year. She was fifth over 1,500 metres last year and finished in the same position at this event indoors last year. So big group of athletes here. They come through now with 12 laps to go.
So Georgia was third at the Welsh Athletics Championships last year over 1,500 metres. And Georgia Palmer, a big fan of Cheltenham Park runs.
So as well as the 3,000 metre heats, we also have men's and women's long jump qualification. First pools of that going alongside one another. So men's long jump is quite interesting from the point of view that a couple of athletes who've done well in recent years, like Dylan Ryan and Archie Yeo, don't appear to be here. So it's the two Scots that could do battles. Stephen McKenzie, Murray Fotheringham, who we just saw there. And then expecting Molly Palmer to be involved in the women's long jump, having already won a 60-metre bronze medal this weekend.
So it's around about 10:30 pace. Of course, the heats start all about qualifying, aren't they?
Best mark so far, Murray Fotheringham in the men's long jump, 6:89. This is Conrad Winter of East Anglia. 7:15 is the automatic mark to make it through to the final for the men. 5:95 for women. Best mark so far is by Cleo Martin Evans, UK indoor silver medalist, and also last year's champion indoors and out for Birmingham City University. But there are 3 pools indeed for the women's long jump and the men's. So really big in terms of participation, which is good to see for a field event. So Leah Casajuana of Oxford leading the way in this 3,000 metres, 7 laps to go now. Emily Parker of Loughborough on the outside there. You can see also in this group Hannah Clark of St Mary's, but still rather closely bunched together. Marianne Doherty on the inside of Newcastle.
But certainly still 8 in contention for the 6 qualifiers.
Going for 6 automatic spots through to the 3,000 metre final. Kate Willis of Birmingham in second place behind Casajuana.
So you expect it to be around 7 minutes. It's 6:51.64. So they could be minus 74.
So 6:51, 6:54 with 5 laps and 2K to go. And that's 1K indoors, Kasia Joanna and Kate Willis, and then Parker top 3. Georgia Palmer and Hannah Clark, all in the top 5 here.
So into the third and the final kilometre. So it is Oxford from Birmingham, from Newcastle still. Parker in third, and now making a move in the Blue White Areas is Hannah Clark. She is slotting into 4th position. And Newcastle University's Marianne Doherty now out of that qualifying group of 6, and we look to have 5 clear. Georgia Palmer. Coming up to the bell. And our 6 qualifiers are clear, aren't they?
Hitting the bell, still Lea Kasia Joanna from Kate Willis, 9:30.1. Hannah Clark's moved into 3rd place with Parker making the move, now past her in fact. And then it's the Cardiff athlete Georgia Palmer, top 5. So there's one more place behind them, which will go through to the 3,000 metre final. And Kirsty Purcell of Edinburgh is going to be that 6th athlete.
And Kirsty Purcell, Edinburgh. So our final 2 athletes into their last 200 metres. My apologies, 3 athletes into their final 200 metres. The automatic qualifying mark in the men's long jump is 7:15. At the moment, Murray Following was going out to 6:89, Conrad Winter 6:88, Matt Ngome, Loughborough 6:74. And the qualifying mark in the women's long jump, 5.95, and Amy Ware has got underway in good form, 5.93. In our first round jump, Cleo Martin Evans, 5.86. And I can confirm that these first six, as I call them across the line, are the six qualifiers. I was just waiting in my earpiece for those lovely words, race clear. And so we come to heat 2, should be 12 athletes out there. Lining up on the inside, representing St Mary's, Mia Walkman. Alongside us from Edinburgh University, Isabel Mansley. Then Leeds University's Pippa Carpus. From Sheffield, Alan, Katie Burney. Swansea University, Susie Cooper. From Exeter University, Bethany Wallace. UW East, Sean Duval. Representing Newcastle, Ava Ledbetter. From Stirling University, Josie Golder. Then Loughborough's Charlotte Bennett. From Birmingham University, Alice Bates. And completing the lineup from Oxford University, Athena Ferencz. That is your lineup for heat 2 of 2. Women's 3000, the first 6 qualifying for tomorrow's final.
So results available at meet.rosterathletics.com. You can see all the long jump measurements coming up there. This is the second heat of the women's 3,000 metres. So, featuring in this one, Mia Waldman of St Mary's, Isabel Mansley of Edinburgh, Pippa Carpus of Leeds, Sheffield Hallam's Kate Burney, Susie Lecoutre of Swansea, Bethany Wallace of Exeter, Sean Duval of University of the West of England, Ava Ledbetter of Newcastle, Josie Golder of Stirling, Loughborough's Charlotte Dannett, Alice Bates of Birmingham, and Athena Ferencz of Oxford. Well, you can see early leader here is Alice Bates. Top ranked athlete in this is Mia Waldman, coming in with a recent personal best of 9:17.58. She was third at the BUCS Cross Country Championships, but that PB was best by 20 seconds at the British Milers Club race in Cardiff, where she was third. It had been 9:37 for Waldman, who seems to be a bit of a cross-country specialist. She was sixth at the European Cross at under 23 level.
So it is Alice Bates, the Birmingham student who leads. She's already said this, University College qualified.
So we were saying that Birmingham have a very strong middle distance contingent, but Luke Gunn, who's here leading the team, was saying that actually they're down on a couple of athletes, including Will Barnicott, and well, we noticed yesterday that Eleanor Strevens was one that was down to compete but wasn't, although she isn't experienced at BUCS. I think cross country was her BUCS debut. Still comes in with a strong time and was hopeful of success. Tyler Billiard not involved either, I believe. So, having said that, though, it appears to be a strong Birmingham contingent in any case, and the replacements they've brought in of good quality.
Competing for her university.
Alice Bates has a personal best of 9:22.87. Also new PB this year, set when winning the Steel Cup here recently. Charlotte Dannett then is just behind, so she was the 5,000 metre bronze medalist last year, personal best 9:18.08. This is her first track competition of the year. She was 7th at BUCS Cross Country Championships. Now she's been at BUCS for a while. Her first was in 2018, and then she went to Georgetown University. But as I say, returning last year and getting the bronze behind Neve Bridson Hubbard and Tia Wilson. So coming through first K, 3:22.72. Charlotte Dannett looking pretty comfortable leading there out front. Alice Bates in second, Susie Lecoutre in the white and green of Swansea, and Mia Waldman in the blue and white of St Mary's.
In the second round. So that's the reigning Scottish students indoor champion, title she also took in 2023. Pretty sure she'll be safely through to the final. Alice Bates retains the lead. So Loughborough and Burnley swap the lead in its second heat of 2. So let's pick up who's in 5th place at the moment. It is Isabel Edinburgh. And then it's
Well, in the previous heat you had a breakaway of 5 athletes, and that's starting to happen, but that gap can very much still be bridged. Bates, Dannett, Lecoutre, Waldman on your screen. Let's check in with how things are going in the long jump. So, a reminder that it's 7:15, the automatic mark to make it into the final for the men. Murray Fothering still the best. 6:89 from 6:88, Conrad Winter of East Anglia and Matt Indom. Loughborough, 6:74. 5 athletes over 6:50 at this point. Obviously this is just the first pool of 3. Amy Ware, best in the women's competition, 5:93, which is just 2 centimetres off the automatic qualifying mark for the final. Cleo Martin Evans, 5:86, same distance as Hannah Wallace of Strathclyde. And they are the 3 athletes that are over 5:50. And we are in the second round, I believe, of both competitions. Again, measurements coming up on meets.rosterathletics.com. Also, a bit of an innovation here where we see there's like a digital scoreboard which appears to be showing the leading standards as well. So 3,000 metres on the left of your screen, second heat. And first pools of men's and women's long jump qualification being shown on the right hand side. So 3:19 for the second kilometre out of 3. Left a picture. But you can see here Bates and Waldman have broken away from Dannett and Lecoutre. Mia Waldman now goes to the front. 4 laps to go.
Right, for your second and final time, Exeter University, are you listening? Northumbria University, are you listening? You need to go and collect your video declaration forms from admin. Always take the last in the legs.
Nine. 8 minutes into the race, Mia Waldman and Alice Bates first and second. And there's about 8 seconds between them at Charlotte Dannett and Susie Lecoutre in the second group.
Between Leeds and Carcass. And I think Newcastle's over better.
So looks like it's Isabel Mansley of Edinburgh in 5th place, and then Ava Ledbetter in the 6th qualifying position for Newcastle. So she's broken away from 2 others that she was in a chasing group with. So Mia Waldman hits the bell, 9:18.79 on the clock. Alice Bates second. Dannett Lecoutre still 3rd and 4th, 10 seconds behind. So really spread out here on this last lap. This is just a heat, don't forget. It's a second heat of 2, top 6 going through automatically to the final. No time qualifiers. Waldman of St Mary's, Bates of Birmingham lead them home. Final coming up tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Dannett and Lecoutre caught right at the end of the race. Isabel Mansley in 5th. Ava Ledbetter 6th at Newcastle. 9:58.31 winning time for Waldman.
Tomorrow afternoon, around about 23. In the men's long jump qualifying pool A.
Men's 3,000 metre heats will be coming up next on the track in 5 minutes time, so between now and then we can focus on the field action. Women's and men's long jump going adjacent to one another on those 2 parallel runways. Results available at meets.rosterathletics.com. All the times will come through, and they're doing so fairly quickly on this occasion, which is great to see. But yeah, particularly like the digital scoreboard innovation, because it is yes, a bit of a sinking feeling sometimes when you're at an athletics meeting and you really don't know what is going on in terms of distance. And you're trying to catch the manual scout scoreboards, which is sometimes facing the wrong way. So, women's long jump. Best mark so far, Amy Ware now over 6 metres, 6:01, and Murray Fotheringham now over 7 metres, 7:03. Those are the best marks so far. Still a little way off automatic in the men of 7:15, but Amy Ware now has that 5:95, and she's through to the final as you would have expected. She's also taking part in the triple jump as well, as we have seen on previous occasions, and has had a good chance of a medal Molly Palmer and Cleo Martin-Evans would be the two top contenders. And here is Martin-Evans. So accelerates down this runway. Looked like good foot placement, goes long into the sandpit. Gets that white flag. This is Archie Street of Glasgow.
Sheffield University's Jamie Richardson, from Liverpool University, Oscar Loveday, and completing the lineup from Manchester Met, Sebastian Del Campo. Heat 1 of 3, then Street out.
Emily Aljo of York there. Underway with the first heat of the men's 3,000 metres then. Now, here it will be just the top 3 to go through in all of the 4 heats. So that could be quite tough. We saw a similar situation in the 1500 yesterday. And yeah, you really had to feel for those who were part of a leading group of 4 and then run out of things for part of the top 3. Let's have a look at the lineup for this heat number 1, with Alex Stewart of Bristol, Mark Ruby of Exeter, Birmingham's Thomas Bridger, who finished just behind Ethan Hussey. It was a nail-biting finish last year. Jack James D of Marjon, York's Aaron Dite, Jake Brislan of Warwick, Joshua McKennie of Lancaster, Cardiff's Malik Roustai, Jamie Richardson of Sheffield, Liverpool's Oscar Loveday, Sebastian Del Campo of Manchester Met, listed as Peruvian. Really have more international flavour than seen in previous years at these championships for sure. We've seen yes, athletes from Hong Kong, India, Estonia, Italy, to name just a few. Not entirely familiar to that, but yes, it's a nice addition to have. Switzerland as well. So, Tom Bridger of Birmingham leading the athletes out. No Ethan Hussey this year, so a chance for him to step into that gold medal position. Previously, this title won by Michael Ward of Birmingham in 2022. An amazing finish with Josh Lay, who led for most of the race, and Michael Ward was just tucked on his shoulder and then left it extremely late, just in the final few metres. But it's interesting because Birmingham would have hoped to have Will Barnacut here, but unfortunately having to drop out. Luke Gunn was just saying before this, Tyler Billiard not involved either, so Bridger in as a result, but a silver medalist indeed last year. So 2:57.52 for the first kilometre. Obviously only relevant to this race rather than comparing split times for time qualification, because that's not a thing.
So Tom Bridger, second at the BUCS Championships here last year, where he ran 8:05.26. But Tom Bridger is in very, very good form. He had a previous race of 7:59.16 set last year. He went out to Boston towards the end of January and ran 7:50.81, which is about 6 seconds inside the current championship record set back in 2002. I wonder if that's under threat in the final.
Less than 7 laps to go in this first heat of the men's 300 metres, with Bridger of Birmingham in first, Mark Ruby of Exeter in second, Jamie Richardson of Sheffield in third, Malak Roustai of Cardiff also in this leading group. And then it's Warwick's Jake Brislin in 5th place, looking for 3 automatic spots through to the final. And just having a look, the other athletes just off this leading group. Well, the back of this second pack is Sebastian Poma del Campo of Manchester Met. It's almost like you've got a first group of 5 and then a group of 4 trying to manage that gap behind. We're into the 3rd round then of the long jump. It's 5:48.28 at the 2K mark. So quite a bit faster than the 2:57 that we started with. By some 6 or so seconds. So still 5 athletes clear, 3 starting to break away now. Ruby of Exeter in the green, Richardson of Sheffield in the black, Bridger of Birmingham in the red.
Contested in 6th place are Alex Stewart and Jack Dean.
So 2 laps to go for Bridger, and Ruby and Richardson, but just on their tail, just tracking them. The Warwick athlete Jake Brislin in 4th place. 7:57.07 at the bell.
Tom Bridger brought Ruby making a statement to the competitors in the following heats. So Tom Richard from Ruby, from Jamie Richardson.
Bridger Ruby Richardson, 8:27.71. Women's long jump we return to. Automatic mark to make it through to the final, 5:95. This is Amélie Carpentier of Plymouth. So the Guernsey athlete so far, 4:68. The moment that puts her in 11th place out of this pool featuring 15 athletes and just the first pool of 3. And Steph Jones would have been a medal contender, as unfortunately had to withdraw, the Edge Hill athlete. Conrad Winter of East Anglia, 6:88 so far for second place. 7:15 automatic mark to make it through to the final.
Cardiff University's James Peck, from Loughborough University, Rowan Leon Ingram, and completed 9 from UWE, Sam Parsons. P2 off 3, men's 3000.
Entering into the closing stages of long jump qualification as well. Looks like we've finished in terms of women's. I guess when you have 3 pools, you ideally want to be in the top 4. And at the moment there are 4 athletes over 5:50. Amy Ware, Cleo Martin-Evans, Hannah Wallace and Matilda Perry, and War is the only one over the automatic mark. And for the men, something like 6:74, Matt Indham of Loughborough in 4th place behind Morgan Treasure, Conrad Winter and Murray Fotheringham. Second heat men's 3000 underway. Callum Lorimer of Winchester, Callum Little as well of Glasgow, York's Alex Ford, Andrew Thompson representing Heriot Watt, Newcastle's Luke Davis, Edward Davis of Bath, no symmetry with these names, Stanislas Babin of King's College London, James Peck, he's here for Cardiff, Leeds, and Harry Hewitt, Rowan Miller Ingram of Loughborough, and Sam Parsons, University of the West of England. 6:89 is the early leader, and that's the black vest of Little of Glasgow. So, Rowan Mill Ingram becomes the top ranked athlete in this particular heat. He was 3rd outdoors last year. That was over the shorter distance of 1500 metres. So 8:06.71 his personal best. He's run just a second off that this year, 8:07.76, and like a good number of athletes here, that was set at this very track at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield, and it was at the British Milers Club Grand Prix in January. Again, like a good number of athletes, but there's also a Steel Cup and some other events here, but generally those who've sent their PBs here this year, it was one of those 2. He was also 7th at the BUCS Cross Country Championships. He competed over this distance last year and came 4th. Just looking at personal bests here. Again, quite a big range as you'd expect, from around 8.5 minutes to 9 minutes and 11. But fairly leisurely pace, that's kind of neutralised and they're all as one big group with some little gaps starting to open up. So that fluorescent yellow vest, and Shomar vest I think it is, worn by Heriot Watt students, fluorescent yellow on the front and dark on the back. And this is a really interesting move here by Andrew Thompson. Heriot Watt student with a personal best of 8 minutes to 23.99. That was set last year at the GAA Miller meet, London Scottish meet. That was at Crown Point last May. 7th at the England Under-23 Championships, over 5,000 metres there. So yes, we were seeing in some of the heats, maybe typical for BUCS, slightly cagey races, but also athletes don't really want to be committing hugely and then run out of the top 3 places. It's not like you can make it a really fast race and then just kind of cling on for a kind of 5th or 6th and still have a good chance of making it through. So the hope is if you do make a big move like this, you will then see it pay dividends later and still be within a top place, because you will have done all the work to be well ahead of all but 2 other athletes. So it's a bit of a gamble here by Andrew Thompson. He has run 3,000 metres this year. 8:38.06 was his time at the Emirates Arena, also at the GAA Miller meet indoors this time. That was last month. So he's certainly taken this one on. He has a little look back, and yes, he is going clear all the time. Most of the back straight is the distance between him and the rest of the chasing group now. You can see this chasing group, which involves Mel Ingram and Edward Davis.
And among those trying to chase him down, his target's Tony's Pet in the red. So, Andrew Thompson, Scottish students champion, goes through 5:48.36.
5:48.36. Pretty much bang on compared to the first heat, as Andrew Thompson comes through the 2K mark. Mel Ingram in second place.
That's why the field split up when Andrew Thompson pressed the accelerator.
He's really strung out behind the first 3 indeed, so still with a good chance of hanging on. The athlete in 4th place that's dropped back is Edward Davis of Bath. So it's leg numbers 10 and 5 in 2nd and 3rd places. Mel Ingram joined by Luke Davis of Newcastle. You can see they're closing in on him all the time, but with 3 laps to go, the important part, and Thompson doesn't necessarily know this out front, but 4th place athlete Davis well back. Edward Davis of Bath in the blue, out of shot. He's probably trying to work it out. Thompson, there's a back mark between them and Edward Davis in the blue. 2 to go. Just one jump left to go in the men's long jump. Still Murray Fotheringham, Matt Indham, Conrad Winter, top 3, 7:03, 6:90, 6:89, and no one within 10 centimetres even of the automatic Q mark. Bodes well for others, probably something like 6:77, good enough to make through to the final. Wait and see. About to come through with 1 to go, and Edward Davis, where is he? Just having a look. Coming through the bell, 8:09. 8:08.7 officially, 8:13.7 for Edward Davis. So got about 5 seconds to make up. He's pushing down this back straight now. It's going to take a monumental effort though, and I think the others are aware of what's going on. It's now pretty clear to them, and they can just step on the gas once more. Andrew Thompson, Rowan Millingham, and Luke Davis, and they're all through to the final.
Then City of York's Alex Ford, and in 6th place, good run over the last 1 kilometre there from BUCS Nationals. They are the first 6 across the line.
So you have to feel for Edward Davis, who finishes 4th there for Bath.
Our next qualifying event in the field is the men's shot at 11:45, and then the 2 pulls of the men's high jump start at 12 o'clock, and the first 6 as by corner across the line are the qualifiers. In the first 3 across the line are the automatic qualifiers. That's the words rest clear. So to heat 3, Stephen Denby lining up on the inside, Bristol University. Then Daniel McKinney ready. From Durham University, James Johnson. And then Loughborough's Dexter Thompson.
You're watching live coverage of the second day of action of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here in Sheffield. This is heat number 3 of the men's 3,000 metres. First 3 going through automatically. Final coming up tomorrow, of course, as most of them are. Let's have a look at the lineup here then. Stephen Denby represents Bristol. Daniel McKinney of Reading. James Johnson of Durham. Dexter Thompson of Loughborough. Jack Patton of Strathclyde. Bertie Marr of Sheffield. Edge Hills Shea Dolan Loughlin. Birmingham City University's Daniel Swain. George Booth is here for Lancaster. And Samuel Stevens of St Mary's. Now, Jack Patton, best ranked here. He has a personal best of 8:07.71, so very much comparable with the likes of Mill Ingram, who we've just seen. He has already this year a 5,000 metre PB this month, in fact, at the Emirates Arena. 14:25.57. Again, most Scottish students have opened up their season at that very stadium. Strathclyde man was a bronze medalist here last year, but again over 1,500 metres. That was behind Tyler Billiard and Justin Davis, who both aren't here. So yes, again, someone who's been a bronze medalist in the past, an opportunity to step up. Similar to Mill Ingram, he had a bronze and a 4th place last year. But now in contention for gold, you would have thought. Has to make it through, of course, just the top 3 going through. Dexter Thompson, meanwhile, personal best 8:13.93. So just outside the top few in the rankings. He's the Northern under 20 1,500 metre champion. That's outdoors. Season's best of 8:29.46 came earlier this month at the Steel Cup. This is his BUCS track debut. So he's in 2nd place there, Thompson. Also English schools bronze medalist and England under 20 bronze medalist as well. So hitting all the right notes at the right events. Our leader, though, however, is Samuel Stevens of St Mary's in the blue and white, and good to see St Mary's leading some of these middle distance races. We were talking yesterday about how they've won quite a few gold medals in these such events over the years, really from the 800 to 10,000 metres steeplechase outdoors. Emily Moyes for a time was the championship record holder, since been eclipsed by Amy Pratt. Of course, has gone on to GB international success. But still some great St Mary's athletes. Adele Tracy was one picked out. And the Oscar Thornhill. Also the Surafel brothers, who've had some great races on this track at BUCS. Stevens, top 20 at BUCS Cross Country Championships, which was in Cardiff on the 1st of February this year. 8:29.29, personal best from a couple of years ago now, but like many athletes, doesn't do too many of these 3,000 metre races. That was in Bracknell. Not a track you'll mention too often. That was June a couple of years ago. Seven laps to go, approaching 5 minutes into the race. Sam Stevens of St Mary's, from Dexter Thompson of Loughborough, Jack Patton of Strathclyde.
I have a feeling that Sam Stevens has picked up the pace in this second kilometre. Shea Loughlin now trying to take closer order with the green vest. The Edgefield students now in 5th. Coming round this time to the 2 kilometre mark. the 2 kilometre mark. 5:51.60.
5:51.60, the 2 kilometre mark, so slowest so far. You can see we have a new leader here, Dexter Thompson. And he just went past Stephen Denby of Bristol. Again, not a vest you see too often. So this race is starting to heat up then. We've got a breakaway group of, well, 5 athletes that you can see, but there's one just behind them. Dexter Thompson of Loughborough from Jack Patton of Strathclyde. Those are the 2 athletes picked out before this race, 2 fastest round. Denby of Bristol on the inside. Lancaster's George Booth there. Edge Hill's Shay Dolan Laughlin. Stevens of St Mary's.
So it's three from 5, isn't it? Is it now 3 from 4? Shane up there, worked very hard to stay in protection for one of those 3 places. Dexter Thompson,
Dexter Thompson of Loughborough, Jack Patton of Strathclyde, Stephen Denby of Bristol, Samuel Stevens of St Mary's. Now 6 down to 5 and then down to 4 at the belt. 8:03.13. And now they're faster by 6 seconds in the previous heat. Well, Denby very much still there and fighting.
Dexter Thompson leads from Jack Patton.
Stevens is the one I think who's going to be run out of this, who led the race earlier on. You can see he knows he doesn't have the pace, he's just easing back a little bit now.
8:32.72.
So 8:32.72 in the end. One more heat remaining, and that's coming up in just a moment.
Just a reminder, should it be needed, that all athletes, both track and field, have to go through the call room before their event. There was a bit of an issue on 1 or 2 occasions yesterday with that, so it's all athletes through the call room. And to heat 4, the final heat of the event 3000. St Mary's Caleb O'Neill lines up on the inside. Alongside him from Edinburgh University, Peter Bradshaw, then Leeds University's Ben Connery. Representing Bath University, Joshua Burton. From Birmingham University, Isaac Hersham Chandler. From Durham University, Oliver James. Then it will be Exeter's Charlie Wright. From Glasgow University, Andrew Carey. Then Nottingham Trent's Elliot Smith Rasmussen, who uncannily is wearing leg number 9, and on the back of his vest, 999. And completing the lineup from Bangor University, Martin Sunderland. Heat 4 of 4, next 3000, the first 3 qualifying for tomorrow's final.
We're moving on to this last heat of the men's 3,000 metres. You're watching the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, the second day of action here in Sheffield. So Caleb O'Neill of St Mary's in this, just towards the back of this group on the outside there, blue and white. Peter Bradshaw is here for Edinburgh, so he's one to watch here. 8:09.95, recent personal best. Once again, a Scottish student at the Emirates Arena, you guessed it, GAA Indoor Miller Meet. And he's also someone who's been just outside a medal. This time it was fifth, and also over 1,500 metres, so a lot of athletes stepping up here, having done 1,500 in the past, but that includes indoors. And had it been done outdoors, you would have said, well, yes, quite a natural progression, but maybe they saw an opportunity with 3,000, or maybe a bit of endurance work, or stepping down to the 3,000 from a 5,000 outdoor performer. Plenty of reasons why you might opt for this distance. It's the longest one that is done here at the Indoor Championships. It's also one of the longer distances that are typically done at the under 20 age group level. Many of these athletes are under 23s. Some of the first year students remain under 20 or have just moved up, so may not be that experienced at anything over 3,000 metres. Some of the younger athletes. But you'll see many distance runners will typically do a couple a year. And that includes the elite, and many of them will do them indoors. Of course, we do sometimes see, even at the very top level, elite one-day meetings, 3,000 metre races outdoors. Sometimes it's another distance over which you can try and collect a personal best or a record. So just continuing through this lineup with Ben Connolly of Leeds, Joshua Burton of Bath, Isaac Hirschman Chandler of Birmingham, Oliver James of Durham, Exeter's Charlie Wright, Andrew Carey of Glasgow, Elliot Smith Rasmussen of Nottingham Trent, Martin Sunderland of Bangor University. So we'll have a look at the opening kilometre. We're looking for something around 2:50 for 8:30 pace. So not bad here for a heat, 2:53.44. So that'll be something like 8:39 pace. So you can see here Elliot Smith Rasmussen of Nottingham Trent. So decent pace being set by him. He leads Isaac Hirschman Chandler. Third place, wearing 6:43 on his vest, is Peter Bradshaw, who we put out before the start. Trying to get into the top 3 automatic places, of course. Looks like the Durham vest of Oliver James in 4th place. Slightly different Durham vest to what we're used to seeing. It's more of a maroon-like colour than the purple shade that we're used to seeing. And Joshua Burton of Bath in 5th place, but there's a gap starting to open up there, and also in it is Joshua Burton. As well as Joshua Burton is Caleb O'Neill of St Mary's.
So now 4 at the front. Smith, Rasmussen,
Oh, it's been quite a weekend of athletics. Obviously the Keighley Classic getting underway this afternoon, but also some fantastic performances in the United States, including from Dina Asher-Smith, phenomenal 400 metre time, 52.31.
So third place, Peter Bradshaw, the Edinburgh student, and behind him Oliver James Durham.
Grant Fisher with an indoor record as well. indoor world record in the 5,000 metres, 12:44 after clocking a world indoor record of 7:22.91. Obviously, Jakob Ingebrigtsen and Jared Ngus have been trading world indoor records as well. So, yeah, you have a feeling with a lot of those that they're just going to continue to be broken and broken, and there's a long way to go. And you hope for a trickle-down effect to this sort of level. Often athletes are wearing the same footwear as the top elite. So I think it was 5:43.59. So quite evenly paced, just a shade faster, a 250 kilometre that time. So another one of those would take us to 8:33 pace, which would be really strong for a heat here. You do often look at the entry list to see just how many athletes are, for example, sub 8 minutes, or in this case maybe sub 9 minutes, but he doesn't give you a full flavour of what might take place. Certainly Will Barnicott and Tyler Billiard not involved for different reasons. Billiard racing elsewhere, and to be fair to him, you know, he's got BUCS indoor and outdoor titles last year. He's achieved lots of BUCS success. He'd like to try and find another level, world indoor tour level.
Now R3 beginning to get away. That's the quartet to become the trio, but it only goes through to the final.
So you know the drill. Top three going through to the 3,000 metre final tomorrow. Nottingham Trent. I'm not sure we've seen too many Nottingham Trent athletes qualify. What's happened here for the Leeds athletes? 7:42. Ben Connolly. Unfortunately having to pull out of the race, but leading the way, Elliot Smith Rasmussen, Danish athlete here, from Isaac Hirschman Chandler of Birmingham, hits the bell. 7:54.80. This is now really good pace. So fastest heat so far to this point by a considerable amount. So not all the athletes here are on the lead lap, but you can see in the pink and the red they are. Smith, Rasmussen, Hirschman, Chandler. So over the line, 8:27.32. And Peter Bradshaw remained in that third place. And that is how things finish.
3,000 metres. We move to 2 laps of the track next in about 4 minutes' time, with the heats of the men's 400, of which there are certainly more than 4. So heats of the women's 400 next. Qualifying from the 400 metres women's, the first 2 qualifying automatically for the semi-final, and they'll be joined by the 6 fastest non-automatic qualifiers from, and I'm just flipping through, I've got to heat 9, any more takers? Well, there were 10 heats listed, we have in fact 9. 9 heats of the women's 400. card effects, Eva Tyler, who lines up on the inside. Then Amy Gregg in 3, these jackets. Representing Brunel University. She is in lane 4, Stephanie Poe. In 5, from Middlesex University, Natalia Jessica. And in 6, from Exeter University, Jemima Byers. So Brunel University Stephanie Poe, the 400-metre hurdle specialist, is the current England under-24 100-metre hurdles champion. Achieving under-18 international, represented England in Commonwealth Games in 2023. So she goes in lane 4.
So back then with the women's 400 metres here. This is the first heat. And we will have 9 heats, and it will be the top 2 going through automatically, and then 6 time qualifiers in each. In this one, Eva Tyler, Emmy Gregg, Steffa Coro, Natalia Gosiewska, Jemima Byers in this. So really interesting to see Coro here. She's a European under-18 medalist over 400-metre hurdles, 25.92 at the bell. And taking this one out really nicely here, and they can't keep up with this pace. Looks like Amy Gregg of Leeds Beckett in 2nd place, but some way back now. Okoro's got real strength and speed here, and she looks very determined in this first heat of 9 to lay down a marker. So she'll be the top ranked athlete. She's got a personal best of 54.36. Big gap here, but look at this battle for 2nd place. That's quite important then. So she comes through in 55.87. So really strong race that in this first heat. 55.87. So just make a note of that. Men's 400 to come after this, and the reigning champion in the 400 metres is Alex Houchin of Loughborough, who's joined me here. Alex, great to have you here. Obviously, I'm sure you'd like to be on the track, but yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy some of these 400 metres.
I can't wait. I'm really excited. I mean, I've always watched BUCS. I've always been a bit of a nerd for this kind of thing, so I've been watching it ever since I was about 14, 15. So despite the fact that I can't compete today, I'm just very privileged to be out here commentating here with you.
Yeah, because I was just sharing some of the best moments of BUCS over the last few years, over the past few days, and I was like, gosh, I'm not sure if anyone's going to remember like 5 years ago, because people that were racing 5 years ago have all graduated, but that's reassuring that you've been watching for a few years.
Don't worry, I'm always following here. I'm loving this. It's great. I just love the atmosphere, and it's great to be back here commentating, even though I can't compete today.
Yeah, and the atmosphere is high quality, you know, compared to similar events at this level. Even England outdoors it's just because the teammates are providing that good atmosphere, and they're making sure they're cheering on everyone pretty much all the way around, which is great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. I remember last year when I was fortunate to win it last year, but the support was amazing. I mean, as coming from Loughborough, the team's always going to be one of the biggest here, so you always hear a loud cheer. But I've obviously know lots of people in Birmingham as well, so it's always great to cheer people on from other teams as well. Just like that great team atmosphere. You don't get many competitions with athletics with the nature of it being an individual sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't be said enough, really. So just having a look here, that was a really important battle in the closing stages as we get ready for this heat number 2. So yes, what are we looking out for then, these women's 400 metres? I think it's quite easy to follow, because the fastest athlete in terms of seeding is in the first, and then the second fastest in the second. We've got a Loughborough athlete, Jess Astill, who's quite experienced now. Has had GB under-20 representation, so she would stand a strong chance of a medal here.
I think so, yeah. I think with some of the athletes, maybe you might consider the strongest not competing in the 400, with Poppy Malik doing the 200, and obviously Emily not running as well. I think it's quite a wide open one, so I think Jess, obviously, she's coming in some good form again this year. She ended the season very strongly. She got the bronze last year at the World Under-20s, so I think she'll be in hope for a medal, if not a gold this year, I think.
Yeah, I think that was the second World Under-20s that she'd actually competed at, so unusual to get the opportunity twice, but it does happen sometimes. And yeah, so she goes in lane 4 here. You can see wearing 8:19. Jess O'Flaherty of Cambridge also in this, Hannah Lounsborough of Swansea, then Astill, then Olivia Bochi of Warwick, and Neve Woodward of Leeds. Yeah, as you say, Poppy Malik doing the 200. Emily, you're referring there to Emily Newnham, who's twice set a championship record here that's been in the hands of Loughborough for a long time. You'll know Amy Alcock, who had previously set it and had previously dominated at BUCS. So let's have a look at this second heat then. O'Flaherty, Lounsborough, Astill, Bochi, Woodward. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals. Semi-finals and final are both tomorrow.
So it's a tough turnaround, that semi-finals straight into the final on the same day.
Yeah, well, 3 rounds of the 60 yesterday, but obviously slightly different, shorter race, obviously. And here we go, Jess Astill having a really good start to this race, winding up this top bend here, and leading the way nicely. Bochi just behind. So hitting the bell 26.2, so a couple of tenths off Steffa Coro. Astill from Bochi here, the top 2, and then the Swansea athlete Lounsborough.
Looking very relaxed here. It should be nice and easy. We always say just got to make sure you get through it. With the 400, it's going to hurt no matter what, but she looks very comfy there.
Absolutely does. So 56.26, not as fast as Coro, but doesn't need to be. I mean, what's the mentality in these heats, really? Because obviously you've got to qualify. You can only really be in the top 2. You don't want to chance it beyond that, but probably didn't need to run that fast.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I always get most nervous for the heats. It's just the one you get out of. Once you get into that, you're in the swing of things, especially with 3 races in the nature of a competition like this. I feel like once you get through that heat, you're into it, but it's just making sure you survive and advance. I mean, obviously, with a 400, it's going to hurt. I've always been told no matter how quick or how slow you're going to go, you're running 400 metres, it's going to hurt by the end of it. So it's just trying to get through without knackering your legs as much as possible. Obviously, you've got 2 races again tomorrow if you make the final as well. So it's just trying to get through, conserve as much energy, and just make sure you're in a good position as possible for tomorrow.
Yeah, we talked about those Great Britain opportunities. I mean, that will have added a tremendous amount to her, I imagine, over the last few years. 2022 and 2024, been to the European under-18s and the World Under-20s twice. Great opportunities, aren't they?
Yeah, Alison Stokes, she's like a seasoned veteran of the game now. She's been to so many competitions. I think it's quite hard to find recently a GB team without Jess Sunnett running a 4x4. But she was there when I first made my GB debut, and she's always been very welcoming. So she's got great experience, and I think just being able to run those competitions, coming from like something like World or Europeans to this, it means you know what to expect. Obviously, this is a little bit less intense or a little bit less, the size isn't as big, but it just helps getting that competition to get through, running through the heats and the finals. It gets you very well prepared for this kind of that competition.
That's right. There aren't a huge amount of competitions now in the UK where you would do 3 rounds as well. So, yeah, Astle coming through, as I was saying, with Bochi of Warwick in second place. So they go through to those semi-finals. What else are you looking forward to generally across the weekend?
I'm looking forward to obviously the person who's run 400. I would normally do 200 indoors as well, so I'm looking forward very much to the 2. The 800 should be quite good as well. I know there's some quite good Loughborough athletes there as well. Birmingham, with my connections to Birmingham as well. I've been previously trained there. It's quite nice to see them. It's always a good battle. But and obviously the pandemonium, the 4x200 metres is never not fun to watch.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, had some real chaos. We had some falls. There was a situation a couple of years ago where someone was actually running the wrong way down the track he turned around, picked up the baton, turned back and continued running, which is crazy. But yeah,
it's one of those races you just don't run, and besides any other time besides here, really. So there's no one way. No one really has that much experience of doing it, and the changeovers I've always found interesting. No one knows whether to do like a 4x1 or a 4x4 changeover. So it's one of those ones that everyone's learning, but it makes it very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, certainly does. I think it's a bit easy actually to watch them. Sometimes with a 4x1, you sort of, especially if you're in the stadium, you're looking all the way to the far side. It's happening so quickly, at least here on the smaller track. It's a little bit easier to follow, I think.
Yeah,
visually.
for sure. I remember people falling over, doing somersaults, all sorts. You never quite know what's going to happen with it.
Absolutely, and there's always someone who kind of keeps their race clean and manages to make the way through. So this is heat number 3. It's always difficult to keep count, but usually lose count around heat 11 or 12 with the 60 metres. But we've got Anna Babis of Cardiff, Isla Brown of Leeds, Leda Zul of Stirling, Angelique Aberley of Sheffield Hallam, and Jessie Tappin of Newcastle. So let's have a look here. 1082, that's Angelique Aberley. So Aberley with a personal best of 54.66, so pretty close to Okoro and Astle, just a couple of tenths off.
She's been tracked well here by the Stirling athletes, about 4 seconds between the PB, but she's running very well here.
Yeah, she was one of the Stirling athletes picked out. Their president was speaking to us yesterday. Stirling, another university, usually stronger over the middle distance, but coming through here very nicely. The top-ranked athlete here, Angelique Aberley, English schools champion, and sometimes athletes are making their BUCS debut. It's a case from Emily Union a couple of years ago, but actually they come in with such pedigree of being something like an English schools champion that even though they haven't experienced this sort of environment before, it's still pretty easy for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think no matter how good you are at juniors, it's a whole different playing field. You have a couple of people who have achieved high marks. You've obviously got Jess, the European and world medals. You've got English schools champion. So it's no one person's going to dominate. But I think it makes it a nice way when it's a level playing field.
Did you catch any of yesterday's results at all? Joy Eze got,
of course I did.
got a championship record, and it was 7:19. So she actually got a European indoor qualifying mark in the 60 metres, so hugely impressive.
I did see that.
Yeah.
It's top 10 all time, I believe.
Exactly, yeah, 9th on the all-time list. She's faster than Bianca Williams, Jodie Williams and Amy Hunt.
Well, she's always looked good, but I think this season she's finally she's having another breakthrough. She obviously won European gold 2 years ago, and now the 60 yesterday looked phenomenal. I mean, it's also quite surprised to see Molly Palmer, the long jumper as well. I think she'd be very pleased with how she ran yesterday. Yeah,
but you know what, is that sometimes I'll use the word surprise, not often, and like the coach will say, oh, it's not a surprise.
Well, I spoke to Molly. She wanted to do some 60s. I think she's been allowed to do some 60s along with the long jump this week, and she looked strong. She previously ran in December. I don't think she'd run since then, but she came out there. And, I mean, for a long jump, for 7:32 is not too bad at all.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. I mean, obviously you've had in the past, some great long jump and sprinters, Carl Lewis, Tiana Bartoletta, who won gold in both. But it is hugely impressive, and there I think you giving enough license to use the word surprise by saying she's been allowed to run a few 60 metres rather than it's her big moment. But Abigail Paulett, obviously she's a heptathlete, and the sprint hurdles is one event within that competition, but I think that she's been impressed by her own progress in the 60 hurdles, because that was the event that enabled her to make a European under-23 championship call-up a couple of years ago, and I think it surprised her that she was also at GB senior level in that event. So it just shows sometimes you'll run something a little bit different and you'll achieve a little bit more than you thought.
Exactly. I think it's always nice to try new things. You get so bogged down focusing on one event. That's why I like to switch up as well, especially indoors. Normally if I'd run, I'd be doing 60s and 200s as well. So it's always nice to have a little go indoors. I mean, indoors isn't as serious as outdoors, so why not try to get some other skills to get going? Yeah,
I think that's been Alex Haydock-Wilson's mentality when he's come back to BUCS. Obviously, he's been doing a PhD for some time in solar panels technology, but he's tried 60, he's tried 200 metres, 100 metres outdoors as well, and I think that's real speed work for him, just trying something different, and he seems to really thrived on that, despite being obviously an Olympic medalist now.
He's a double Olympic medalist, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked good. He's going to do the 200 again today. I think if we just put him in good position again for next week, just getting that speed work before going for the 400 at British Champs again. But it's always nice to try something new. I think 400 going down to the 200 indoors as well, to work on some speed, it always helps. Well, it's never going to do you any harm in getting some speed work in, especially for the 400 where you need the speed is crucial.
Hannah McLaughlin of Leicester, Asher Root of Canterbury Christchurch, Alice Tyler of Liverpool, Oxford's Natalie Groves, Katrina McFeet of Glasgow. So Asher Root, formerly of Newcastle, now of Canterbury, top ranked in this 54.77 at best. She was 6th last year, and of course 6th means in the final, which is hard to get into when you have just the 6 lanes. Someone has to go on the inside. So, yeah, Root leading here, 25.95, so faster than everyone's been so far, apart from Steffa Corro. We've had in each heat, we've had someone really want to take it out.
I think it's always good to see. I mean, it's a 200 indoor, a 400 indoors is a race to the 200 a lot. It's always, you need to push the pace hard, and even if it is just a heat, it's always good practice to get that good hard lap in first. It's whether or not you can hold the pace the second lap, but it always allows you to see how your legs are feeling. I think just to get them shake out the nerves, if anything, as well, which is looking very strong here.
Yeah, absolutely, and everyone's been able to ease off somewhat, and she is as well. And that was a slow second lap, 57.16 then on the clock, and looked like Natalie Groves of Oxford coming in second place. Oxford normally quite strong in the 400, 800 sort of crossover. It gives them a chance, often in the relay, often in the 4x4s outdoors. But so Asher Root then, as I said, she was 6th last year. She's already this year a Southern Indoor bronze medalist and outdoor silver medalist from last year. So we have had 4 heats out of 9 of the women's. The men's heats also coming up later, by the way, of which there'll be 12. So participation's quite high for these 400 metres, maybe higher than usual, and quite similar to the 60 metres.
Yeah, we were always saying, I was speaking to Nyeka, he's my housemate, we were talking about it and saying how there's so many heats to get through. But I think it's nice to see so many people compete. You don't often get to competitions where there's like 12 heats for 400. You might see something like the 60, but it's such a kind of a harder event for 400, seeing so many people participate is great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having more people competing in a sport.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, I just wonder whether some people have been persuaded to do that because maybe there aren't as many places in the team, because places are limited indoors compared to outdoors, or maybe just trying something different.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to try something. I mean, 400 would be a hard one to get forced into, especially if you're not used to running it before.
Well, plenty of people have been in the past and continue to be. Hannah Bryant, to name one example, previous winner of the 60 title here, convinced by her coach Matt Elias to run the 400 metres and doing pretty well at it. I think she's mid-52s.
Yeah, I was one who was also forced into doing the 400. Originally came in hoping to be a 100, 200 metre sprinter, and my old coach Mike Bennett forced me, well, not forced me, but told me running the 400 would be a good idea, helped me prevent from getting more injuries, and I mean, it's working right.
Interesting. So just explain that logic in terms of preventing you from getting more injuries, just doing more endurance training, or what?
I think it was more trying to take off the load from the hamstrings. I was pushing every time I was going out the 100 doing blocks. I could get a good block start, but I get to 30, 40, my hamstring would tear. I tore it about 3 times in a year, which wasn't great trying to do 100 metres. So my old coach Mike suggested the idea to go to the 4. Obviously you can keep that speed, but also it would take the load off the hamstring, and it's been quite useful so far.
Yeah, really interesting that. I did notice though you've never done competitively recorded a field event performance. Not yet.
I tried in school. It was never good. I think the shot put me. I could never make the pit. I was never much of a thrower. Long jump would have been an interesting
I've never
one
heard that,
to
the
try.
shot put you.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
I was never much of a thrower. I've always wanted to maybe try pole vault maybe once I retired. I used to quite enjoy kind of gymnastics and stuff, but I feel like that's quite a technical one to take up at this age and try and get up to the same level as the 400.
Yeah, well, not everyone gets to do that at school. I think a small percentage of people get to do that at school.
Yeah.
We were seeing Trevor Fox was here, the coach of Adam Haig, the pole vault coach who starts kind of children pole vaulting at the age of 10 sort of thing, you know, when you're not even officially ranked in the country yet, but he kind of starts you off pole vaulting and has produced some British champions. So we're looking at shot put qualification here. First group got underway earlier. Automatic mark to make it through to the final is 13:61. So this is the second group of 2. We've got the likes of Ebenezer Abara of Sheffield Hallam, David Paulett of Cardiff Met, and Zach Davis of Loughborough. And back to the track for the 5th heat for the 400. Maisie Brown, Lancaster, Isabel Skelton of Birmingham, last year's bronze medalist, Frances Hogg of Leeds Beckett, Julia Johnson of Oxford, Caroline McConnell of Glasgow. So yeah, another athlete quite closely matched. Skelton, also a Midlands medalist, only made the semi-finals though indoors, and it can be so tough on athletes. But look, this is maybe the first one where we don't have a clear leader at the bell.
Yeah, we're being pushed very hard here. I mean, Izzy with more of an unorthodox running style, but she's being pushed very closely here by the other athletes, trying to make a move around the outside now.
Yeah, Frances Hogg it is of Leeds Beckett coming past, but don't worry, there's 2 athletes who make it through automatically to these semi-finals, but this is quite impressive from Frances Hogg.
Looked very strong there, pushing hard through. I guess when it's only 2, it's still 2 going through, you don't need to push as hard as you can. The second place doesn't make too much of a difference as long as you're automatically getting through. You can save the legs a bit more as well.
56:21, second fastest heat of the 5 so far. Yes, coming in with a personal best of 56:54. Doesn't do many 400 metres, excuse me. So she's taken more than 3/10 off that. Her personal best before this year was 58:84. So this year she's made 2.6 seconds improvement, but that's not fully fair comparison because she hadn't really done a 400 metre race and only does a few a year. But it's lovely to have that progression.
Yeah, it's always great to see someone come out. I mean, that's what I like about these competitions, with it being so many unis and so diverse. You never quite know where someone's going to come from, but there's always going to be people, especially with it being so early on in the season, people have had good winter trainings, it's going to help them come through like they did there.
Yeah, so previously appears to be more of an 800 runner, 2:19 at best, but actually heptathlon background as well, which is interesting. I mean, I know Holly Mills is running some 400 metres. Yeah, sometimes when you do have that multi-event background, you have that kind of strength to hang on and that all-round ability that is even good in the 400 metre hurdles. Have you ever seen any decathletes competing against you in the 400 metres?
I have never seen someone compete, but I know obviously likes of like Sammy Balls run a very good 400, run 48-1. Obviously, professional level, you've seen Carson Varholm was a previous decathlete.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah.
I think it does give you that extra strength and stuff and endurance to help you with a 400, where it's so important to kind of have that speed endurance. I know actually alongside last year ran on a 4x4 team with Thomas Bennett, who was also a decathlete, but he also ran a 47.4 400, so again that's helping him. I think he still wants to go back to the decathlon, but trying to convince him to stay in just 400s. But I think he had another kind of breakthrough. I think it's all like the decathlon training helps strengthen you, and it's helped him run a good 400 as well last year.
Yeah, really interesting. Obviously, we've seen people change events, sometimes up to multi-events, but can be difficult when you're having a breakthrough in one and then you think, well, actually, yeah, it's such a good breakthrough that if I add it to another 9 events. What could I do with that? So this is the second group of shot putters, 1361 automatic mark. 2 athletes did that earlier. There were previous medalists Jacob Matthews and Alfie Williams. They were the only 2 to do it. Bryden Duncan, who we spoke to yesterday, in the top 4 with 1287. Yes, actually there are just 2 groups for the shot put, and at the moment, just having a look at this second group, this is Dane Sylvester McNichol. Results not quite coming through yet for the second group in this early stages, so they each get 3 efforts, but we're looking at something like just under 10 meters to make it through to the final, which is lower than you would have thought. But we've got quite a few decathletes involved here, in fact, like Craig Moncur, a previous finalist again in the past across multiple events. We're switching back and forth quickly. That's the way we like it, to an extent anyway. Tamsin Fowley of Edinburgh, Nottingham's Mia Klostergaard Oldfield, Catherine Reynolds of Sheffield, Isa Georgie of Aberdeen, UCL's Anna Gioka, Murray Patience of Strathclyde. So Patience there on the outside, obviously, another we've seen at BUCS for some time. He's been on the podium before. 400 hurdles outdoors would be her preferred event, perhaps.
I think that's why you get such high participation in these races as well. With 4 hurdles, you can't do much 4 hurdles indoors. You've got to switch to the 400 flat.
Yeah, she has made finals though in the past over this 400 flat. It's a really good battle here with Catherine Reynolds. Reynolds, who was 6th indoors last year and 5th outdoors, 55.32 at best. And these 2 qualifying, and that was very close behind, 56.94. Yeah, a nice good battle that. Catherine Reynolds, finalist last year, coming out on top. So yeah, we're starting to get a flavour really of all the contenders that are involved. Who have you been impressed by so far out of these 6 heats?
I think obviously Frances Hogg of Leeds Beckett looked very good. It's nice to see someone kind of come out and have a good PB. Steph Okoro looked very strong in her first heat. I mean, those are obviously the first heats are the ones you expect to have the fastest athletes on. Jess looked very strong, I think, as well, not having a Loughborough bias at all or anything like that. But I think they look very strong. But I think everyone who's won their heats kind of commanded quite well. They're all looking strong. It's whether or not when you get to the semi-finals of who can kind of keep this momentum going and see who's going to make the final and keep it going. Yeah,
because I mean, sometimes athletes have been second in a semi-final after a heat win, and they just seem really unlucky, doesn't it, to miss out in that sense.
Yeah, I think especially with the nature of only being 6 lanes compared to the 8 or 9 you get outdoors, it's much more tight, it's much more competitive. But it does mean you get some good semi-final racing as well. It's not like you can have 1 or 2 people dominating, everyone has to compete, and especially with lanes being so important for a final, you've got to get a quick time in.
Yeah, absolutely, and that actually, just thinking about it, that would have been one reason why Steph Okoro, Jess Astle and Aberley all took the heats out really hard, because they would have wanted best lane draw as well. Back to the shot put, so just having a look to see when the results are coming through at the moment. This is George Asprey. So unfortunately not coming through at the moment. Asprey competing for Winchester here. Personal best of 13.17. I think we'll have more athletes likely to come through in this second group. But we'll see what happens. So, men's high jump qualification also will be taking place, and second pools of men's and women's long jump, of which there are 3. Women's high jump later on this afternoon. Men's shot put final, the only medalists to be decided in the field. It's quite clever how they put this shot put set up over the 60-metre indoor track.
So I always find it interesting doing throwing events inside. I know obviously like in America they don't tend to do shot put. I think it's the weight throw they do, which is a very kind of, looks like kind of throwing a bag of sand around a little bit. But Yeah, it's nice to see. At least you can get some. Obviously, you can't get things like discus and javelin, but again, it can give an opportunity for someone to maybe diversify their kind of events into the shot put, perhaps, and have a go at this again if they don't normally do a shot put.
Yeah, we have had shot put qualification actually take place on the warm-up track as well in the past, which has been quite cool. It's also something that takes place behind a curtain to the left as well, which makes it seem like it's top secret shot put that no one's allowed to see.
So the warm-up track gets busy enough as it is, let alone if
yeah,
you have a shot put taking
it's
on
not
it.
ideal there at all. So the athletes are on the start line for the 7th heat of 9. We were talking about Jess Astill and Steffa Coro and European experience. So Etty Sisson won the European Under-18 title a couple of years ago. This is Dante McNichol again. Uh, 11.92, by the way, the previous measurement for Ebenezer Ibarra of Sheffield Hallam. So a few athletes in this shot put just not quite at their best, even for what you may expect in qualification.
I think Etty should be a good favourite for perhaps another medal contender, despite being in a slightly later heat. She's been in good form again. I know she had a couple injuries over the last couple of years, but she's come back and I think she's won 55-1 so far this year, so it's putting her in good contention again to challenge for the top.
Yes, she's been another very reliable baton runner, but this is the sort of opportunity for her to establish herself individually beyond that. Racing for Nottingham here. So Freya Hampshire, Charlotte Williams, Till Sheridan, Etty Sisson, Annabelle Howes and Lucy Poole. So there is Sisson coming through the centre here, and it's nice as well compared to the 60 metres to see these athletes who've run for GB together in the relay to now be facing each other and progressing through, just like Alison Bell and Joy Eze that we were talking about.
Yeah, I believe Etty's running a couple of teams with some of the girls like Jess and stuff. I think they've got their world bronze together, so it'd be nice to see them go head to head again. She's looking very strong here as well. Yeah,
strong but relaxed, and I think that 400 time certainly come down compared to the others. This is 56.26 here, so kind of middle of the road for the heats that we've seen so far. Same time as Astill, I think, at least unofficially what the clock stopped at.
I know they train together, so they must have their race plan to the T together.
So leaves us with a couple of heats remaining then. A couple of hours into the schedule. You can find results at meets.rosterathletics.com. So you can download the app there.
Spent too much of my time on that app yesterday looking at all the different results coming in. I was training, I kept on trying to update and scroll through and see what was happening.
Yeah, well, Google does a thing now where if you go somewhere often, it says you visit often.
Yeah.
And whenever I see Power 10, it says that. I'm like, yeah, I do.
Power 10's always been my first recommended app, or first recommended website to go visit now.
Yeah, I mean, when it's down, when it doesn't work for whatever reason, it's like, oh my God, what am I going to do here? But it's a fantastic source of information that you just don't get for some international athletes from other countries. But as well as that, there is, and I know someone did their dissertation on this, like the effect of Power on 10 on people's performances. So, for example, fouling deliberately sometimes, although that stops people from necessarily having to measure that, but not wanting bad performances on there and knowing that everything's exposed and can be seen.
Well, I think that's the nature of it being kind of a result-based sport. It's very easy to get obsessive. I mean, I used to try and look at kind of people's performances before going in, but now I like to focus on myself. Obviously, it's very easy to check who you're competing against, but what the time says on paper, it can be very different to what a time can be on the track, I think, as well. So yeah, I know some people do sometimes deliberately foul, or even I think you can request to get your times taken off a Power 10 if you don't like it any longer. So I know people do that sometimes, but I think no one's ever going to be perfect. It's like no footballer has 38 perfect games in the season, kind of thing. So not every performance is going to be as best as you can, but knowing exactly where you stand is a very good thing, but can also cause some kind of cause mental struggles if you know exactly where you stand against other people.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about that yesterday, about the effect of doing well in the sport and the increased pressure. Bryden Duncan was talking about that, and he's put himself in a good position in the first pool of qualification, the shot put. As we look here at the second group, Alan Lewis of York. Results not coming through on roster, but have a look on the manual scoreboard. 11:41 as we see Abara come into the circle again. The whistle's blown on the track, so see how quickly he goes. We'll try and bring you that measurement by sight. So Holly Pater of the Sheffield, Indian King, last year's 800-metre champion, there in second place. Amy Christian of Chester, Elizabeth Thornton, East Anglia, Sonia Chechnik of Manchester, and Mia Franco of University of the West of England. So King, as I say, won that title quite easily last year. She was comfortably ahead of the field. Another example of one of those athletes coming in with great pedigree, even though it was her BUCS debut.
I believe she's trying to run more 400s indoors this year. Have a look at maybe doing some more 400s outdoors as well, because obviously they offer more opportunities with relay teams as well. It makes more sense, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen that especially the indoor selections, there have been opportunities for young athletes. Hannah Kelly will be one of those. 26-61. Look at two things at the same time. Second place there is Holly Pater of Sheffield. Sheffield having a good showing through these heats. They may not be the strongest athletes on paper, but Catherine Reynolds in particular qualifying and winning her heat.
Indy holding nice, and I guess it will happen to the 800-metre endurance strength as well.
Yeah, looking really relaxed here. 56.97, that's all that she needs. And Pater follows her through. Rachel Callan coming up in the next heat. Yeah, it's fascinating to see when you've got some 400 runners doing 200 metres and 800 runners doing 400, and vice versa, because it just throws it a little bit up in the air in terms of who's contenders.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to see people do different events. Like Matt Hudson-Smith won the 200 metres at the British Champs last year, and shows that you don't have to just specialise in one event. You can be, it's like not being a multi-event, you can be multi-talented in different events. Yeah,
I like that as well from the point of view that it allowed someone else to be British champion. So Charlie Dobson in that situation, well worthy of a British title.
I think he won 44.5 or something, wasn't that? That's very worthy of a 400 metre title.
Definitely. Especially when places for teams are needed to be in the top 2 or top 3. When you take that other person out of it, then it makes it difficult for selectors as well, especially in the 800 and 1500. So let's have a look at the lineup for the final heat. They're going through these really quickly now. Zosia Padden of St Andrews, it's the first time I mentioned them this weekend. Newcastle's Ruby Nelson, Rachel Callan, who was 4x200 metre relay gold medalist a couple of years ago, Eleni Rodopoulou of City University, Gabriella Sutton of Sheffield Hallam, Darcy Ellis of Aberdeen. Callan, personal best of 55.66. So we've got around 6 or so athletes who are sub 55. But as we were saying, lane draw will be important, and the competition will step up quite a bit in those semi-finals.
I think the semi-finals is always a hard one, especially if you're hoping to make the final, because obviously you want a good lane. You want a good lane if you make the final, but also you don't want to expend too much energy with it only being like an hour and a half, 2 hour turnaround. You don't want to completely utilise all your energy, because otherwise you're going to have nothing left for the final. So it's definitely kind of a different element that only really comes into factor at these kind of championships, I think.
Yes, how did you find it personally then last year coming in? Because well, you'd had some good performances before that gold medal, and you'd been against some of the top contenders.
Yeah, I think it was difficult. It was actually I'd done 60s and 200s, but I'd never run indoors before. So it was actually my first ever 400 metres indoors I'd done. And I think I came in with a bit more of like a naive mindset of not knowing what was happening, but I think that helped a bit. Obviously, I didn't go particularly quickly through my heat, so I ended up in semi-final 5, so it meant that I had like half an hour less rest in between the semi and the final compared to someone in heat 1, but it was just kind of having to manage the nerves as well between race to race. But I mean, I kind of just went to the final quite relaxed. I'd run better than I thought I was going to do in the semi-finals, so I think just kind of saw whatever happened in the final as that was a positive no matter what. So I think kind of going with that attitude, it's going to be tough, but then everyone's also in the same boat because everyone's having to run the semi and the final in such a tight, short time span.
Yes, it's the same pretty much for everyone else, bar those kind of rest time differences that you mentioned. So Padden, Nelson, Callan, Radopoulou, Sutton and Ellis. Yeah. So Callan, top ranked athlete in this, but as ever with the final heat, it tends to be just that little bit closer. Callan showing clearly that she means business on this opening lap. Let's have a look at this split time. They've typically been around 26.2, so that'd be pretty much consistent with what we've seen so far, bar that Stefan Coro first lap of 25.9. In second place is Sutton of Sheffield Hallam, but there's a real battle here. Don't forget, top 2 going through automatically to the semi-finals, so this could be important. They're also closing on Callan due to this battle. 5.85 is City University's Radopoulou. Callan doing well. 57.40 then. You could tell that she was just tying up towards the end, but she'd done the hard work initially. So Alex Houchin, the reigning champion, well, for another day, at least.
Oh, don't tell me that's going to make me sad now.
Well, that was one of the positives of the pandemic, in that some people who'd won titles in like 2019, they got to be the reigning champion for a long time.
Yeah, I guess it kind of created the kind of, on the opposite end, I guess like the Olympics, you only had 3 years of Olympic glory, or for world champs, you kind of had 2022 into 2023, so.
Yeah, I know Jake Whiteman found that quite depressing, that within a year or less he was yesterday's news. He found that really hard because there was a Scot as well who'd beaten Jacobin and Britson with a very similar story.
Yeah, I guess no matter what, once you got that title, it is your title. That's what I'm telling myself, at least, when it gets taken by someone tomorrow. But I mean, it's always, once you won it, it's always nice to have it. But I guess there's always going to be competitions that people come through all the time, so I guess people are always going to come and try and challenge you.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's your kind of hopes for this year then, once you get back in action?
Yeah, so I've luckily been able to start running again in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, was gutted not to be able to do the indoors, especially BUCS. I was hoping to do some 60s and 2s again, not really doing any 4s. But I think just to kind of progress from last year, I think having kind of had a breakout season 2 years ago, having gone from never running a 400 to kind of running 47.6, I kind of came in with last year and thought I was going to go and bang like a 45, 46, but that didn't quite happen. So I think this year just kind of work on my mindset a little bit better and just hope to kind of have that continuous improvement. If I can make European under-23s, that'd be lovely. But I mean, that's possibly the strongest team they've ever had over the 4x4. So I might kind of dip my toes into the 200 as well to see what I can do there. I think I'd quite like to try a couple of things, but I think we're not planning on opening. I shouldn't give too much away. We're not planning on opening until a little bit later, I don't think, this year as well. I think obviously European under-23s is still the main aim, but just kind of see what happens. Hopefully run a 46. But as my dad, I think, is listening, he'd always tell me never to chase time. So just go and see what happens. I think obviously I can say that, and then what happens when I actually run might be a different thing. But I think European under-23s 4x4. If I can somehow magic an individual spot as well, that'd be wonderful. But I think just trying to progress from last year again and keep the kind of continuous improvement going.
Yeah, so the European under-23s and under-20s both taking place this year in Bergen and Tampere in Norway and Finland respectively, so every couple of years. Yes, Britain winning gold in the 4x4 in the under-20s. Charlie Carvel, another one of those people who had the 2 chances at that. David Race stepped down from the 800. Jake Minchell from the 400 hurdles, although he's a great flat runner as well. Trying to remember who the other person was.
Sam Lunt.
Sam Lunt, yeah. Sam Reardon had been previously part of those squads. Callum Dodds had as well. So yeah, some great athletes have come through those 4x4s. Yeah, so under 23s for you would it be? Yes.
Yeah, this year will be. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So trying to think who else would be under 23 at this moment in time.
I think there's quite a few. You've got like kind of Jaden Smith, the American, Brody Young as well, all running as well. So it's very competitive this year.
Charlie Carvel would probably have moved up to 123.
Yeah, training with him
injured
as well. He's going well. So it's very competitive again for the 400. So whether or not people kind of do the relay as well with everything else that's going on, if they're trying to maybe go for senior world championships as well, that's what I'm hoping at least. But yeah.
Yeah, no, certainly Britain at senior level getting medals in all 5 relays at the Olympic Games. So first time that's happened. There's a lot of pressure on relay teams. So that was phenomenal, wasn't it, in Paris?
Yeah, it was great to see. I mean, as you said, it's the first time it's ever happened. But I think also the 4x1s have been strong for a while, but the 4x4 previously, for the last couple of years, hadn't always been a competitor until like maybe 2022. So it's great to see the 400 talent just increasing massively. Obviously, you've got 3 people going sub 45 last year at the senior level, which hasn't been seen for at least like that kind of since like the 90s. I think since like Ewan Thomas and people like that.
Yeah, I remember trying to work that out, and you get to the point where Power 10 that we're talking about, this great resource, is actually kind of sketchy and not complete on data. I can't remember, but we did work it out. It was something like 1997 or 5 or... I've got it written down somewhere. I've got it written down somewhere, but we kind of on the same track. I know that the women's, I think it was first time 2 was sub 50 since 2007, because Nicola Sanders and Christina Horogu were sort of famous, you know. Again, a little bit like Matt Hudson-Smith and Charlie Dobson. You got the second Brit is well worthy of being an international champion.
Yeah, the women's squad's very strong again. I think it's also lots of people maybe moving to the 400 now. There's more opportunities with the mixed relay as well. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
It's a race I certainly want to do at some point. I've never been able to do a mixed relay, but I'd quite like to do one at some point.
Well, that's my only criticism of the mixed relay, and it means there's a lot of 4x4s, and no offence, but it means that kind of selection opportunities are sort of more strongly, which is good, but they're more strongly weighted towards anyone as a 400 runner, and sometimes weighted away from people who aren't. And you know, not everyone can move to the 400 meters, but anyway, so we've had this second group of shot putters who look to have finished, second group of long jumpers, high jump also, you can see they're still warming up there. We've had some great high jump battles, Kelechi Agawacha winning for Lapra in the past. Some decent heights have been jumped, including all the way up to 220. Kimani Jack winning last year for Birmingham.
He set another PB, I think, again this year, hasn't he? Jumped 218.
Yeah, and coming into this, making it really interesting.
I know there's Luke Ball as well, who I was on a team with before, and I know he's jumped 214 before, so I think he'll be in another hope to get a medal. I know those two like to battle out Birmingham and Bath as well.
Yeah, and it kind of, when there's so much simultaneous action, the high jump I find is a little bit easier to follow, because we get an idea when we're reaching a really important moment.
It's definitely kind of a slow burn of an event. It's kind of like the pole vault as well. It's one of those ones that the higher you go, the more intense, more people dropping out. I think the better it becomes.
Yeah, and tricky pole vault at this level, because there are few specialist pole vaulters, and we saw yesterday there was kind of time middle in the competition. There's one athlete left, waiting for some other athletes to actually enter. And very quickly we knew who our medalists were within a few minutes after that. Sophie Ashurst entered, did one vault, and was guaranteed, I think she was guaranteed gold, if not a medal at that point, which is a weird one. But even weirder was when Holly Bradshaw came, everyone else had finished, and she just sort of started at championship record height.
Yeah.
And then did that.
I think that's quite the nice thing. I guess with BUCS, lots of people might be trying pole vault for the first time, so they're going to see all sorts of levels. But
definitely, yeah. And it was interesting to see that, because we were sort of saying that it gave us confidence watching, knowing that we could try pole vault, seeing that when you start at a sort of, I don't know, like a 3-meter vault, it's a simpler technique that looks more tryable.
yeah,
Not for you yet, though.
Oh, I'll have to see. I mean, I'm not sure my coach Stuart Marshall would appreciate if I did pole vault at the moment. It's definitely something I'd like to try later, but to ever I'll get to the point where my back might break if I was to go over if I try it too late in life. I recently saw, I think it was a 75-year-old woman went and broke the world record for her age group. She did like 3 meters or something, or 2 meters 80. So I guess it's never too late.
Well, exactly, yeah, and especially that jump. Yeah, it would have been that more accessible technique, let's say. Yeah, plant the pole simply. Pole doesn't necessarily have to bend, and you don't necessarily have to put your feet first in the air. Just a more simpler jump. Yeah, there you go. See, Get it on your calendar. Right. You know what time it is?
Men's 400 time, the creme de la creme of events.
That'll be it, exactly. So yeah, we're looking at this first lineup, and straight away, I mean, there's one name here, Alex Cooper, that we pick out.
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll be hungry to come and win this. He's a clear favourite, you'd think on paper at least, his personal best being at least a second quicker than everyone else's, but obviously he wasn't able to run last year. I mean, I was the one who replaced him about 3 days left to go before the competition started.
Oh, really?
I believe he dropped a weight on his foot, so they was kind of needed someone to run, so I stepped in very last minute to run. So I believe he won as a first year as well in 2023 or 2022, so I guess I want to come and repeat. He won at outdoors, unfortunately beat me, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be very hungry to win. I think he's run 47.5 or 47.6 this year already, so that was in the season opener, so I think he'll be very, I think they're very much the favourite. I think he'll be hoping to run very quickly again, maybe sub 47, if not kind of a low 47. I think that should be enough to win as well.
Yeah, so like Joyeze, like Daniel Goriola, he's looking for a third BUCS title, I make it certainly, and a fourth medal, as you said, 2022 indoors and 2024 outdoors, a winner, and then he was second in 2023 to Ben Higgins. So yeah, again, top quality.
Yeah, another one of my training partners, Ben. He was last year, and I think Stu wanted to keep the winning streak going because Ben had won it the previous 2 years, but unfortunately Alex had to end that for us. But I think he'll be going well in this heat, and I think he'll be looking very, very much for the favourite for this competition.
Yeah, Ben previously joined to chat, and yeah, great guy, love chatting to him, and sorry to see that he's had to retire for medical reasons, but yeah, great competitor and British indoor champion, also another GB senior as well, who's got those opportunities.
Did it indoors, I believe, as well. It's nice to see kind of indoors gives more people opportunity again.
Absolutely. Alex Cooper here has kept the moustache.
Got the mullet as well now, flowing through as he runs, but looking very comfortable there.
So 22.5 here at the bell. Alex Cooper, similar situation, really taking this one out hard, wants a good lane draw for the semi-final, knowing that he can make it through. It's a similar situation again with the qualifying conditions, top two going through automatically, 6-time qualifiers. Cooper looks behind, he'll be very happy seeing that big gap now, longer than the length of your screen, and
looks
looking back, relaxed. George Whittaker, Sheffield Hallam in second.
I think he'll be pleased with that, kind of looking like he wanted to go through the first 200 like as if it was like a final race and then just go from there. Still hasn't raced too much this season, so he'll have fresh legs and want to be getting used to it again.
Yes, that 47.55 season best you mentioned. I think there's plenty more to come from him.
Bit of a shame to see what happened to Jake Minch. Obviously, he had to announce yesterday he had a hamstring tear, so it would have been quite nice to see those two race. I think that would have produced quite a quick time and a good battle as well.
Yes, especially as Minchell wouldn't necessarily do the outdoors same event, but has, yes, just a tenth between them on personal bests.
Yeah, that would have been a very good race. I think those two would have probably seen as the favourite, but you never know, someone else might come through as well. I'm looking kind of, Nathaniel Diaz running well so far, and Yaker as well. I've got to be biased, he's my friend and my housemate, but I think it'll still be a good contenders for the medals behind as well.
Yeah, on Yaker, another hurdle specialist as well. Yeah, Alex Cooper really has time to jog the last few metres. So 49.33 there. Incidentally, should be able to have a look now at the women's heats and see who the time qualifiers were. So hopefully. Let's have a look. So it appears Eleni Radopoulou from the last heat, Mia Costagard Oldfield, Tamsin Fowley, Amy Gregg, Julia Johnson, Anna Barbis. So 59.40 in the end was good enough to make it through to the semis. 59.41 was not. In the men's 60 yesterday, we had two athletes run the same time to the thousandth of a second.
It's had a runoff.
Yeah, you'd hope there'd be 9 lanes, but not here. So, but it was interesting they had a runoff. I guess that's fairer than the drawing of lots.
I think so, yeah. I mean, despite the fact that it was only like 45 minutes before the final.
No, it was 25. I think it was 25 minutes before, which is crazy, really.
Yeah, I think it's fairer than having to like kind of flip a coin or something. Or I think obviously it's another practice. I mean, he ran 6:85, I think, wasn't it, to kind of to win? So it was one of the quicker times regardless. So it just meant you kind of when you go to the final, you're pretty much straight back into the final call room from there.
Yeah, and the athlete who'd won the runoff, he sort of tried to anticipate the start as well because he just knew that he was desperate for a great start. Yeah, really tough to be in that situation.
I think despite the fact that 60 is obviously the shortest event you're going to get, it's still neurologically quite tiring. You can get, obviously when we do short sprint sessions, we might not be like lactic tired, but we can be so physically drained and just kind of mentally tired that obviously when a 60 you need to be on it and you need to be reacting quickly. It's going to be tough doing 4 races in a day regardless. So
this is heat number 2. And just the 5 athletes in this. George Whincup of Liverpool, Ryan Lenoir of Birmingham, Lenny Saville of Newcastle, Imperial's Alistair Phelan, and Greg Mitchell of Edinburgh. So it's interesting that in some heats they do have 6 athletes, and in some they don't. It's around about half and half, I think. You wouldn't want to end up in that situation.
Remember, 2 metres, the automatic qualifying height.
So just looking at the lineup here, and we have 2 athletes who are sub 50 seconds, George Whincup and Ryan Lenoir. I wonder whether Jake Minchell was intended to be in this heat.
We only now. I think it would have been quite. I think it was quite a recent thing. So I imagine it was meant to be him. But then it would have been. I think Ryan Lenoir was his replacement at Birmingham, I believe. So it might be that he's had to fill in Jake's place.
Right. But it does impact the kind of shake-up, the makeup of this this second heat, potentially quite considerably.
It's interesting they haven't reorganised it.
Yeah. So Minchell out and Lenoir in for Birmingham, who are a bit disappointed to be down a couple of athletes. But Mitchell on the outside for Edinburgh here, and then through the centre, Lenny Saville of Newcastle. Almost deafening noise here coming from the main stand in Sheffield. 24:21 there at the bell. So quite a bit slower than the first heat.
I know Lenoir's an 800 metre on this, so we've definitely kind of come for a big kick, which he's doing now, going right into lane 3, I believe, there.
Yeah, way up high on this bend. Lenoir of Birmingham. Whincup of Newcastle trying to chase him down in second place. And the Imperial man's just run out of it. Phelan, 51:41. So some 2 seconds slower than Alex Cooper, but probably quite comparable to those who were way back behind Cooper.
I've just been told that if you've got a reusable cup and you fancy a cup of milk, that's available from the Milk the Moment stand, which is on the concourse, just by the top of the stairs. I hear that the cow has been freshly milked.
Take these beautiful things that I've got. Things that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got.
So we're on to heat number 3. Again, 5 athletes in this. Thomas Sugden of Bath, Archie Sloan of Nottingham, Callum Regis Edwards of St Mary's, Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met, Elliot Marston of Exeter. So Dias, 47.93 at best, BUCS finalist indoors and out last year. But an opportunity to be more than just a finalist, I'm sure he'd like that.
Yeah, I think he had a big breakthrough last year as well. He kind of went from 49 to 47. He's looking very strong here, kind of setting the pace again, kind of showing everyone that he's here to kind of not mess around.
And I think that will be infectious, you know, obviously not watching all of the action, but they're seeing before they're let out the previous heat.
Yeah.
And that can say, well, look, he's gone out hard there, I want the same for me.
That's very quick there for a heat, 49.1. I think that's a big season's best. I think he ran 49.8 earlier this year, so I'm sure he'll be very happy there. I think he's kind of setting the tone for the week, and I'm sure he can take off much more time off that. Again, looked very easy. Yeah,
and Cooper had that slower second lap and eased across the line, but Dias didn't really do that, and as a result he's actually 2/10 faster than Cooper, so that could potentially help him for seeding. You know, they may both end up being the fastest in their semi-final, that's the way they'd hope, but yeah, as someone who knows that he's made finals before, you'd have no doubt that he wants some silverware and that he thinks that he can probably not be too far away from Cooper and will try and hang on to him.
Yeah, exactly. I think especially with indoors, because you're running as a pack compared to in lanes, if you can kind of hold on to the person in front, I think that helps a lot, especially if you're kind of going for a good time. I think Nathaniel did that. Nathaniel raced well last year, obviously made both finals, but I think he's in a good chance to get another medal, especially with maybe kind of people like Jake dropping out. It kind of makes it a bit more open as well for kind of second and third perhaps. So I think he's improving kind of all the time at the moment. So I think he's been good contention for a medal.
Yeah, the men's 60, it was really seemed like it was fairly wide open. Initially, Lorenzo Paisan, he was very much the favourite, but they seemed to raise their game, the other athletes, in the semi and the final, and it was really did go down to a photo finish. The second and third ranked athletes on the entries weren't there, and the third or the fourth ranked athlete was a DNS in the semi-final. So yeah, that was really interesting how that worked out. Paisan did win, but they ran the same time, him and Avis.
It was very open. Yeah, I think normally you're kind of used to kind of seeing Stephen before. Kind of Tyler Panson's there, been there like every year for the last kind of 3 years. I know Darian's obviously got bronze last year and he's kind of graduated. I think he's trained to be a pilot now, but I think I think it's nicer with it being open because some people kind of came through really well. I mean, Freddie Archer ran 9.76, which I think was a 10th off his PB beforehand. Yeah,
that was a really interesting breakthrough there, and it just, I think, someone that shows, look, I really want to make this final first of all, and I'm going to run the race of my life in the heats and the semi. That's always good to see. Okay, so we're looking at high jump qualification here. Now again, we've got 2 pools happening side by side. 2 meters, the mark to make it through automatically. You can see early stages here with a bar at 163.
Again, high jump's a bit like pole vault. It's one of those ones that if you know you're at least like a 2 meter one, you can come in much later and just get that kind of one jump and qualify without having to kind of use too much energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't always see too many athletes over 2 meters in the final, even though the winner is something maybe like 212, 215, 218. So that does appear to be quite a high mark. Now these marks are often set quite high, certainly compared to what you eventually end up with. Okay, heat number 4 then. Again a strong lapper athlete in this.
Yeah, obviously Onyeka's going well. He's been obviously traditionally a 4 hurdler, but I know his coach Dai said he'd do some 4s indoors. I think he's enjoying it. Hasn't quite gone the way he planned, but I hope he's going to use this competition as a good stepping stone.
Yeah, so Finn Whiteman of Sheffield, St Mary's Khalid Ali, Ethan Woodhead of Leicester, Luke Turner of Leeds Beckett, and Onyeka Oko on the outside, who we've been talking about. Oko
starting to push now a little bit more. I think he felt the athlete go up on the inside.
23.16, third fastest of the heats that we've seen so far. This is a really, really good battle. You can see Turner of Leeds Beckett in second place, but yeah, coming up here, is Whiteman.
I think Nick has been trying to work on trying to stay relaxed. He's looking good now. He's looking around a little bit more. I think we'll just be happy to kind of get through the heat. He's looking much stronger.
There you go, Turner gets that spot. So I wasn't sure whether they touched there, the two athletes, on that bend, or whether it was just a slight slip or misstep there from Whiteman of Sheffield. Obviously it is a little bit more difficult to run high up on the bend. 49.63.
I think he'll be happy with that. I know he's trying to run off track now, but I know he's had a few struggles kind of getting started this year. But I think he'll be very pleased with that, especially kind of jogging down that race and still ending up in the season. It's close to his season's best so far. There's a good battle behind though as well, especially with the Sheffield athlete coming up. But I guess that's the nature of it. Running in packs, you're going to get close to each other, and you could get hit, you could nudge each other.
Yeah, just watch here to see whether they did get very close. They did, yeah.
It's a bit like what happened in the final last year with Christian Samuel Nash and Cam Bailey. Kind of when you're trying to go for a gap that maybe there's like F1, if you go for a gap that's not there, you can crash and collide and stuff.
Yeah, I love the F1 references. Always find a reason to bring in an F1 reference for some reason. You brought in a football reference as well. This is we're branching out here very nicely. Gymnastics as well. Talk about gymnastics when the women's pole vault yesterday. Always a natural one to bring in. So men's high jump qualification, bar was at 163 before. You've got two beds adjacent to one another. In fact, they are on opposite sides, I think. There you go. Good work from whoever's bringing out all of this equipment for the shot put and the high jump. And just peeping around the corner here. So looks like we've got 9 athletes in the first group and 14 in the second, which is interesting, but still the fact is they have to make it over 2 meters, or otherwise we'll have the 12 best athletes. As Dan Richardson we were looking at there before. Just trying to see what the bar is at. I think it's moved up now to 168. So you're mentioning Luke Ball before, Kimani Jack, Harry Wiley, Lionel Awona. Will be some of the top athletes, maybe Morgan Williams as well, of Leeds Beckett. Yeah, so always look forward to the high jump battles. Toby Cherry as well of Birmingham. Yeah, we'll have to see the final, who makes it, and then who's still left at those sort of 2, 3, 2, 6. There's Kimani Jack in the background, looking very chilled at this point.
Looking very relaxed. They're too relaxed.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing, I guess, about doing high jump. You don't have to go in straight away. You can kind of pick and choose when you want to go. So you can sit there looking as cool as you like, while everyone else has to struggle around
Could
you.
be in a sleeping bag on the floor. We have seen that from athletes on occasion.
I remember because of course with Loughborough being quite close to Sheffield last year, we had to get a bus, but we had to leave like 7 o'clock. So I remember falling asleep in the stands beforehand. I got my nice big kind of long jacket on, closed my eyes. You need to kind of, I guess, rest is important.
Yeah. That's impressive. You managed to do that. Tom Palmer of Aberdeen there we saw. This is Jack Sobey of Durham. So this is the first high jump that we've seen this weekend. He does go clear, and that's at 168 still. So maybe some time actually before the top 12 in qualification are decided, even if we don't need 2 meters. Next heat of the 400 meters. We keeping count? We're up to heat 5 now.
Heat 5. I think Henry Stewart again. He's another one that trains under the same coach as mine at Stuart Marshall, but in the Warwick group, and again had a bit of a come through breakthrough season last year. Ran 48.0. Been lucky to get lane 1 here though.
48.09 personal best for Henry Stewart, Southern Under-20 400 metre bronze medalist. So Henry Stewart of Warwick, Kelechi Ogaledo of Imperial, Northumbria's Joseph Mitchell, Thomas Abbott of Sheffield, Stirling's Andrew Peters, Ben Brinsden of Worcester. So coming through here, they'll hug the inside. Sheffield man Thomas Abbott going well, 23.54 at the bell. So again, kind of middle of the road for the heats we've seen so far. Good battle this. Peters of Sheffield, again in that tricky position. We saw Whiteman in the previous heat, but looks like this time we will have a Sheffield athlete in the top two. 49.80. So similar time to Oko just a moment ago.
It was the Sterling athlete as well that came around there. Came around nicely to go around the top bend and get second place as well.
Yes, it was a nice aggressive move there. Initially down the back straight on the opening lap. Try and make his way in the final. Yeah, Sterling, not one of those with a huge contingent, but 800s and 400 metres do seem to be their strongest events here this weekend.
I'm sure whenever they run, it's always their fans or their unit that cheer the loudest as well. Whenever I hit, you can always hear them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's something that you sometimes notice when a university is going absolutely mad for its athletes. And yeah, Sterling was saying actually they cheer on any of the Scots. They really don't mind it. It's not about rivalries for them. It's about the full Scottish contingent.
Pride of Scotland. They got another Scottish athlete coming here next with Ben Heron as well, who's a good full hurdler as well. I think he's won 48-1 out in outdoors last year, so he's another good Scot to cheer on.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is quite a good list because bar Jake Minshall, who before this was kind of expected to be involved, the athletes who are on the entry list are all kind of here and turning up, which is good, even if some people have now graduated, like Ellis Greatrix, Hakan Dalbal, medalists in the past, Conan Neal. We also have the Italian Andrea Panacidi, who was really impressive outdoors last year.
I have to shout out Cam Bailey as well. He won in 2023. I think he did his Masters last year, so he was another one I used to train with, and it was great to finally race him last year indoors as well.
So he's finished now as well, is he?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, because he did the 4x1, didn't he, outdoors 2023?
One from lane one.
Yeah, from lane one. That was really, really impressive, that margin of victory there. So those athletes are out. The bar's gone up to 173, so yeah, I suspect that at some of these earlier heights or middling heights, not everyone has entered. That's why the bar's going up so quickly, even though we have groups of up to 14 athletes. Quite actually congested to pick your run at when there's so many athletes sitting there along this bench and the shot put area is out, shall we say. Almost like you're weaving your way through.
I guess it's kind of the nature of the indoors though as well. It's like warming up on a little kind of 120 metre straight. You're never going to have the room you quite want indoors, I guess. It does look quite kind of constrained, especially when you're back straight to the kind of the net of the shot put.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we see, like even at the Olympic Games, athletes are using all of the lanes of the track for their run-up. There was a former British high jump record holder he went to a European Cup event, Mike Butterworth, I think it was, and he tried to use like this sort of green area at the edge of the stadium beyond the track to do his run-up, and they were like, you can't do that. And he's like, yeah, I can. It's not on the rules, but they stopped him from doing it.
I guess if it's also track layout as well, so it would work. There's nothing, I don't think it's much wrong if there's no one out, not getting in anyone's way.
Exactly. So another good clearance here at this height of 173 for Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen. Thumbs up. That's not to us, by the way, but we'll take it.
It's appreciating the good commentary.
Yeah, I was going to say, but I didn't want to blow my own trumpet too much. But there we go. So this is heat number 6. You've already mentioned Ben Heron. So Ben, personal best 48.16. Bronze medalist outdoors last year. Not the biggest amount of depth in 400 hurdling outdoors, though necessarily. Looks like we got a DNS from lane 4. Alexander Newell of Manchester, I think, is not there, but wouldn't be unlike me to give someone a big billing and then see that they were DNS once the race had got underway. Ewan Wilson, who got Harriet Watt, they've had a good championship so far. Adam Hall in the 60 hurdles getting a medal. 22.96 at the bell. Sort of enjoying these comparisons between the races. We've seen a couple of 22 splits so far. Alex Cooper 22.5, the fastest.
I think it's interesting to see kind of the different tactics of how they're going through. Ben looking kind of very strong. He looked to get out really hard there as if it was a final. He's got that strength endurance as well from the 4 hurdles, looking very kind of nice and comfortable as he's crossing the line. I think it's his first BUCS as well.
So Ben Heron, 49.24 for the Scottish under-20 400 hurdles champion from 2023, Ben Heron. And second place was another Scottish student, Evan Wilson, excuse me, and yeah, they were the top 2 athletes who were sub 50 seconds. So, we've seen so far 6 athletes win their heats. By the way, women's and men's 200 metres coming up after this, and then 800 metres, that will be semi-finals because they started out their competition yesterday. Same situation for the 1500 metres, or the women's went straight through to a final, which will take place at the initial semi-final time. Obviously everything available on the Roster Athletics website and app. Ben Heron very, very strong here, and it's a nice, really dusting off the cobwebs, as you alluded to earlier, Alex, and just to get that shake out, build a bit of confidence. Some situations learn this track as well. Weren't you saying that it was your first indoor competition? Was it indoor 400 metre race?
My first ever 400 last year. Yeah, I mean, I only started running 400s outdoors 2 years ago, so when I came in February, I'd never done one before, so I didn't really know what to do. I was kind of just running around in the circle and hoping for the best a little bit. But yeah, I think I think with the heats, there's no one way of running. I think obviously they're going through, most people going kind of through sub 23. I think my first 200 was like 23.4 last year, so there's no kind of one way of doing it. But I think lots of athletes trying to kind of maybe shake their legs out, go through 200 as if it was similar to like an actual race model, and then go from there.
And completing the lineup in 6 from Bath University, Jacob Alexander.
Dan Richardson of Sheffield in high jump qualification here. Bring the bar down, unfortunately, though. Didn't achieve the height he needed. Bar's gone up to 183.
Heat 7 of 12 of the 400 about to start as well. Lane 1, Robin Snedden of Edinburgh. Lane 2, Jamie Dixon of Stirling. Lane 3, Casper Matisic of Birmingham City, possibly the favourite in this heat. Lane 4 is Farrell Ledford of Durham. Lane 5, Liam McGarry of East Anglia. And Lane 6, Jacob Alexander of Bath. Casper's got out hard there. Again, he's a good 400, 200 runner. I think he's run 21.4 outdoors over the 2, so he's going to go through hard here, especially kind of being in lane 3 there. The lane 1 athlete of Robin from Edinburgh is going well as well, trying to challenge him. Casper's powering through now, goes through 200 in 23.6, so a little bit off what we've seen so far, but moving at heat, he's looking around and relaxing through, but the Edinburgh athlete's not letting him have it here. He's pushing around the outside as well, challenging him, running that extra distance, but trying to take the lead here. So it's the Edinburgh athlete who has taken the lead here. Looking very strong here, a bit of a surprise. He's going well, Casper just following behind the top two to go through. But I think he'll be very happy with that, the Edinburgh athlete there. Casper in second as well. Both looking very relaxed there. It's a good race, a bit of a surprise I think there as well. I thought Casper might have been able to take that quite comfortably, but Robin looking very strong there.
Yeah, Robin Stedden looking pretty pleased as well. Either pleased or exhausted, probably both.
It's kind of a weird cocktail of kind of happiness and lactic there. I think it's a good run, especially coming from lane one. It's never easy, especially with the banks, and if you're in the outside lane, you have the kind of advantage of being able to run downhill more than if you're in lane one. So I think you should be very pleased with that run there.
Yeah, always careful not to read too much into athletes' expressions though sometimes, because sometimes they tell a picture and sometimes a complete poker face that fools you.
That's what I like about it being individual though in nature. Like, you never quite know what someone's up to. It's all completely up to you what you do, and kind of no one else can decide, so you can be really happy or you can decide to not show any emotion to the final.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, there was last year's outdoors, there was some celebrations in the heats.
Yeah, I think there was a couple, I'm sure.
But one sparked off another, you see.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, I guess with it being kind of, it's like the only time you really get team nature in athletics, so I think I did fall victim to that, not the very well, but yeah, I think with it kind of being, you're kind of a team is a bit, the closest you're going to get to kind of having that kind of team rival, which is nice to see. I mean, everyone reacts differently. Yeah, some celebrations are definitely better than others though.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. We've seen some pretty ridiculous celebrations in the mascot race as well, just a sort of like a lap of honour dabbing all the way around.
I think that was almost the only race I missed. Was that yesterday? I think I missed that.
No, it is tomorrow, I'm going to say. It's not always officially on the timetable. It's kind of like, it just comes up on you by surprise. It's like, oh my God, what animal is that?
Yeah, I think Loughborough were meant to be a knight. I'm not sure quite where it comes from. I think it's a shield in the badge, but I think...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think they were kind of straggling around to try and find a mascot quickly for like, with the shield. I know
Wow.
Birmingham, Zach Blair's won it before, running around, and with Rory, the Birmingham.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's just like, does the mascot have the chance for you to wear actual, footwear underneath?
Some people almost have like onesie slippers or something, and then some people have... Well, I think some people are much more competitive with others, and there's also quite a kind of a difference in how good some of the mascot costumes look compared to others.
So this then is heat number 9, with Jonathan Henney of Northumbria, Kent's Cole Sinnott, Ben Sinclair of Chester, Jamie Dumbarton of Leeds Beckett, Oscar Norman of Sussex, and David Chauhan representing Brunel. Cole Sinnott, the top athlete in this, former Midlands under 20 400 metre bronze medalist, personal best of 48.62. So we're now getting to the situation where there's a bit of a difference in personal best compared to the likes of Alex Cooper, and as a result the heat wins of sub 50 would become quite impressive actually.
I think it's better though as well, because it kind of means you get two athletes quite close together in PBs, they battle out more.
Ooh. Definitely. You might get a situation like that. First time we've had it on the oval this weekend, the recall. Yeah, I certainly didn't see anything, but...
So it's quite uncommon to full start on a 400. I mean, the start's not vital, but it still does happen. I remember being in races where I've seen people full start as well before in a 400, and obviously they then spend the next 20 minutes protesting it, but when you're there trying to run... Yeah,
well, may just be an equipment issue with the start itself, like we saw at the 10,000 metres at the European Championships last year. It was a collector's item. Green card. Yeah, difficult to see really, because you don't know where to look right along.
I don't think I saw anything.
Lineup, yeah.
Lane 3 got out well though. Kind of the issue of having to mentally prepare yourself now to go do it all again.
Yeah. It was just slight movement. Okay, reminder, Henny, Sinnott, Sinclair, Dumbarton, Norman, Chohan. Heat number 9 of 12. Well, that was pretty even there at the start. Good getaway though from the tall figure there, Ben Sinclair. See on the outside there, Norman.
Lane 5, I think, as well, is running well, isn't he?
Jacob Lambol and Adam Fox. So Jacob Lambol, personal best of 48.42.
He made the final last year as well.
Exactly, yes. 6th place last year. Again, who wants to do better, like Nathaniel Dias.
Looked very strong. He's very good indoors as well. Took a big PB off, looking very good there actually.
So 49.49 there, faster than Latusiak, and indeed faster than a couple of the other heat winners we've seen in the last few minutes. So men's and women's long jump, these are pools B of both different events, both genders I should say. So just looking at the women's lineup, Emily Tyrrell, one of those to watch out for. Molly Palmer, we've also kind of seen in the background without seeing too many of these jumps with second round of qualification. Reminder that it's 5.95 and 7.15, the automatic marks. Third group to come up later on. So I don't know whether the field results have gone down, but yeah, we're not getting those shot put, high jump or long jump through now whereas we were earlier. But yeah, really interesting to see that they've got a lot of information actually for the crowd here on their digital display, which is a nice addition. It stops you from being left wondering.
Yeah, it's really good. I think I remember watching it yesterday on the live stream. I think that's new this year, I believe, isn't it? So it's good. It's really nice to see it. Kind of makes it look a bit more professional as well. But it's just really useful being able to see different things at the same time. So you can see kind of start list results from other competitions as well, which always helps. Like, because a lot of the time with athletics, especially with kind of a long jump, or a long jump or a field event, you don't quite know what's going on. So definitely helps. I think there's so many people kind of staring out at the track from the stand that direction anyway.
Joyce and Zekwi here of Swansea.
Never seen that before. They're hoovering the track down there, I guess, trying to keep it clean from. You've got the Henry Hoover out on lane 6.
That's mad, that. I wonder whether they're concerned about the breakup of the track at all.
Especially when you've got 200s coming coming up next as well, and obviously you're braking, then you're pushing down so hard. You don't want any issues to happen with the track.
Yeah, we have seen some falls on this track, of course, in the past. Maybe it's just the cleaner who's just on duty and he's like, yeah, I'll do this bit.
Get the job done now.
Then I'll
anyway.
do the gym and I'll do the cafe.
As long as they don't have a Henry Hoover out mid-race, I think you'll be all right.
Yeah. Ben Chalk of York there next to go. 4.62 for him so far. Adam Hoole, the only person in the second group with an automatic distance 7.24, heat number 9 this time. So Jonathan Henry, Cole Sinnott, Ben Sinclair, Jamie Dumbarton, Oscar Norman and David Chohan. There's one of the heats in which lane 1 is being used, as it is in the next. But then not the next two after that, so Henny suddenly appears into view in the white vest, Northumbria. Doing really well though here is the Chester athlete, Ben Sinclair. I haven't mentioned Chester too many times, but Laura Turley, a previous medalist at BUCS outdoors, she actually shared a 400-metre bronze medal outdoors, which is quite unusual.
It's getting a very loud cheer as well as they go through nicely in 23.3. Got the Brunel athlete pushing hard behind them as well. Those two quite clear. There's third place is pushing up to get close as well. Coming into shot now. You have to go the long way around the outside here though. The extra kind of 10 metres you have to run there. It's going to be close for second place.
Yeah, really good battle here with Cole Sinnott just being run out of things for the top 2 places behind Chohan and behind Sinclair.
That is the issue. If you don't quite push as fast as you should in the first 200, you are kind of stuck behind everyone. You have to go around the long way. That's why the first 200 is so important of an indoor 400, much more kind of than outdoor 400s.
So Alex Houchin, who won this particular title last year for Loughborough, joining in the commentary box. And then you also won, you won the relay last year as well, outdoors?
Won the relay outdoors, yeah. Obviously, interesting way to end the relay, but it was a good team. I think, obviously, with Loughborough, this 4x4 is so deep as well. We have so many athletes. Obviously, some can't always race. They've got other competitions outside, but I mean, we've always got such a deep pool. But it's a good race, I think. I know some other teams looking quite strong this year as well. I know like Brunel. I know he's not racing today, but they've got an addition of like Damari Gums, and obviously Birmingham City have now got Sam Lunt, so it could make it quite interesting again this year.
Yes, having another look at this battle, so it's at this point that Cole Sinnott will start to edge into view, but he has to go all the way up high there into lane 2. Still tries it. I think Chohan reacts, feels someone breathing down his neck, and that path made more difficult for Sinnott, just run out of things, but does have a good opportunity. Obviously we ran out before the time qualifiers in the women's, which there were also 6. We'll have a look at the target time in a moment, because that'll be interesting just to see what it is. I wonder whether it's around 50 seconds or so. Women's long jump qualification Group B. At the moment, we've obviously midway through second pool. Top 12 mark is 5:18, held by Coralie Cook. Hannah Whitby we're looking at here. Hannah has a best of 5:24. It's in the top 12 at the moment, but I think you'd want to improve with one more group to come.
Right, just checking. Certainly the men's long jump is now coming through on the roster.
This is Malia Parsons of Edinburgh.
And the women's long jump.
She managed to find a green arm sleeve as well to match the kit. I've never seen one of those before.
Yeah, not bad. Do you ever run with those?
I like to run with one. I don't really know why. My motto is kind of, if I'm going to lose, I might as well lose in style. But it's kind of got to the point now I'm so used to running in one. I've always quite liked it, kind of styling, kind of getting a bit more style into kind of a costume. If people agree it's style or not, I'm not sure. But I've always kind of enjoyed running in one, or trying to do something different as well, kind of rather than just having the boxed on vest and shorts.
Thank you. Sterling 573, King 565.
So Parson awaiting home moment. 4:44 so far. So he builds some speed on the runway. Get some height on that jump. Edging towards conclusions for both of these pools. Second groups in both cases. This is Ayub Zahid of City St George's. Red flag for him, 6:32 he has so far. And he's outside the top 12 at the moment in order to make it into the final. With still one group to come later. Ben McCaffer is in 12th place, 6:39. Okay, so this now is heat number 10. Owen Bezic, Portsmouth. Warwick's Chinedu Ndukwu. Jonathan Brewer Brunel. Wow, that works well. almost as well as Khalil Bruni of Brunel. Daniel Corrigan of Liverpool John Moores, Cardiff's Will Parkinson, and Joe Wheeler of Cardiff Met. So just having a look, by the way, at the target time for the 6th non-automatic spot, it's 51.58, so actually a bit slower than I thought, probably because people are quite far back.
Brunel athletes pushed very hard here. The Cardiff Met athletes trying to go around the outside now. 23.4 at the bell.
So yes, it's Wheeler of Cardiff Met here in the maroon vest, but look at this, another Welsh student here, Parkinson. Cardiff Met from Cardiff, they'll like that. And Brunel now into 3rd place. Top 2 going through automatically.
Cardiff Met athlete looking very nice there, very relaxed. I'm sure we'll be happy with that. Very strong. It's especially hard when it's hard going around the kind of outside if you go into the bow, but you look very strong though. A Cardiff Met 1-2.
Yeah, as these heats are slower now, it's less likely than someone is going to be faster than 51.58. So yeah, Finn Whiteman, remember he was the athlete who sort of got knocked on the top bend. He's by far the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers in this position now. 50.20 he has. Next best is 50.79 Henry Stewart, and then Cole Sinnott 50.99. Again, who has just run out of it for 3rd place. So yeah, kind of shows if you can hang on to the top 2 and try and be as close to them as possible at the finish, then it's the next best thing, certainly.
Is it 5 semis they're doing, or is it 4 this year?
Let's see
I believe it was 5 last year, which is it's a lot to have kind of a semi-final, but I guess it gives everyone another opportunity to have a race.
Yeah, it would be 5, wouldn't it? 2 in each times 12 plus 6. Back we go to the long jump. Bar, by the way, still in the high jump. We're at 3rd attempts at 183. I think we're getting towards the point where we're deciding things. Still seemingly in the 2nd round of 2nd pool of long jump qualification. So Adam Hull, 7.24. A few moments ago, bettered Murray Fotheringham's 7.03 in the 1st group. And that's just really to get us closer to an idea of who might challenge. Stephen McKenzie, one of the gold medal contenders, will go in the 3rd group later on, as will Oreo Adepegba of Birmingham. So we've got 2 more heats coming up in the 400 metres.
Into the penultimate round of 400 heats now. Heat 11 of 12. Lane 2, you've got Mitch Jewett of Oxford Brookes. Lane 3, you've got Oscar Kawajinski of Leeds. Lane 4, Robert Marlowe of Birmingham. Lane 5, Isaac Ogolande of Coventry. And Lane 6, Cole Flint of Worcester. Rob Marlowe possibly the favourite of this. I know he's moved training groups to train with James Wright, so along with some other good 4 hurdlers, like the aforementioned Jake Minchell and Sam Lunt. He's got out hard here, another Birmingham athlete as well. Looking very strong here, he's taken out this quite hard. I think he's run a couple of 400 so far this year. And Ogalande going well behind him. Rob looking very easy here. He's got quite a nice lead. Ogalande challenging behind, but it looks like those two are quite clear of third. Comes down to here, Rob just trying to look relaxed here, looking very easy as he comes into the final 50. Though Marlowe and Ogalande to come through quite comfortably here in first and second. Quicker than we've seen before in the last couple of heats, so I think Rob will be very happy with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that third place will be faster than 51.58, and remains the target time, therefore, with one more heat left to go. So Bradley Francis of Aberdeen, James Shaw of Newcastle, Douglas Rogan Ray of St Andrews, York's Angus Files, the Yearwood Oladokan of UCL in a moment's time. But we're looking here, yeah, Marlowe, nice gap this to Ogunlade. You can see he's just focused on the target in front and trying to manage that gap and making sure he's keeping track of his own race and not getting too distracted in the meantime.
So I think it's quite hard when you're running a 400 in lane one after the bow. It's quite hard to kind of roughly know where you're at. So you kind of just got to make sure you stay focused. You can't switch off too much because otherwise someone will come past you. But I think he's dealt with that quite well. Again, this is his first year running for Birmingham, but it's that kind of issue of in a heat, if you are quite far in front, you just got to make sure you don't take your foot off too far, because then you will start to get challenges out of nowhere, and it can be quite hard to react to that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all athletes have negotiated heat without major incidents like that, which has been quite good to see. You know, high level of professionalism, you might say. Some long run-ups here. You can see they've marked them down. I was watching Sophie Warden. I don't think it was an old video, but she showed like a BUCS competition bag video. Everything she brought with her, including tape to lay down those markers to position a run-up. Louis Reynolds here.
He's had a good indoor season so far. I think he's added a couple centimetres to his PB, so I'm sure again it'll be one of those hoping to maybe go, I think, above 2 metres for the first time this competition, to build on the kind of the work he's done so far.
Yeah, so I think bar now 191, and just looking if everything's coming through okay, which it is now. A bit of a delay with that, but 12 athletes are at least over 163. But we're just waiting to see what else happens at 191. We might not need to go up higher. But the other pool is still at 188, you see.
I think it's interesting what you're talking about with people bringing stuff in their bag. Some people pack much heavier than others. Some people pack very light as well. Some people would kind of take half the house with them just in case something drastic happens.
Yeah, like choice of kit.
As long as you've got your spikes and water, I think you're pretty much okay.
Well, we've seen an athlete run, I think it was the England Under-23 Championships, without spikes, because he left them in Birmingham.
I turned up to my first competition last year without spikes as well. I left them at home. That was why they were at my parents' house, and obviously when I was up at uni, I kind of thought they were at my uni house, and they weren't, so I had to borrow some quite quickly.
Francis Shaw, Rogan Ray, Files, and Oladokan. Big noise here. Wonder which unit that's for. Wonder whether it's Newcastle. They're often quite loud. They sometimes bring cowbells as well. So this is Bradley Francis of Aberdeen. Different Aberdeen vest to some of the other teammates are wearing. Some of the athletes wear BUCS vest or vests of their own. 23.17, again quite comparable with some of these later heats. Looking for something around 50 seconds. James Shaw of Newcastle in second place. UCL's Oladokan in third. And looking pretty relaxed, our leader here, Francis.
Newcastle athlete challenging quite well behind as well. As Losu look kind of
pushing very hard.
That's quick for a heat at this stage, about 49.57. Looks very good.
Yeah, impressed with that second lap. And that speed endurance there from Bradley Francis. Okay, so yeah, same question as we had with the women's. Now we've seen everyone at least once. What flavour are we getting so far?
I think there's a few surprises. I think it's kind of Alex Cooper, sorry, looked very kind of strong, obviously, but I think that was to be expected. But I think some other people kind of, like Nathaniel Diaz, looked very strong. And obviously in the later heats as well, we saw people like Rob Marlowe looking very relaxed as well. So I think Ben Heron looks strong. I think it's quite hard to tell in the heat because I guess if you're out on your own, you've got no one to run against, you won't maybe push, or you won't be able to run as well as possibly when there's other people. So I think the semis will kind of be a bit more of a teller. But I think Alex Cooper kind of maybe looking as the favourite, but then I think behind that it could be kind of very close just to make the final, let alone to go for medals as well. So it could be a very closely fought race by the end.
Yeah, fascinating. Alex Cooper obviously looking to regain his title that he won now 3 years ago, 2022. And yeah, I think 2022 was like the return of BUCS Indoors, of course. 2020 was the one we didn't know about the pandemic then, even though it was a nasty surprise around the corner. That
I think that was the first one I watched. That was the one that got me kind of into. Well, I remember that's when I was getting into athletics as well. So it was kind of. I still remember. I don't know why I was watching. I was like 14, but I quite enjoyed it. So then I kind of knew I wanted to run at BUCS.
Oh, you were 14 in 2020?
Yeah.
Oh right. Wow.
At the time, I think I might have been 15 by the end of it, but yeah. So I knew a couple of people I used to train with for racing, but it looked fun and it's looking good. It's getting quite busy as well still. Okay, it's a nice mix of kind of athletes and just kind of people supporting in the stands.
So, high jump qualification ongoing. Bar still at 191 first attempts. Obviously, we do have two pools. Lionel Awona is one of those who's now over 188. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see really, because it's an ever-changing picture. But we do have 6 athletes clear at 188. And then just one other further at 183. We can also try and tidy up what happened so far as non-automatic qualification in the men's 400. So it appears to be that all results are in. So it seems that way. Finn Whiteman does get in. Henry Stewart, Cole Sinnott, Archie Sloan, Mayiwa Oladokan, who was last in that heat. Sorry, who was third in that heat. And Khalid Ali, the last of the non-automatic time qualifiers. 51.09 was needed. And those last two both got personal best there. So, yes, even though they may have felt disappointment, they did make it through. I saw Jess Norkett was in tears yesterday after just missing out on the automatic places, but she did make it through as a time qualifier in the end. So, obviously didn't run the race that she wanted to, but still, it was good enough.
I think it's one of those things as well that when you've got so much adrenaline and nerves, it can all just kind of come rushing out after the end of the race. I know kind of it can come out in great happiness, but it can also kind of go out in kind of anger and frustration and stuff. So I think you don't really experience much like the emotions similar to race day as you do often in other day-to-day life activities. So it kind of everyone comes out differently, but it does show that even if you don't qualify top 2, there is still opportunities to make your way through, and then you sometimes do see people playing the fastest lose or fastest qualifiers to end up making the final as well.
So lots to look forward to for the rest of the day. Men's shot put medals are going to be decided. We're going to have the relay heats to end the day, but also 200, 800 semis on the way, and then the 1500s to come later on, and expecting the women's 1500 to be a final, of course. So those will be the track medals decided.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
Take these beautiful things that I've got. Things that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got. Things that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, shit getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in the fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. 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 I'm living on the bright side.
Qualification from the BUCS 11 of them to the semi-final. The first two go for automatically, and there'll be just two non-automatic qualifiers. So again, 24 athletes through the semi-finals, of which there will be 4.
Athletes being called to their marks. This is the first 200-metre action that we've seen. And we will have 11 heats for the women. It will be 2+2 for qualification. Top trio going through to semi-finals. This title was won last year by Brooke Ironside, who is seeded first and in this heat, the 60-metre finalist, running for Health Sciences University. Not one I think I've ever mentioned before in a long time commentating on this competition, but look at this from Ironside. Oh wow, quite a margin there. 24.43 for Ironside. So that was very, very close for the second position as well, just behind.
She took the title here last year for Ironside. She set a championship record of 23.37, bettering that of Katie Mills from 2019. James Shaw and the 1-2, as I called them, are through to the semi-final. P2 on lane 2 through to 6. All the athletes out there going to see. In lane 2, Monster University, Gabriella Barkley Acton. In 3, representing Worcester University, Libby Oliver. In 4, from Nottingham University, Zoe Baker. In 5, from Kent University, Christabel and Ponsa. And completing the lineup from Loughborough University, the reigning BUCS 400-metre outdoor champion, indoor 200-metre bronze medalist here last year, Poppy Malik.
So Brooke Ironside winning the first heat. She has a personal best of 23.11 run last year, 23.83 outdoors. Poppy Malik will go in this second heat. So there was a brilliant performance outdoors to win the title over 400. And in a similar way to Emily Newnham, she's emerging for Loughborough and has been really strong at BUCS over the last year or so.
Yeah, again, it's one of those athletes who has kind of that good range of being able to kind of go from 200 and 400, so it's kind of, she can pick and choose what she wants to do, which means she's very quick over the 200 as well. I think she made the final last year as well over the 2 indoors, so and has obviously run very quick indoors for the 400 as well, going 52 seconds already.
Personal best of 23.6. Who else is in this one? We've got Gabriella Barkley Agipong of Oxford, Worcester's Libby Oliver, Zoe Dake of Nottingham. So a couple of athletes who were in the 60 metres yesterday. Christabel Amponsa of Kent, and then Malik of Loughborough. She was, I remember, part of a 4x400 metre relay team with Katarina Johnson-Thompson at the Loughborough International a couple of years ago, which was a bit of a surprise, and it was quite cool for her as well at that stage of her young career.
I think it's a nice thing about Loughborough, you get to meet so many different people and get to meet so many great athletes as well. Get the opportunity to do things like that.
Yeah, well, so few opportunities to run a 4x4, and Loughborough International is sometimes where people try and show some form, but KJ2 not really, I don't think, trying to get into relay selections for major championships. So Malik going well here. It almost looked like the three behind was in front, just because she was the only one on the screen. 24.16 for Poppy Malik here.
Looked very strong there.
About half a second off a personal best, and then Zoe Dake coming through, getting that second spot, it looked like.
It's one of those things of being in lane 6 running blind. You don't quite know where anyone else is. You have to go and push quite hard regardless, because you want to make sure you don't feel anyone come up your inside. As long as no one overtakes you, you're perfect. So you normally see people in lane 6 push a little bit harder, I think, for the 200s in heats.
So expected to see Natasha Harrison, so another really strong Loughborough. They're going to have a great team for the women's 4x2.
I do feel like with a 4x2 though, no matter how good you are, you never quite know what's going to happen at changeovers. But I think if you can get a good lead off as well, and you can get out the lead, you can avoid that kind of all the changeover exchanges and stuff, and the drama that happens there as long as you're in front. So a good team will be really useful for that.
Yeah, there was a great battle. I think Isabel Boffey did the 4x2 a couple of years ago, and there was on the final leg against Natasha Harrison, and I was like, surely not. I was mad because Boffey herself had done well in the 400 that year, but yeah, fascinating stuff. Malik there on the outside. We have seen gold won from lane 6, certainly. Just trying to remember the name of the Welsh athlete. It'll come to me in a minute.
I prefer going for lane 6 for an indoor too. I don't like being able to see anyone else. I think if you're at the outside, you get the biggest downhill when you're running down, and like you don't have to focus on anyone else. So it's quite nice just to be able to go focus on yourself. I know lots of people prefer lane 5, but I think kind of having that extra kind of height when you're coming down in the final 50 can really pay off well.
Hannah Longdon it was. The athlete I was thinking of. Fairly sure she won from lane 6. Yes, it was 2 years ago. Well, Natasha Harrison had actually European under-20 4x4 success in 2019. So you were in 13 then, probably.
Yeah.
That year.
I think I was running like 13.5 for 100 metres at that point.
Wow, yeah. So Isabel Boffey, Louise Evans, who also was part of that 4x4 with KJT, and Amber Anning won European under-20 gold. And Amber Anning was like, she was like 100 metres ahead of everyone else. But Anning was, she's given opportunities at European and World Indoors, and now look at what she's doing at the moment. I think she ran a world lead last night, although it's kind of, I'm sure that will be eclipsed before too long.
So over in Arkansas.
Was indeed, yeah. So let's have a look at this one. Harrison from Christina Poulsen there. Patterson, St Mary's, Walton leads Beckett, Serena Thomas, Southampton. So Tasha Harrison there on the inside this time around. So really different seedings for the top athlete, which is very interesting. Harrison now in the colours of Manchester Met. You see there, I assumed she was running for Loughborough, but I didn't look closely enough. Well, that's not going to be the time, is it?
So that'd be very quick, especially from lane 2 as well. It's kind of the issue of the heats with it not being kind of you're not the quickest people don't go outside lane. You can get any lane, so you just have to kind of deal with.
So why is that then? Because go on.
Well, actually, that makes it fair. I guess you don't want. I guess if you're having the heat seed as the first person goes first, I think makes it. I guess it's a fair opportunity for everyone to have a good opportunity. I mean, you don't want to give the fastest people the outside lanes, otherwise they'll just walk. It's not very fair as well. I think if you want to give everyone a fair opportunity, it should be random in lanes. When you've seen people run from lane 2 or lane 6 kind of thing.
So it's seeded, but not to the point where it becomes a walkover.
Yeah,
what we're saying.
I think that's quite nice. Obviously, if I was competing, I wouldn't want that at all. I'd want to be like outside lanes, but it's kind of the nature, I think. Yeah, and obviously, what then it means you can push through, and it can kind of mess up some people's competition. I know I remember some people seeing like they've only got lane 2 in a heat, and they couldn't run as quickly as they've been given like lane 3 and 4 the rest of the time. So, I mean, it can be quite frustrating, but I think you don't want to make it a complete walkover, and you don't want to kind of give the best athletes the best opportunities all the time, because if they're good enough, they should be able to win kind of no matter what from what lane. Especially if you're running 19.33 from lane 2.
That battle for 3rd and 4th looked like it might have been won there by Serena Thomas. Just looking at that slow-mo replay, Southampton athlete might have been ahead of Millie Walton there, but it was extremely close and will be looked at by photo finish. So, looking at this next heat, that's Dougal of Nottingham Trent. Another Harriet Watt vest I saw there, fluorescent yellow on the front. Sophie Widowson, Victoria of Swansea, Amelia Hart of Bath Spa, Strathclyde's Evie Rennick and Lois Garland, University of the Highlands and Islands. Now, she was a 60 finalist, did well there, but 200 tends to be her stronger event. She was the silver medalist outdoors last year, having been 4th indoors. Scottish University's champion over 100 and 200. So she's one of those who's probably come from one of the furthest to be here.
So I've never heard of that uni, but where's the university based?
The Highlands and Islands, so top of Scotland.
That is a long way to come for BUCS Indoors.
Well, it's a long even to come for Scottish Championships, because I remember, yeah, so obviously athletes come from Orkney and Shetland. Yeah, take boats.
I'm sure training will be
flights.
interesting up there as well. It's so high up. Like,
there's some beautiful tracks up there. Yeah, they have got some great facilities. So, not everything is in the bigger cities. There's also a DNS here. It's in lane 5. So these athletes being held a while. Looks like all of our field qualification for now is concluded. We always see athletes here in the gym. I mean, what motivation that must be, to be on a treadmill watching other people perform, or daunting.
Well, I remember being in lane 6 and seeing someone wave at me as I was about to go into a race from the treadmill. So yeah, I think it's quite cool. It's a nice like quirk of the track here. I think it's quite a nice thing to have.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's definitely a quirk.
It's a good view to watch when you're running yourself.
Dougal, Widdowson of Hart, Rennick and Garland, minus the Rennick. So Garland will definitely push hard on the outside, and there's going to be a naturally big gap there. Swansea athlete of also going well here. You see no one else quite on the screen here. Widdowson just emerges. Behind Garland, good battle. Widdowson does just make it.
I think so. 25.06. The winning time.
So Brooke Ironside and Lois Garland, first and second at BUCS previously, and they might do battle again.
She set her personal best in the semi-final at BUCS in Manchester, 23.92 in the semi-final. And she's rather dominating this fourth heat of the women's 200. Just waiting for the competitors in G5 to move on to the track.
was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, but I calmed the seas, and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. When you've been to hell and back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. Legends are born when the battle is raging. The blood in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. Oh, oh, oh. I put it all on the line and I made it. Reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend.
Are you in fold? In fold, 5 men students. Matilda Perry. In 5 from Cambridge.
Heat 5 of 11 of the women's 200 metres coming up now. It is all 6 lanes being used. In lane 1 is Liv Davis of Durham. Lane 2 is Angelica Operinde of Stirling. Lane 3 is Ayamide Cole of Exeter. Lane 4, Matilda Perry of Cardiff Met. Lane 5, Helen Pretorius, the fastest in the heat with a PB of 24.06 from Cambridge. And lane 6, Olivia Mensah of Kent.
Yeah, so 200 metres only action going on currently. The men's 200 getting away just after us at 2:15.
Helen Pretorius, the Australian athlete as well. I didn't see anything there. It looked out. No, I'm not sure I saw. I was looking at lane 4, 5, 6 there.
No, it's always a test to see whether we're concentrating really, isn't it? You're watching the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here, and we are a couple of heats into the women's 200 metres, with the men's 200 following, then 800s and 1500s and relays, with a long jump and high jump qualification in the field, shot put final coming up last event.
Green card. I didn't think I saw anyone full start there. I always find with a full start that it makes my nerves go. I feel like it makes me relax a bit more when someone full starts, or if it's just the gun goes off.
What, because they're human?
Yeah, it kind of just takes it away, takes away the pressure, makes it seem like, puts a bit more into perspective. I think it's not that. I think it just relaxes.
So
as expected. Helen Pretoria's got a good start, has Matilda Perry from Cardiff Met. She's challenging there as they go into the top end. Looks like she's going to take the lead here, actually. Got a big lead now, looking comfy. It's quite close for the second, but it looks like Helen Pretoria's going to come through, maybe challenge for the lead here. It's very close on the line. That's definitely the quickest heat, the closest heat we've seen, sorry. I think it was a little bit of a surprise there, but very well run from Matilda Perry of Cardiff Met. Very close to a PB of 25.43.
Yeah, compared to the previous heat of 25.06, so really Brooke Ironside, Poppy Malik, Natasha Harrison, Lois Garland, we've seen to this point bigger margins in their victories, but yeah, we like seeing these closer heats. So this one kind of heavy on the outside, more condensed there. By this point on the back straight, these top two become rather clear. Marion Pretorius, Australian national 4x4 relay champion in 2023.
See that 400 strength actually closed very well. I mean, so Matilda Perry got out very quickly, but Helen closed very well, though, making it very close on the line.
So athletes are out for the following heat. We'll take you through that lineup in a moment. So this weekend, BUCS are working with a long-term partnership to promote Milk, the Every Moment campaign, and showcasing Milk's nutritional values, which can support student athletes in preparation either for their event or with recovery. You can complete a short survey via the cards at the Milk Every Moment stand on the balcony to get a free prize and be within a chance to win a £100 voucher of your choice. There is also a man walking around in a cow mascot costume. We'll give you a go at that later, if you like. So, Eve Gary of Aberdeen, Soraya Rogers of Royal Holloway, Loughborough's Harita Badra, Tamsin Fowley of Edinburgh, Amelia Large of Edge Hill, Amber Richardson of Sheffield. Whistle goes here, you can see right across the officials and announcers and most of the crowd. Some people were looking more awake than others, maybe trying to do what you did, Alex, and just get a bit of rest in the stands.
Especially if you're coming from a 400 heat as well, you'd be so drained that you kind of want it to be nice and quiet in the stands now rather than loud, but it's one of those things.
Yeah, so as athletics is so important to me, I was very nervous going into the race.
So top two going through automatically to the semi-finals tomorrow. And then there'll be 2 rounds if you can make it to the final, and possibly a relay as well. Badra going nicely through the centre. And Richardson on the outside in the black and yellow vest of Sheffield. Badra, Indian athlete who's come into the Loughborough team in the last couple of years. He's looked pretty strong for them. 24.46 there on the clock. So a couple of tenths off what we saw from her teammate Poppy Malik. Still a nice clean race there.
A bit quicker than the previous couple of heats as well. Looks strong there. Good. Should get a good lane for the semi-finals from that performance.
Yeah, and not too far off her 24.2 personal best set recently here in Sheffield, just towards the end of last month, so a couple of weeks ago. I recall her getting a medal in the relay, but otherwise individually she's been a bit unlucky on occasion. She was a semi-finalist a couple of years ago outdoors, heats indoors that year, and then yeah, again semi-finalist here indoors, and in the 60 metres, 8th in the finals, so looking to go a bit better here. It's quite satisfying when you sometimes see someone who's been always a semi-finalist, then making that breakthrough. And sometimes it just does come in later years because other athletes have moved on and graduated.
Yeah, I think it's got the nice nature kind of BUCS. Obviously, you can't really stick around and compete forever. So if you can't,
well, people have tried.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're going to do like a 10-year-long like PhD or something afterwards, but it's like one of those things. If you don't win the first couple of years, there's still kind of opportunities afterwards. Kind of guess you get old and some people leave and stuff. So it does leave opportunities, but it means it's not going to be dominated by one person like every year for the next like kind of 5-10 years as well.
Yeah. Well, obviously the pandemic interrupted some people's BUCS careers, but then plenty of people I think extended as a result and tried to continue and get a more normal university experience, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit like you kind of see over in America as well, like the NCAA. Some of them are competing for like 6-7 years and they've managed to find eligibility. So yeah, it's interesting. You kind of get like 18-year-olds running against 24-year-olds. But I guess once you get into the senior ranks, it's where you're going to kind of experience more anyway. So it's just not too bad.
Well, Jamie Webb competing until recent years. Jess Judd competed for a long time, a good 7 years. Alex Haydock-Wilson, of course. Even James Thie. You know James Thie? Distance coach, yeah. He was competing as of 10 years ago.
I know someone I know's coach was competing yesterday and he was 34 years old. I think he was in the 60 metres, so it's kind of, I guess it gives all opportunities. We can still at uni, why not compete?
I wonder whether we do have the mascot race today. Perhaps I should be checking this. Otherwise, some curious stuff going off there. Clearly, if those are the shoes that come with the mascot costume and they're not optimal for a lap of this track.
I'm sure some people do cut holes in the bottom of theirs to fit spikes.
That would be, yeah, could work. Not sure what it does to the durability. Yeah, mascot races. You see, it was one race and now they have heats in the final, I think. So that's at 1:30 tomorrow. Okay, let's have a look here at Madeline Aston of Liverpool John Moores. For Brunel, it's Michelle V. Wamba, Isabella Wigley of Cardiff Baths, Neka Oko, Esme Bourne of Southampton, and Katrina Scott of Glasgow. So Michelle V. Wamba probably the athlete to watch out here. 24.32 personal best, 25.30 this year. The Middlesex County champion. Coming well through the centre here, though, is Isabella Wigley. So Wigley against Wamba. 2 W's, 25.12. So as someone who has run 400 and 200 indoors, obviously apart from 1 lap versus 2, what do you feel are the differences in the way you approach the competition?
I think my mentality when I'm going to the 400 is always a little bit more, I'm always a little bit more kind of tentative because I know no matter what it's going to hurt. But with the 200, I'm just excited to go run a 200. I think depending on kind of the competition, I remember doing England under 20s and you can't really relax up too much in a 200, but it was still 3 races in a day, so that was quite long to have for that kind of competition for a 200. So you've got to, I don't know, it's more kind of, you've got to be more switched on, I think, for a 200. It's quite hard to kind of maintain that concentration because I think doing 400 training means I don't get as tired running lots of 2s as maybe like a 1-2 sprinter, but it's that kind of, with a 400 it's more just kind of maintaining your body, where I think the 200 is maintaining your mind and preparing that a bit more for a 200 to kind of keep the concentration going.
Yeah, and it depends where you are in terms of lanes as well. This was a really interesting battle because, yeah, again, the top-ranked athlete, and actually it was a similar sort of situation by the time we got to the 7th or 8th heat of the men's 200, the men's 400, we saw a different winner from what we maybe expected. You see there Andy Henderson along the top of the concourse, leading out the Leeds Beckett team here, and of course, yes, coached some great athletes over the years, including Alex Bell, Ethan Hussey and others in Leeds. Obviously, you talked about Stuart Marshall, who's got a group that's expanded over the last few years, and yeah, as I understand, it has groups in different locations, but broadly known as under the Godiva Marshall Sprints banner.
Yeah, I think he's up to 3 groups. We've got a new Bristol group as well. So
Bristol.
Yeah. We got Isaac Corey, who's a.
There's a lot of travelling around.
Yeah, I think sometimes it'd be like it will set the session for. Some of the sessions we kind of do it ourselves, but then it's a lot of competition to come to watch and stuff. So he's down in he's watching the Keelys Classic today, but he's also had Henry, so I've just been speaking to him. He's been on the phone to him as well. So it's kind of a lot of athletes to manage, but I think he's good at it and he does a good job at keeping us all kind of in track.
Yeah. So well, that's the thing. You just have to get everyone to compete at the same event.
Yeah, exactly.
They can race each other. Yeah.
Kind of push for all of us to get one event, but I think obviously there is some kind of varying levels. So some people get invited to stuff, so it's a little bit harder to.
That's true.
Yeah. I think overall, especially with the Loughborough group, a couple of years ago it was only 2 of them. I think it was Ellis Greytrix and Ben Higgins, and obviously the group's expanded now a bit more. So he's done a quite good job of recruiting as well, like the Warwick group as well.
Yeah. So George Seary is at Warwick. Yeah.
He's moved to the Loughborough group now. So he was at Warwick, for hurdler. Now he's moved. He's living with Ben and Charlie up in Loughborough. So he's training full time up with us with her here. And of course, when we go to warm weather training, there's hundreds of us to look after. Coming up to heat 8 of the women's 200 as well. Lane 1 is Ella Welch of Leeds. Lane 2 is Alice Woodhouse of Newcastle. Lane 3 is Izzy Tustin of Cardiff. Lane 4 is Amy Garrett of Durham. Lane 5 is Sophie Evans of UWS. And lane 6 is Sarah Long of Queen Mary's. Quickest personal best is Alice Woodhouse of Newcastle with 21.5. Actually, no, it's not. Apologies. It's Izzy Tustin of Cardiff with 24.3. Both of those are in lane 2 and lane 3, so it might give an opportunity for someone in the outside lanes to have another chance, as they won't have to negotiate as tight of a bend. Very loud roar there. A good start from Izzy Tustin. She's very quickly made up the stagger on lane 4, lane 2 as well. Of Alice Woodhouse is going strong. But it looks like it's going to be all Izzy Tustin as they go into the top bend. She's now going through the motions as well. Lane 2 is challenging as well. It's going to be very close for second place. This is going to be Izzy Tustin coming through well here, and Alice Woodhouse is second possibly. But here comes Athlete from lane 5. Looks like it's going to be lane 3 from lane 2 there. 25.35. It's kind of similar to what we've seen recently in the last couple of heats.
Yeah, strong for Tustin, young Welsh sprinter. Strong performance there from Tustin, the sort of athlete who might have a chance of making the Commonwealth Games next year for Wales. If they select a relay squad, indeed. So let's have another look here. So you can see she is in lane 3 there. Woodhouse, formerly of Edge Hill, now Newcastle, has her as the target in the distance. Just watch as these two come through, and Tustin, doesn't need to even think about anyone in the race. 3 heats left to go. So we're starting to think as well who might feature in relay teams as well. But there's always a variation of people you could bring in well beyond the 200 metres. But yeah, what do we think about some of the relay teams that we might see later on?
I think it's interesting. Obviously, you kind of got your usual kind of favourites of kind of Loughborough, Birmingham. But I think Brunel always will put out a good short sprint. It's kind of one of those things. If you get through to the semis and the finals, will you want to kind of do the heats, and that can make it a bit more interesting. You have to find someone else. So you sometimes get the typical stronger teams don't always do as well if they're having to find maybe like an 800 metre runner, because their 200 metre runners won't want to do it. But I think it looks like some of the 200 metre athletes that have done well have come from maybe smaller unis, so it might be quite open for the actual 200 relay teams itself. But you would have thought, I mean, Loughborough have had 2 good strong runners, but it depends on the kind of the depth they have as well. So kind of their 3rd and 4th runners, you obviously can't compete at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see who people can bring in and compete.
Yes, so a fair estimate though that Loughborough, Brunel, Birmingham would be strong come the final, but also interesting to see how many teams do put out relay teams, and for some it will be the highlight, and yeah, for some people who you often see they kind of got captain's duties or media duties and things like that as one of their key focuses, but then they will help make up a relay team for one of the smaller universities though, just for that participation element, that could be biggest part of maybe someone's BUCS career, actually, to be part of that relay and be able to put out a team.
I think it's nice as well if it gets more people involved in racing and stuff. Like, it's always fun. Everyone likes racing, so if you can get as many people racing as possible, especially because it's only 2 people who can do it per race, right, compared to like 4, I believe, outdoors. So it kind of gives more people an opportunity who might only be able to race outdoors rather than indoors as well. I think Cardiff Met will have a good team as well. They've got some good 200 metre runners.
Yeah, Cardiff Met have won the 4x1 outdoors. At one point they had Mika Moore, GB Winter Olympian in bobsleigh, and they have had also Amy Odenaya, who's become a good 400 metre runner, Melissa Roberts, and trying to think, Charlotte Winfield, is it? Who became a Maltese international, competed at the Olympic Games. So looking at this lineup that's to come next, Heat 10 of 11, Isabel Walton, Stephanie Brooks, Helena Jelenska, Matilda Robinson, Bronwyn Mooney and Leah Hussein. So King's College, Cardiff Met, St Andrews UCL, Sheffield Hallam and Warwick all featuring here. And Steph Brooks of Cardiff Met will be the fastest athlete in this one. Personal best of 24.65, just a couple of hundredths of a second outside that she was at the Welsh Championships, where she was 2nd. So underway here. Scarlett Thomas Wright of Birmingham.
Looking very strong. They've gone up very well, especially through 120 there. Looking quite a long way clear here. The athlete in lane 1's going well as well, especially negotiating the tighter bends, but it's looking very strong there.
Yes, 24.32, which very comparable with the likes of Poppy Malek and Brooke Ironside. Very strong performance there from Scarlett Thomas Wright. Scarlett Thomas Wright for Birmingham, who's part of the Invicta East Kent Club. Personal best of 24.58. Southern bronze medalist already this year with a PB 7.55. That was over 60 metres. That spikes off straight away.
She bettered her PB there, hasn't she? I think by 2/10. Was that indoor PB?
Yeah, was the 24.58. Really strong way to start. So it leaves us with 2 more heats to come. So do have a look on the Roster Athletics website and app for everything that's coming up today, to mark your card for who you're watching out for. Mostly semi-final action on the way, apart from the women's 1500 final, but really interesting in particular to see. Always love to see the 800 meters in particular, just the amount of pace to burn, the stacked finals full of talent and all contenders. 400 meters really good as well, but the men's 200 meters coming up in around 15 minutes time, and then women's 800 from 3:35. In the field, again, quite a long break in action in the field, interestingly, of a couple of hours, which I'm a bit surprised by. I thought they might have brought something in now to make the schedule a little bit lighter tomorrow. It's a good moment for a FaceTime call.
Got to show off the stadium.
Or be real. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm always amazed when people do make calls at a point where it'd be so difficult to actually make yourself heard, like in a club. When someone calls you, like, well, just why would you answer that?
I guess if it's that important to show someone like a track or a stadium,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
No better time. Got to get the atmosphere behind you as well. They can kind of, the person listening can hear how big it is or how good the club is.
Well, it's just muffled, so you can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, in the field, we've got a 3 o'clock third pull of qualification, men and women's long jump, as well as that men and women's high jump at the same time. And then 5 minutes after that, men's shot put. So, 2 more heats left to go.
So it's heat 10 of 11, so coming into the final 2. Lane 1 is Isabel Walton of King's College. Lane 2, Stephanie Brooks of Cardiff Met. She's the fastest in this heat with a PB of 24.65. Lane 3 is Helena Jelenska of St Andrews. Lane 4, Matilda Robinson of UCL. Lane 5, Browin Mooney of Sheffield Hallam, another quick athlete with a PB of 24.95. And Lane 6, Leah Hussein of Warwick. It looks like there might be a DNS in Lane 4, so that'd be Matilda Robinson of UCL.
See you later. Yeah, I'm safe journey back.
It's a good start from the Sheffield Hallam of Lane 5. Stephanie Brooks of Cardiff Met well, going very strongly in Lane 2. It looks like those two are going to be far away clear. Stephanie Brooks now powering around on the inside. It looks like she might just take the lead here, depending on how well the bank is. Oh, here comes an athlete from Lane 5 as well. It's going to be those two quite comfortably clear. And those front two, 24.82, a little bit faster than we'd expect to see in a later heat like this. But those two look very, very comfortable there. Doing exactly what they need to do, both looking strong. Should put them in a decent lane as well for tomorrow.
Yeah, Brooks, who's always competed well in a range of events, including some of the jumps for Cardiff Met, as well as her club Yate in the National Athletics League. I believe they'll be in the Championship West again this year. Brooks here, she makes up that ground quite quickly early on. St Andrews pale blue vest on her outside. Jelenska, she goes past, and then past all but one at this point. making use of that second lane, running that bend really smoothly there.
Does show the kind of difference you get from being in an outside lane and indoor, though the athlete from lane 5 was able to power through quite comfortably. She had that kind of bigger downhill to come down. I mean, obviously you've got to go up higher, but which means that kind of final 50 is just a little bit easier if you're coming from lane 2, where you don't get the kind of downhill running as much.
This is what's left today. Obviously we're well into these 200-metre heats, and well, when you look at it like that, it doesn't look like there's much on the way, but it's just the fact that there are quite a few heats, particularly the men's 200 metres coming up. We know, by the way, who the athletes will be in the men's shot put final later on, following qualification a little bit earlier.
Heats 11 of 11, 22 in lane 1, King's College, Tara Bartlett. In 2, representing Manchester Banks, Isabel Fox. In 3,
Just let you know who they are, indeed. Dante McNichol, Alan Lewis, Bryden Duncan, Jacob Matthews, I'm sure will be a big contender, James Hayward, David Paula, win a medal also, along with Alfie Williams of Loughborough, and Zach Davis, his teammate, Ebenezer Ibarra too, George Asprey, Alistair Brown and Charlie Williams. Looking forward to seeing the women's high jump qualification as well.
It's final heats of the women's 200 now, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, so again we are nearly at this point where we've seen everybody, but I think we need to see the semi-finals in this case to get a clearer idea whether anyone might be challenging Brooke Ironside, Poppy Malik. Obviously it's not Natasha Harrison's strongest event, but you might say the same about Poppy Malik, whereas Brooke Ironside 200 does seem to be her strongest suit. Lois Garland as well. Not sure whether anyone else is quite at that level. Obviously, as we know, there aren't that many championships where medals are won in the 200 metres. Yes, it is the case at the UK indoors, but we often get a lesser known name winning that, just because it's not something you can qualify for an international championships for. It hasn't been for some years, just because people were pulling out when they were drawn the inside lanes. So Tara Bartlett of King's College, Isabel White of Manchester Met, Vanessa Ansua of St George's. Yeah, another test to see whether we're concentrating. Didn't spot anything there. Chichi Ojigbani of Manchester, Charlotte Bevan of Aberdeen, Maya Stewart of Birmingham then. Okay, that was clear movement there from Isabel White. I was just looking down at the lineup.
I know Maya Stewart's she trains with Mike Bennett in Birmingham. She's a good heptathlete, competed for Scotland a couple of times as well. So kind of, again, you've got that opportunity indoors to kind of do a couple of events which you don't have to do the whole competition.
Yeah, I don't often see the heptathletes choose the 200 because they're maybe less likely to get a higher ranking. Obviously, we have seen the sprint hurdles and the shot put much more common. There was one year we had Neve Emerson and Jade O'Dowda and Abigail Paula all in the shot put, highly ranked. So now that gap following the disqualification of Isabel White. Vanessa Ansua coming through nicely here for St George's. Also going well, Charlotte Bevan of Aberdeen in the blue. So Bevan doing very nicely in the latter stage of this race, coming through from Maya Stewart and then Ansua in third place. 24.68, nice finish to that race. Very, very strong, as you say, coming higher up in order to go down once again and powering off that bend very nicely. 24.67 for Charlotte Bevan. She's probably kind of waited to get this heat underway and just wants to really push and make the most of it.
It's one of those ones when you have so many heats, you start kind of warming up pretty much when the first heat started. You've got such a long time period beforehand. You don't want to be waiting around too long. It's kind of the advantage of going first. You get to, despite the fact that everyone gets to see what you run, I mean, you get to warm down before everyone else, you get to cool down, you can go home and get food before everyone else. It just makes it a bit easier if you're going in the first heats.
Yeah, especially in this situation where these heats started about 50 minutes ago. Okay, well, 15 minutes until the men's 200 metres. No other action on track. They may indeed go a bit early in the 200 metres, but we'll be back when they return.
Charlotte Bevan in 5, the quickest on paper of the 5 athletes left in after the DQ in 2, and it is Charlotte Bevan going to come off the bend in the lead. The Aberdeen University students. Another reminder, the Ascot race tomorrow. If your university has not yet entered, then please go onto the BUCS website before 11 o'clock.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I can go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
Take these beautiful things that I've got. Think that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got. Think that I've got.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
To the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, she getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in a fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through. I love the world today. I'm living on the right side. 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 I'm living on the bright side. I'm living on the bright side. I am the dark horse rising, outsider with a rebel yell. Push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself. Fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough, it's in my blood. I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. I was born for this.
So the men out on the track for heat 1 of 14. 200 metres qualification. The first 2 qualify automatically, and then there are just 2 non-automatic fastest qualifiers. In this first heat, in lane 2, representing Exeter University, will be Aki Akikoku. In 3, from Birmingham University, will be Thomas Brooks. In 4, representing Leeds Beckett, will be the reigning Northern Indoor Champion and the defending BUCS Indoor Champion, David Chapman. In 5, from Liverpool University, Alfie Mumford. And in 6, from Imperial College London, Alistair Phelan. That is your lineup for heat 1 of 14, men's 200.
So a bit of a break in track action. No more, because it's the men's 200 metres now on your screen. We've got David Chapman, terrific gold medal for him around this time 12 months ago, from Harry Taylor, Joe Houseland, Jason Kalala on that occasion. We'll see who else might contend, but yeah, Chapman comes in looking strong, you would have thought. But what was interesting, it kind of followed the same names winning over 60 and 200. David Morgan Harrison had won a couple of years in a row. Tyler Panton had always been strong 60 and 200. But Chapman, he doesn't double up, tends to just do the 200 and focus on one event here. So looking strong here.
The Leeds Beckett crowd's deafening here as well for David. It's looking very strong though, as you'd expect from lane 4. Nice and tidy.
Chapman through from Thomas Brooks, and 2 by 2 going through.
I think with David, I don't think he's much of a 60 specialist. I think with him in the taller wrap, he doesn't get out. I don't think he's gone sub 7 before. I mean, but it doesn't really matter when he's doing a 200. He's got plenty of time to make up, as he did last year when he managed to close down Harry Taylor on the line, kind of thing, and win. So it's one of those things you don't always need the quickest start in a 200.
Yeah, quite an astute performer last year. It was particularly impressive. 2092, his personal best. Alex Haydock-Wilson would have a faster PB, but we understand that he is not running. Unfortunately, he is on the start list, the latest start list that was brought out an hour ago. Let's have another look here. So Thomas Brooks is in the red vest of Birmingham. He is the eventual second placer who makes it through. David Chapman in front, again, one of those, doesn't have to think about anyone else in the race. This is a good point though to remember. We do have 2 non-automatic qualifiers, and to see who actually went through from the women's, just the 2, making it really, really tough if you're not there. So having a look here was Amber Richardson, 25.51 PB from heat number 6, and Sophie Evans, also a third placer this time in heat number 8, also a PB 25.82. Quite a gap there, 25.82 making it in 25.96 not.
Heat 2 of the 14 in lane 1.
this heat too gives someone a good opportunity to get a nice automatic qualifying place, especially if they would have come third with Haydock Wilson there. So it'll be interesting to see it kind of come through. It's quite evenly split after Alex. A couple of people running 22s as well, 22 mids.
Yeah, so we had a situation obviously in the men's 400 metres where Jake Minchell dropped out for Birmingham, and the reserve was then placed in that second heat, despite that reserve not being nearly as fast. I mean, still did quite well, I think, Lenoir. So still in theory worthy of that spot. Here we have just a straightforward DNS. Well, that's what we're expecting anyway. Just trying to count the athletes out there. That would be the...
Yeah, I don't see any kind of purple of luck for us. I don't think they've managed... I don't know how close it was he decided to DNS, but I mean, it's kind of with these things with these bigger teams, you normally do have replacements, but if it's so close to the race about to start, I guess you can't. It's too late to kind of register an athlete or find someone who's like warmed up to do it. I would have happily stepped in, but I don't think my hamstring could make it round at the moment.
So, let's remind ourselves of this lineup. Now, Robin Snedden in this, I'm sure we've already seen him in the 400 metres.
That's quite a brave double up if you're doing that in a quick turnaround.
Well, yes, because you were commentating on his heat.
Yes, he was. He was the one who came around quite nicely. So, I mean, should have a good... he should take the momentum with him for this. He's the fastest person in the heat now, I think, so it should be quite good.
Yeah, Snedden on the outside, Thomas Henshaw, Aman Ali, Luke Austin, Joshua Martin all the way to the inside. Joshua Martin actually going quite well for St Mary's. Tight inside line, there is Snedden. Push off this bend now. Let's have a look here, Robin Snedden again, he can afford to, he's up here, 22.47.
Seems to have held off the lactic there, seems to have managed to flush out quite well. I think that's a slight, is that like an ever so slight PB as well from there? That could be quite challenging tomorrow if he's going to do both, especially if he's got semis and if he makes the semi or a final for both.
Isn't it?
If he just make final of both, that's 4 races very close together. I don't think that, unless you're like Wade van Niekerk, I don't think that's very possible to do.
He ran 50.36 to win his heat, the 7th heat. So just having a look here, it's now 20 past 2, and his 400 metre heat earlier would have been at 12:35. So what's that, 1 hour 40 minutes? Would you do that?
I think that's manageable. I think that's less. I think that's more time we had in between the semis and the finals of 400 yesterday. But I think doing that again tomorrow will be quite hard. I'm sure his legs are hurting a lot now. So I guess it's half the distance as the 4, but it's still I'm sure as he was coming down that second bank, his legs were starting to hurt. I think that's doable though for today at least.
Yeah. Well, the men's 400 metre semi-finals 12:20 tomorrow, and then 1:10 for the 200 metres. So they're the other way around actually. Don't know if there might be a preference there. But again, 5 semi-finals, or could be ended up being 4, but yeah, probably 5, and therefore it could again depend where you are within those semis. That could make a bit of a difference. Not as much though.
So if you're the final semi-final, then going into the race again, you're not going to have much time at all to kind of get ready again.
2024 Welsh outdoor champion.
Yeah, could be as much as half an hour. As little as half an hour. And then the finals, 2:50 for the 400 and 3:10 for the 200. I think what he'll do is he'll see which competition develops better, and then probably end up in one final rather than 2.
I think the 200 probably be the better one. He did run very well in the 4 as well. So guess the semi-finals give a good indicator.
Well, he was actually 14th fastest, but not fully representative in any of the heats. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. So here we've got Shampi Seeley of Kingston, James Lee of East Anglia, Virgil Doe of Surrey, Alex Azu of Cardiff Met, got them a bronze medal in the relays last year. Of course, Jeremiah's brother, Ryan Smith of Bangor, and Ollie Clark of Sheffield then. So Alex Azu then becomes the second best athlete overall. Personal best of 21.02. He's got a 60-metre PB already this year of 6.83. He was 8th at BUCS Outdoors last year.
So he made really good progression over that 200. I think he took almost like half a second off his PB last year, so he's looking like he'll be in good form again for the 200 indoors here.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jeremiah obviously much more of a 160 specialist, but maybe Alex trying something different, trying to focus on the 200. So Azu there pushing away from lane 4 in the maroon of Cardiff Met, and no one able to go with his pace as he powers down the back straight now. Ollie Clark of Sheffield, you can see there on the outside, trying to focus on his own race. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals tomorrow, as we've been discussing. Azu, 22.32, so in between the heat wins that we've seen so far for Chapman and Snedden. Stadium announcer just mentioning the championship record. You said you were watching in 2020. Championship records in both the men's 60 and the 200 metres in 2020, which is quite cool. It was Andrew Morgan Harrison who kind of predated his brother David. Both winning gold for Hull. I think Charlie Dobson in the 60-metre winning gold.
I think 20.66 is going to be quite hard to break, especially on like a track like Sheffield. Obviously it's still quick, but 20.66 is very kind of quick, especially for like for a Sheffield 200. I think that'd be a while until that gets beaten.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would agree with that. But Andrew Morgan Harrison seems to be a very, very good indoor 200-metre runner. He also won the UK indoor title. The men's 400 metres jointly held by Cameron Chalmers and David Hall. This is probably before you were watching BUCS, but Cameron Chalmers, he did the triple-double. So he won BUCS 3 years in a row outdoors individually, 3 years in a row in the relay as well. And in 2018 they were so far back in 6th, 7th place that he and Ben Claridge just assumed that they'd be jogging around to see if they could maybe get a medal, and ended up winning gold. So that, I mean, that sort of thing takes some beating. Yeah, I recommend watching that Cameron Chalmers success. And obviously he's sort of tried to break through at senior level, has done so to some extent. Alistair Chalmers now doing that, and he potentially could be part of the GB 4x4 team, but is more of a 400 hurdle specialist. Great performance from him at the UK Championships in wet conditions when he had one opportunity to run the standard, the Olympic standard, and did that. Incredible that was.
Yeah, I remember watching it. Obviously I trained with Alex Nibbs, who came second in that race, so obviously it was good to see Alistair kind of win, and obviously it's nice to see someone make the team. Obviously it's a bit gutting to see Alex obviously kind of win or come second and him to run under protest, but I guess it's one of those things that happens, and I think they'll have a good rivalry this year. Alex are training very well, and I think that'll be quite interesting to see who can win it again this year.
Yeah, I forgot that was the additional circumstance, wasn't it? Yeah, extraordinary stuff really.
I remember everyone being on the group chats like, has Alex won or not? Because obviously no one knew, because he was running under protest. So I think he found out about half an hour later or something that he had come second, but it was still a really good race. I think was it 1 in 48.5, I think, so it was very quick for kind of a wet track in the UK.
Yeah, it was extraordinary, but sometimes you do see people set personal best in spite of what appear to be tricky conditions, and I think it's just psychologically they managed to just execute the plan as they would without those conditions. Obviously, if it's completely torrential, then it might be a bit different.
I guess that final mindset, you're going into the final, you're going to push harder, I guess, isn't it? So it's one of those things that you kind of forget about the weather and just go run as best as you can.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was speaking to Jade Lally, who's recently retired, the two-time Commonwealth medalist discus thrower, and she was saying that she always struggled when it rained. And obviously, like, yeah, Formula One analogy came in. It's like, you know, it's not like you have wet weather tyres, and some people can feel the grip in the conditions like Lewis Hamilton or whoever. But she was saying, yeah, it was a psychological thing. When it rained, circle was slippery, I couldn't take it out of my mind like other people could.
Yeah.
How are you in the rain?
I've only ever raced in the rain once or twice. I'm not sure, I don't think I've ever done a 400 in kind of raining properly, but I think it's one of those things you just got to go do it, I guess. Everyone else, again, it's one of the things everyone else has got to compete the same. If it's just a championship, you're not aiming for a time, it's all right, but if you're going for a time, it's not always going to be the quickest. I think Michael Norman once ran 43.6 in the rain, so I guess some people prefer it, but it is one of those things, if you're going for a championship, it shouldn't make too much of a difference because everyone else has to, unless you have one big puddle in your lane.
Heat number 4, the men's 200. Rocco Hu, Sussex. UCL's Achuko Edward. Harry Taylor of Loughborough, the one to watch here. Alistair Eddington of Manchester. Tom Pritchard of Leeds. Liam Roberts of St Mary. So Harry Taylor, correct me if I'm wrong, but won the relay gold last year, and Brunel got revenge outdoors. So that's the battle we're really looking forward to seeing.
That will be good, and I think it'll be nice to see David versus Harry again now that Alex Haydock-Wilson's pulled out, so those two can kind of go, if they can both make the fun, they can go at each other again. It's got out very well. He's been I know he's been working his 6 year, like I think he's got a new PB. You can show it, see in this race here, he's got out very well here, kind of making up the stag on all the athletes outside him, going from lane 3, so it's going to be a little bit tighter, but he's going out very well here. Quite close behind him, but it looks like it's the Leeds athlete behind, but Harry Taylor looking around, jogging down, looking comfy there for 22.2.
Yeah, so second fastest of the heat so far behind David Chapman. Will be interesting to see them go head to head. I have it that Alex Azou and Harry Taylor do have the same personal best, so yeah, I wonder how you place the athletes in which heat depending on when they have the same personal best.
I believe
maybe alphabetically.
I believe Harry's is indoors though, so I guess if Alex is running outdoors, I guess it's a bit more recent. But I'm not sure if that's how they did it or not.
Yeah, and obviously the PBs that are showing here on the start list are really sometimes called best performances, BPs, you know, what's within the last couple of years representative time, which is sometimes feels a bit harsh and sometimes makes things look really awry if someone hasn't run a time for a long time, but actually they've been injured or something like that. So, heat number 5 coming up next.
So it's heat 5. Lane 2 is Matthias Mann of Sussex. Lane 3 is the fastest athlete in the heat, Jack Forrest of Wolverhampton with a PB of 21.18. Lane 4 is Salah Ferozi of Imperial with a PB of 23.43. Lane 5 is Vladislav Levchenko of Exeter, and lane 6 is Aaron Marty of University of West England with a PB of 22.1. So it's actually quite close. You've got 3 athletes all going sub 23 at least, so it should be quite close to the automatic qualifying times.
University of West England, Aaron Marty. That is the lineup for the 5th of 14 heats. 5th of the 14 heats, men's 200. Result from heat 4 of the men's 200. Win confirmed for Harry Taylor in 22.23. Tom Pritchard second in 22.67. And unfortunately, Liam Roberts and there is DQ.
So it's heat 5 now of the men's 200. Jack Forrest perhaps the favourite to win this, but he's going from lane 3, which makes it a little bit harder to do. Gives an opportunity for someone like Aaron Marty in lane 6 to maybe come and take a surprise victory. Jack Forrest got out well, so has the Vladislav Lachenko extra in lane 5. Looks like it's Jack powering through. He had to do the run. He had to do 4 rounds or 3 rounds of the 60 yesterday as well, but he looks like he's coming through nicely here. It looks like Vladislav Lachenko of extras running well. He might be closing him down here. But it looks like Jack's going to come through and take this in 22.05, so slightly quicker than we've seen so far. Then Lachenko in 2nd, and 3rd place of Aaron Marty was not too far behind at all as well.
Yeah, Jack, as you say, part of that run-off for the 60 and then just beaten in that. It was quite a good race actually between 2 athletes right before the final. He'll be frustrated, but ultimately there's not much more he could have done really, apart from maybe run thousandth of a second faster in the initial semi-final, but he can't really control that other than do his best in it. So that nice Wolverhampton vest as well with the Wolf logo. Forrest getting up to speed really nicely, motoring down this back straight, leaning into the bend smoothly.
I wonder if he stuck that logo over Birchwood Harrier's vest.
I don't think he has, but
He looked quite similar. I believe he runs for Birchwood as well, so I wonder if he's just like cut out. It's quite good intuition.
Maybe
if
he
he's
thinks
done
the colour suits him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Wolverhampton have had quite different colours to that previous. So athletes aren't yet out for the next heat. Alex Houchin joining me in the commentary box. Won the 400 metre gold indoors last year. We were going through some of the championship records a moment ago. Guy Learmonth in the 800 metres, holding that since 2011. But I think one of the oldest was broken last year. They've been held by Lisa Dobrisky. I think it was a 3,000 metres, by Alex Millard, 9:06. But the oldest is actually now 2007. There are a couple from 2007, 3 indeed. 800 metres, women's 800 metres, and men's to some extent. We just don't get fast races.
I think it's one of those things for indoors, though, isn't it? It's never going to be as quick as outdoors, especially. You're going around 4 times, you're doing a lot more of the bends as well. So I mean, it won't make too much of a difference, but it still does just mean it's tighter as well. You're having to go around more. But I think 800 is one of those ones that indoors, it depends on the pace and how quick you're going to go, which makes the heats interesting as well.
Yes, and you kind of need 2 athletes pushing one another, I think, in that situation, and choosing to go for it. But I think the outdoor record is a couple of seconds faster. Marilyn Okoro from 2003. Here it's Charlotte Best of Loughborough, 2:05.32. You can also see, like, no disrespect to anyone, but some of these athletes are household names. Some of them, that might have been their best achievement. That sums up BUCS in a way, actually, and I think that actually credits the achievement for some athletes and how special it can be. And most of these have been broken in the last few years, though. We mentioned Holly Bradshaw, 2020, that's 4:65, so quite a bit above what was needed for a medal this year. Serena Vincent, that's a recent one in the shot put. She broke that on more than one occasion. In the 4x200 metres, so that's quite interesting. Sheffield Hallam, maybe not a university that you would expect, but they broke that in 2020. 1:25.19. Brunel on the women's side from 2009. That is quite a long time that stood. But it's, I don't know, it's difficult maybe to think about what would be a really good 4x200 metre time, because it's not an event that we're normally that used to seeing anyway. compared to the other relays, and there's so many variables within that anyway.
I was trying to work it out between kind of in my head about how quick that is, but splits box, you've got to kind of go 21 mid, isn't it? 21 low for one.
Something like that, yeah.
Representing Brunel, 2022 pass out your on service, and
It's very good maths, actually. Okay, so heat number 6, Jason Kalala featuring in this. So obviously a gold medalist outdoors in the 4x1, getting revenge, and he really enjoyed celebrating that, as he probably knew, and he certainly enjoys the rivalry with Loughborough and being very open about it. Whereas I think Loughborough rather focus on the performance element than that kind of, you know, that sort of boxing weigh in who's who fighting talk.
Yeah, I think like Brunel might have a bit more kind of free range on their Instagram to post what they think. I think Loughborough like to keep a bit more professional, but I think it's nice to see a rivalry, especially kind of you don't get to see too many teams go against each other, so it's quite nice to see a rivalry between Brunel and Loughborough. And it kind of 1-1 this last year, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes this year.
Other athletes in, Jonathan Henney, I'm sure he was also in the 400. James Brimble of Solent, Joel Burgess of Hallam, Chimacum Peter Oke of Leeds Beckett, then Kalala, then Chima and Dukwu of Warwick. So Jason Kalala, also a silver medalist here indoors in the relay, 4th individually. Got a medal in this event outdoors, bronze in 2022. So DNS here as well, I think, from Brimble. Jason Kalala going very nicely, and Joel Burgess as well. So these two coming towards the line, and it's going to be Burgess and Kalala, 22.09. So 3rd fastest heat so far.
I think Jason kind of realised he could rest up there for a second, rest up for the semi-finals. I think that's important, especially when you have 3 races so close together. You don't always need to push as fast as you think you should do.
Yeah, Jason was someone who may run the heat, the relay as well. There's still some time until that. So that's not until after 5 o'clock, and it's not 3 yet. So he'd now be considered someone who is very experienced at this level. 21.18 personal best, 22.34 this year. So a similar sort of PB to Forrest. A little off what's been achieved by Taylor Azu and obviously Chapman, but yeah, in this point in proceedings, Chapman looking very, very strong to defend his title.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those ones where it's the heats, it's like you said in the 400, it's quite hard until they start racing against maybe people closer to their times in the semis, but I think it is kind of looking like David Chapman, Harry Taylor, Alex Azu could all be like the kind of the favourites now for a medal. I think when they get to the final, obviously lanes will play a big factor into the final of who gets what, but I think they're looking like the favourites at the moment, but you never know, someone might come through in the heat later on.
So athletes are already out then for heat number 7, which will feature Isaac Marsh. Personal best 21.41 recently in the Northern Indoor Championships, had been 21.52. You can also see here the women's high jumpers have started to warm up. Men's high jump qualification earlier. So alongside Marsh, again we're was saying, yes, sometimes the fastest athlete goes in the inside, sometimes the outside, and sometimes in the centre. Sebastian Filo of Newcastle, Warwick's Dev Thacker, Daniel Hindle of Durham, Xander Scott of Robert Gordon, Jackie Ho of Manchester Met. Another Hong Kong athlete, we saw Tin Liu get a bronze medal in the 60 yesterday. So reminder that it's the top 2 going through in each heat towards the semi-finals, which will take place tomorrow, and then 2 time qualifiers across all of the 14 heats. So that's a really tough ask if you're outside the top 2. So we'll try and keep the rest of the high jump when it gets underway, but not expecting that to start for some time. They'll just be warming up for quite a few minutes now. It's scheduled to start at 3:15 for more than half an hour's time. So Marsh, Filo, Thacker, Hindle, Scott and Ho. And you can see there, going nicely is Xander Scott of Robert Gordon in the darkest vest. Really working hard, but now through on the inside, Isaac Marsh, as we thought he might. The black and yellow of Sheffield, Marsh, 22:15. So we've had something like the last 5 heats separated by little more than a couple of tenths. Again, looking good in David Chapman's favour. Chapman, the man who won last year, of course. Tyler Panton winning the outdoor title ahead of Chapman, but he isn't here. Well, Marsh here, Alex, he did really well on that tight inside lane 1.
Yeah, I think so. Again, he's another one of those athletes who has taken off a big chunk of their PB again this indoor season. So I think he looked very strong there, especially running 22.1 from lane 1 is perhaps a little bit more impressive than someone who's kind of running a 22.0 from lane 4-5. But then it doesn't really matter in the heats because you never know how much people are pushing again. Again, to use an F1 analogy, it's a bit like practice rather than going qualifying. So it's one of those ones, like, until you get to the final race or Q3 of qualifying, you never quite know how fast someone could go. So someone might run a 22.0, a 22.1, and someone could run a 21.9. But if that person who's run the 22.0, 22.1 is very much relaxed, they could produce a much quicker time in semis and final.
Yeah, I love that. Well, why not bring in the test driver?
Exactly.
It's like the reserve being these occasions for Friday practice. Yeah. Another F1 analogy I used was when you're coming after lap back markers and the athlete at the front of the pack has to kind of figure out how to negotiate it. I know it's obviously not quite the same, but can be.
I've never really known what you do as if you are a back marker. You meant to get out the way, you meant to stay in the middle. I've seen some people stay and some people get out the way. I guess it depends on how experienced you are of being lapped, perhaps. So I presume you'd want to get out the way, but I guess if you don't know they're approaching, it's one of those hard ones to do. You do need a blue flag system to get them out the way.
Yeah, well, especially, I mean, I've done quite a bit of motor racing, and sometimes you're at a level where there aren't blue flags. Just putting full on the racing element of it, and so you assume that it is a rival.
Yeah.
And then you know when they're really cheesed off when they come past, like, what are you doing? You've been holding me up for 4 laps. And then you know, okay. But you just don't want to let everyone else through just because they appear to be faster.
I think I remember seeing it was like Mo Farah when he won either the 5 or the 10k at London 2012, and the back marker got overtaken on the final lap. It was the final 200. I think I'd want to keep trying to push for that final 200, stay with them for the final pack, get a bit more TV time, I guess. So.
Yeah.
But then I guess
I hadn't thought of it that way.
I guess you don't want to like disrupt someone on it if they're going really well. So it's kind of like one of those ones.
So Dan Evans, not the tennis one, goes in lane 2 for Edge Hill. Aled James of Liverpool John Moores, Theo Dunquart, Bangor, Jevon Sutherland of Kent, and Matthew Burton of Coventry. So just looking on the list of entries of fastest athletes in order suggests that Freddie Arkle, following his personal best in the 60 metres, doesn't appear to be in the 200 metres.
I think he might have pulled up in the 60 metre final. I'm not sure how bad it was, but I guess you don't want to push it again.
That's a good point, actually, yes. In the middle of that photo finish, yes, that did happen. Well remembered. 22:11, the fastest PB therefore for Theo Danquois. This is quite close. Javon Sullivan 22:67. Danquois, this is his third season of BUCS. In a semi-finalist outdoors 2023, and again indoors 2024. So would, I'm sure, like to make a final. Northern finalist outdoors last year. So 5 athletes in this: Evans, James, Danquois, Sutherland and Burton. This is heat number 8 of the men's 200 metres here at BUCS Indoors. Good start there. Look at that, Javon Sutherland powering down the back straight. He knows that Theo Danquois is coming and breathing down his neck now. Look at him puffing his cheeks. His hair almost blowing with the momentum that he's produced. That's aerodynamically. Theo Danquois, the green and yellow. Got to watch out here for Sutherland. Doesn't matter, they're both through. 22:67, so a nice clean heat there. Very close to the personal best, I'm sure, is Sutherland, given that the winning time was his PB before the race, and then he came second there. Give us a flavour then, Alex, behind the scenes, what's going on in the Loughborough camp across the weekend, and indeed, you know, what we do see on the track, but there's a whole lot more that we don't see.
I feel like indoors is quite different to outdoors because outdoors, obviously being in Manchester, it's a bit further drive, so everyone's kind of staying in the hotel, and that's quite nice because obviously, I mean, I remember going down, we had a sauna and a hot tub, and I remember going down with some of the people in our team, go sit in the hot tub and had a quick sauna as well, which is quite nice actually as a rehab, especially after kind of doing the 400s. Indoors is a little bit different because there's no hotel provided, with it only being kind of 45-50 minutes, so everyone gets the bus, but that's a very early bus. It's like 7 AM in the morning, so it's kind of a early start, but I think it's obviously a good team cohesion. It's one of the biggest teams we had is around at BUCS, but it's much more kind of, I think indoors is much more kind of, everyone's kind of focused on their in the south. There's kind of less chance to kind of socialise a bit. Obviously, I've just spoken to a couple of people walking around, and obviously going to be sitting together, but I think everyone kind of wants to get their own stuff done, everyone's supporting each other, but it's a bit different compared to outdoors when you can all go back and then eat meals and stuff. That's a big kind of, normally go out for big meals with the whole team, which is really nice to do. It's a good chance to get to know people from like other events you might not normally see.
Confirm the result of heat 8. Theo Danquois, 22.67. John Sutherland, 22.75. In heat 9, in lane 2, for Nottingham University, Kayul Abdullahi. In lane 3, representing Cardiff Met, Jacob Winter. In 4, from Birmingham City, Ellis Watson. In 5, from St Andrews University, Douglas Ria. And in 6, of King's College, Pierre Walker. There's your lineup from heat 9 of 14, men's 200.
So heat number 9 with Quayam Abdullahi of Nottingham, Cardiff Met's Jacob Winter, Ellis Watson, Birmingham City, Douglas Rogan Ray St Andrews. Also, we've seen earlier on in the 400, Pierre Walker of King's College London. Jacob Winter of Cardiff Met, one of those to watch out for here. Personal best of 22.07. That was set the Worcestershire College Championships in Stourport, May 2023. Was second at the Welsh indoors. He's a Welsh athlete as well, so would have got a medal for that. So strolling through very nicely, 22.79. So we're now seeing some of these later heats, the time just slipping a little bit, but no real judgment on the athletes. Obviously, it's just the fact that David Chapman may well remain the only sub-22 performance. And just thinking, actually, you know, David Chapman, he's won BUCS, he could do it again this year. What do you think it sort of takes for him to try and push on to that next level? Probably end up being progress outdoors more than indoors. He might try and win the UK indoor title next weekend, though.
Yeah, I think it's another one of the ones, like, it's great to have, like, obviously winning BUCS gives good momentum to a season. I think it's one of those ones, again, though, obviously just got to get back and train hard. I think kind of with British indoors that go out next week, if you can win this, it takes good momentum. I think it should put you in a good stead to win again or have a good title contender next week at British Champs. But then, and then outdoors, you just got to go straight back into training. It's an odd one indoors because you have a couple months off with no racing after racing so much, and then try and prepare yourself for outdoors.
Yeah, so looking here at this win for Jacob Winter, you can see in second place at this point Abdullahi of Nottingham. Let's have a look. This is actually pretty close to the line. Yeah, it's the athlete nearest the camera, Pierre Walker, King's College London, in the black vest there with the red trim. Yeah, so David Chapman's PB, 20.92, the same as David Morgan Harrison, the previous winner here. Yeah, 14th on the UK list last year, so if he could get towards top 10, it'd be a good measure. But you can see there are some athletes that are really, really strong at certain levels, like Luke Dorrell. He's a top club athlete, National Athletics League level. Joe Ferguson, he went to the World Championships, didn't he? That year where he set the standard, I seem to remember, he set the standard on the day of the British Champs, which is always, tremendous thing to do. A little bit like Alistair Chalmers, although Alistair Chalmers we knew was the one going for it. It's always nice. I think that was also a genuine surprise. So how long have you been training then with Stuart Marshall, and how long have you been part of that setup?
So when I moved to university is when I joined, so it was start of September 2023. I was I knew Loughborough would be kind of my main option of what I wanted to do. Then it was kind of finding a coach up there. So but Stu was kind of like the one I thought would be the best fit. So I'd actually trained at Birmingham University for both my years at sixth form with Mike Bennett and the whole Birmingham Sprints group. So it wasn't too big of a change. At the time I was quite sad to say goodbye to kind of the group and stuff. I still train with them when I come home for winter, but so it's been about a year and a half and I'm loving it. I mean, the group's really good, so I get beaten quite a lot in training, but I think that really helps, and it's for me, I know if I'm up there, I'm running well.
Yeah, and you've got some great athletes to train with, as you've been saying. Alex Houchin, that is the voice of. So, we're saying mid-22s, a lot of these heats. We've got DNS here in this next heat number 10. No Shion Evans. We've got Rory Voss of Stirling, Hindelo Tourist Southampton, Daniel Corrigan, Liverpool John Moores, Matthew Brown of Bath, Sydney Mendes of Middlesex. Rory Voss was also in the 60 metres yesterday. And looking strong here on the inside, you can see working extremely hard. Now we get into full view and you can see that Mendes of Middlesex fighting there with Brown of Bath. And that was probably the best battle that we've seen at this point. It pushed them to a good time to run towards the line. They'll probably need another look at that one, but Matthew Brown in the blue of Bath from lane 5, very strong at the end.
I think Rory should be able to get an automatic a fastest non-automatic qualifying space as well. I mean, it was quite hard from lane 1. He's obviously a very talented runner, but that lane, it just shows how hard running from lane 1 and the tightness is that he was working really hard there. He just kind of got slightly run out of it in the last 50, but I think he should have done enough to get through to the semi-finals as well.
Confirmed results of heat 9.
Let's have another look then. So Brown and Bath in lane 5, Voss and Sterling in the green in 1, and then Mendes in the black vest of Middlesex in 6. So Voss here on the inside. Mendes now leads the race, but coming through is Brown of Bath. And that means Voss just run out of the top 2. Having a look then for the target time, 2 non-automatic qualifiers. This will probably be without the result of Voss having come through just yet. So 23.03. Yeah, which is, he'll beat that. Oh, it has come through for Rory Voss, 22.60.
That's quicker than that's up there with some of the kind of slower, faster winning heats as well, so it should be perfectly fine there.
Absolutely.
Heat 11 now of 14, the men's 200. Lane 1 is Freddie Steele of Swansea. Lane 2 is Anteng Wang of York. Lane 3 is Joshua Maggs, the fastest in this heat with a PB of 21.71. Lane 4 is Thomas Leacock of Brunel. Lane 5 is Ewan Wallace of Aberdeen, and lane 6 is Liam Daly of Edinburgh.
Yes, a reminder of that target time, 23.03. Daniel Hindle in that spot at the moment. Rory Voss, 22.60. So certainly opportunity for someone to slot into that gap between them, a full tenths. And incidentally, there's an automatic qualifier on 23.47, so just shows you that that was one of the slower heats. In fact, it was, yeah, the one that was won just a few moments ago, I think, by Pierre Walker, 22.79, his winning time.
It does show how sometimes it is a little bit luck of the draw of what heat you get put in, and sometimes you just, like anything when it's a bit more randomised, you do just happen to get harder heat. But if you were to make it to a semi or a final, you're going to have to face some quick people regardless. So Josh Maggs and Thomas Leacock are probably the 2 favourites to go through here. Thomas Leacock's been on quite a few relays as well for Brunel. Good start from Thomas Leacock as well in lane 4. Josh Maggs following in behind. Those 2 looking to be going well, the best over the first 50. As into the top end, it looks fairly even, those 2 pulling well clear. The athlete in lane 1's also pulling along, but it looks like Josh Maggs is trying to challenge Thomas Leacock as they go down the final 50. It's very close here. It's going to be neck and neck as they cross the line. I think Josh Maggs just gets him on the dip. 22.0, so that's the second fastest heat we've seen so far. I suppose that's what happens when you have two people trying to race against each other as well.
Yeah, that was really exciting to see there. The two in quite similar vests as well.
There might be a PB for Thomas Leacock there as well.
Both for the middle lanes there, Mags and Leacock had that added advantage that they were pretty much neck and neck all the way through as a result. Let's have another look. So Mags from 3 at Bath, the lighter vest, Leacock in 4 then. Mags focusing on his own race, but knows that Leacock is there on the outside. He's the target. Both very strong down the home straight. Mags just shading it.
Very proud of their form, very well there. It's just Josh Maggs got them on the lean there.
Yeah, that recent personal best of 22.07. In fact, not that recent, sorry. So that was set 18 months ago in Lee Valley. Well, hope for more of the same, having seen that. Martynas Miliauskas, Lithuanian athlete representing Newcastle. Orija Ativo of Leeds. Kai Kanwakali Crawford of East London. Ethan Craven of Swansea. Nicholas Cameron of Stirling. Oh, sorry. And Daniel Bruce is here for Stirling. So he's just seen Rory Voss come third and still be in one of those important positions. So it hasn't changed actually. Still Voss 22.60. Hindle 23.03. And there's as much as a tenth of a second separating in from out at the moment. Joshua Maggs has actually been given officially 21.99. So putting him pretty close with Chapman, and I think that just show you that other people will probably run or certainly run sub 22 in the semi-finals. Seeing if I could spot anyone here. Not sure if I can. Maybe you can. You probably know more of the athletes here.
Not sure if I do there.
Colin from Bath University on the concourse.
Everyone's kind of in big groups of uni, so there's not a uni group I don't recognise.
Yeah. Miliauskas, Ativo, Crawford, Craven, Kamara and Bruce. So 3 more heats coming up. Let's go. Kai Crawford, personal best of 21.38. Fastest athlete in this. She represented the Cueva de Nerja club in Spain. I know that's where the Hullen sisters have also been brought up. And the Lucian under-23 champion indoors this year. So Crawford leading the way nicely from Craven. These two going through 22.05. So seeing some faster heats all of a sudden. And yeah, it could be a number of reasons for that, including, as we were saying at the end of the women's 200, just that desire to get underway after waiting so long. What do you do to keep busy in the call room, or not necessarily keep busy, but take your mind off things?
I'm always one of those ones. I normally just like sitting there. I'm not like one of the ones who like to jump around, bounce around. I'm more just happy sitting there. I mean, I don't actually think about the race too much. I try and visualise kind of getting out the blocks, but I'm more than happy. If you're there for like 20-30 minutes, there's no point focusing all the time. I'm more than happy just to sit there, be patient. About 5 minutes to go, I might start to get up and do a little bit of stretching so I don't tighten up. But in the most part, I'm just kind of like, I'm almost a little bit, not zoned out, but I'm just kind of just like in like a state of mind where I'm just, no, I'm about to go run, so nothing else is really distracting around there.
Keely Hodgkinson was doing a little video around the Utility Arena in Birmingham ahead of the Keely Classic, and she was saying, oh, this is the call room, this is where the races are won or lost. She was like, just kidding. So yeah, obviously some people are more chatty, aren't they? It all depends on the event group a lot of the time.
Yeah, I've never really been one to chat to people. Occasionally, I think BUCS is a little bit more social, so you kind of have a little chat between some. But I think people chat because they're nervous, I think, a lot of the time. And I've seen people do all sorts. I saw someone shadow boxing once, to kind of like people. If it's just a lot of nervous energy, it reminds me a bit like in the Hunger Games when they're about to go in the arena and everyone's staring at each other. It's a little bit, not to dramatise it a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that would definitely annoy me if someone was shadow boxing. Well, I don't know. We give them a certain aura. Third pool of men's long jumpers. As we know, 7:15 is the automatic mark to make it through. James Taylor of LSC, personal best 7:09. Two more heats of the men's 200 metres coming your way in a moment. This is obviously the first round of long jump qualification in this third group.
I think this heat could be a bit faster because you've got two people with sub-22 PBs in the outside two lanes against each other, so they might be pushing each other a bit further than we've seen in other heats.
Yeah, Liam Suttier and Yinla Mustafa, Robert Gordon and Kingston respectively. So in this men's long jump, just ahead of this third pool concluding, I can tell you that 6:53 at the moment is good enough to make the final, with only Adam Houle over 7:15 with a capital Q next to his name. 6:53 would make it. 6:52 at the moment doesn't, but that will certainly change. You've got Stephen McKenzie expected to be in this final group. He has a personal best of 7:92. As far as the women's competition goes, just looking across to the other pool, so we see Lauren Davey of Swansea there. 5:18 is good enough to make it. And two athletes are over 5:95. Only just though, Molly Palmer 6 metres, Amy Ware 6:01. So, women's high jump, not yet started, I don't think. They've been warming up for some time. Officially scheduled to start two pools. We'll have at 1/4 Making it through to the final automatically will require 172, or otherwise best 12 competitors. Men's shot put final. That appears to be about to start as well, so we'll try and catch some of that, because that's where the medals are being decided, whereas obviously the long jumpers and high jumpers, they will have their final tomorrow, so more important to focus on the shot put. We'll try and get some of that in.
Heat 13 off 14 next 200.
Nadia Sadler-Reeves of Canterbury Christchurch. So women's high jump, men's shot put, women's long jump, men's long jump, all getting started round about now. In the 200 metres. Limal Krensel, James Scott, Thomas Palmer, Joseph Herbert, Liam Sutty and Ayinla Mustafa. DNS there we can see, so that looks like Liam Sutty of Robert Gordon. Green card being shown here.
Bit of a shame with the DNS. I thought those two were going to push each other for quite a good race. They were quite closely matched, but
yeah, commentator's curse, my friend. That's what happens, I'm afraid. Just been having some start lists for the 4x200 metres, which is quite exciting. So yeah, we certainly have at least 4 heats for the women. Looks like, yeah, that's what will be the case, and not necessarily lane 1 being used, but decent participation, very good participation. So now on the way, let's have a look to see who gets a good first half of this race. You can see she's heavy on the inside here, but coming through, it's that Durham vest of James Scott. Looking here at Ayinla Mustafa of Kingston. And this might be enough of a gap for him to hold on to. It's going to be these two, Kingston and Durham. 22.78, Mustafa from Scott.
Following across the line by James Scott, Durham University. And in men's long jump, well, Steve McKenzie up to a great start. The automatic qualifying is men's long jump 7:15. What does Steve McKenzie do in the first round? He goes out to 7 metres 65. So it could be a very, well, it's trying to be a very good.
So having another look, heat number 13. James Scott of Durham, white vest at the front, some sort of purpley maroon in the back, on the outside, as we've been saying, going all the way high, but able to push down nice and smooth. Final phase of the 200. Oh, but he just falls there, didn't notice that initially.
it's issue when you're too relaxed.
Yeah.
The shot put final as we come to
And shakes it off, styles it out almost.
off 14.
Okay, so this is the men's shot put final, and yeah, just waiting for this first round to start. Another Durham vest here, so this should be the first effort. See with the tout there to maintain the good grip and make sure the shot isn't slipping. So a lifetime supply of that. Dante McNichol, another athlete who we've seen in multiple events, I feel. So this is the first effort of this men's shot put final. Seen some good battles for medals in the past here, likes of Jacob Matthews, Eli Pavlov. Just maintained his balance though and avoided slipping out the circle. And that's why it's being measured. As you can see, the white marks actually where the shots have landed in the warm-up. Alan Lewis of York. So I think that was that 11.69, that measurement that came up. Seems a little modest. Sometimes the digits are wrong. Alan Lewis again with that linear technique. Like a coiled spring, trying to transfer that energy. Bryden Duncan, just a shot of him there. Again, 11.81.
It's heat 14, well, the final heat of the men's 200. Lane 1, Osser Retton Ekaragbon of Liverpool. Lane 2, John Duty. Lane 3, Malachi Broderick. Lane 5, Vinay Sajir. Lane 5, Joshan Venkatasamy. And lane 6, Alexander McKenna. 2 people here with PBs of 21.87 together, so they're going to go to, that'll be a close finish. It's Venkatasamy going well on the outside and Ekaragbon going well on the inside. Those 2 both with PBs of 21.87. It looks like it's Venkatasamy leading with the outside lane, but Ekaragbon going well in lane 1. But it's a Sheffield Halamathu who takes the win 21.66. It's the quickest heat we've seen by quite a distance so far today.
Wow, fascinating that. Venkatasamy, who had that run-off just under half an hour before the 60-metre final yesterday, obviously meant that his performance in that 60-metre final wasn't fully representative, but yeah, he's a Mauritius international, represented him in the Francophone Games, and 21.91, I have it, was his indoor personal best. 21.19 he has run outdoors, so very interesting. So suddenly we have to wait right at the end, but yeah, he might be a competitor with David Chapman.
I think so, yeah. I think 21.66, no matter if that was a heat or a semi, that's a very, very quick time indoors, so that will put him with good momentum for going into the semis and the final. I think that puts him in contention for a medal. Whether or not that was flat out for him or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly, difficult to say. He probably would have enjoyed the later start as well, mid-afternoon here. Well, Alex Houchin, it's been great to have you join. Obviously, I know you would rather be on the track, but yeah, been interesting to chat to you and hear some of your insight and get you also to have a go at commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
No worries. You're welcome back anytime.
So we're in round 1, and the early leader is University of Birmingham's Jake Matthews. Second at the BUCS Outdoor Championships, Bryden Duncan has thrown 11.82 through now, and York University's Alan Lewis 11.81. And I think Daffy Paulette, I've just seen looking up the Cardiff Met student, I think he's just opened up with no mark. Finished third at the Welsh Indoor Championships this year. Alfie Williams, Loughborough, followed Daffield into the circle. Yes, it was
Charlie Williams in this men's shot put final.
Alfie Williams, though, opens up with 14 metres 35, which takes the Southern Indoor
Alfie Williams 14.35 into an early lead. Jacob Matthews just then 13.92. So you can see they are establishing themselves as medal contenders from the first round. Alistair Brown of Sheffield now. So 9th in the... See what he can do relative to the 14.35 of Williams. You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2025. This is the men's shot put final first round. We've got a qualification of the long jump and high jump, but We need to focus on where the medals are being won and lost. Zach Davis. Bear in mind a 14.35, the early target that has effectively been set by his Loughborough teammate, Williams. See, rotational technique there, maintains his balance well. So just looking at those sector markers, look like 14 and 16 and 18 are the ones that are out there, in between the former of those. Davis with a personal best of 16.57.
Mr. Brown now in third place.
15.31 so far this year. 14.32 has come up, so wow, just 3 centimetres separating our top 2 at this stage. Let's stay with this final for as long as we can. Ebenezer Abara of Hallam. So you can see they're slipping out of the circle. It will be a red flag. On to George Asprey of Winchester. Again, not a university we'll mention too many times, but good to give everyone a shout out. Very slightly off balance, but didn't affect him too much. Gets the white flag. Seeing if we'll get a look at this measurement. 12.19 for George Asprey. So he is in an early 5th place.
At the end of round 3, officials will identify the top 8 athletes and they will get a further 3 throws.
Some of the distances not really representative of what these athletes are capable of. It's only the first round at the end of the day. And now into the second with Dante McNichol, so he's improved to 11.85. Results, really nice to see they're coming through quickly. They weren't in the qualification, but they are for the final, which is good. Alan Lewis, 11.81 before. McNichol improving just then to 11.85, so he's gone ahead of Lewis.
Round 2,
don't forget, trying to get inside the top 8 to have all 6 efforts. So good rotational acceleration there. Pushing all the way through from Lewis.
Pretty sure that was Dante McNichol. Durham getting the...
Here is Biden Duncan, so we were talking to him yesterday, raising awareness, mental health and suicide prevention. Teal and purple laces, just see there. Putting out a documentary all about mental health challenges and being very open about what he's gone through personally and the pressure to do well in the sport amid expectation following initial success. See there the effort just going a little bit off to the left-hand side. Duncan does, though, appear to have improved to 12.62, so improves by 80 centimetres, and he replaces Asprey in 5th. Jacob Matthews. He's in 4th with 13.52. Top 3 at the moment: Williams, Davis, Brown, Loughborough and Sheffield.
Jake Matthews, Birmingham, just taking his second round effort.
Matthews, 5th indoors last year, 2nd outdoors.
So Jacob Matthews improves to 13.53.
13.53. in 4th place. He remains. Improvement by just 1 centimetre there. Can tell you that Steve McKenzie has qualified for the long jump final. Best jump we've seen today, I believe, 7:65. Oreo Falua out of Pegba has done the same with 7:30. So Paulett was one of the athletes who had no mark in the first round. We're already halfway through the second, so this final will progress quite quickly. But the best effort could come at any point. Alfie Williams, our leader, 14:35. Again, drifting off a little bit to the left-hand side, bit of a rueful look from him.
So the second round in the men's shot,
Alfie Williams,
no mark in round 1, but he's just gone out to 14 metres
15:19 so far this year, 15:44 his personal best. He's inside the UK top 10 at this early stage of the season.
The Welsh Championships, and he finished 3rd. So at the moment, 14 metres 35, leads from 14:30.
Charlie Williams of Sheffield Hallam.
Respectively, the 2 Loughborough students, Daffy Coyle currently in 3rd place, Cardiff next.
So Williams also one of those without a valid measurement to this point, but does get the white flag. So Alfie Williams in the second round there, 13:82, no improvement. Paulett did just then improve to 14:16. He hadn't set a valid measurement just yet, has done so now. He's in 3rd. So Williams, Davis, Paulett top 3, then Brown, Matthews, Duncan, Asprey, McNichol top 8. Full results, roster, athletics website and app. Alistair Brown has been pushed out of the medals at this very early point, second round. 13:97 to this point. He has that personal best this year, 14:15 recently. That was set at the Steel Cup here, where he was 4th. Steel Cup was won by Zach Davis, and here he is. Davis, 3 centimetres off the lead. Beat Alfie Williams on that occasion, and this is where the BUCS gold medal will be decided, but that has gone just out of the sector, it looks. Davis with 15:08, that's season's best. Well, not that season's best, but that Steel Cup effort 3 days before that was in Loughborough when he went out to 15:31. Well, at the end of the first round, we had 3 athletes who hadn't set a mark, and they've all done so. This is Abara's opportunity to follow suit. He'll definitely hope to do so. So stands in the circle. That, well, he chooses. Found that one again.
Will be the 2023 middle and under 20 outfield champion, Kira Devereaux. Then in lane 2 will be Jessica Norcott, the Loughborough student, Southern under 20 champion back in 2022.
George Asprey of Winchester in 7th place. Decent gap to outside the top 8. Obviously trying to continue in this competition beyond the first 3 rounds. So that gap some 38 centimetres. Moving into this 3rd round then, with Dante McNichol. He is in 8th place, 11:85.
She will go in lane 5.
McNichol, personal best 11:53. coming in to this competition. He's improved to 11.85 here. Again, that was another performance only just recently in January for the Tunbridge club athlete here competing for Durham, coached by Ian Presnell, another multi-eventer. He was here at the England, I think it's England, yeah, Combined Events Championships. And that was where he set his shot put best. And just looking before this year, doesn't appear to have done shot put, done the senior shot. So this is his first year as an under-23. So he would have been using a 6K implement. Well, moving on to track action, women's 800 metre semi-finals. So we'll resume with the shot put final before too long. Kira Devereaux, Jess Norcutt, who was in tears yesterday. She thought she'd missed out on a place in these semi-finals. Not so. Jodie Martin of Hull, Poppy Elton leads Beckett, Kate Bain of Exeter, Charlotte Buckley of Oxford. So really interesting this, and I think it's probably wide open for the medals without really strong favourite like Abigail Ives or Indian King, as we have seen in previous years. Charlotte Buckley, she was the silver medalist indoors last year behind Indian King, who looked fantastic on her BUCS debut. Buckley was also the fastest heat winner, 2:13.81, but not a representative time, as we know. Semi-final might not be representative either. Kira Devereaux, Midlands under 20 800 champion back in 2023, 2:10 at best. And we were saying that those with the likes of PBs, the 2:10, if the race is a little bit slower, as it so often is at BUCS, then it might allow athletes such as her to be very much in contention. But as it is, fastest PB in the field across both semi-finals, 2:06.94, Alice Bennett in the second one. Top two going through to the final, plus two-time qualifiers at the bell. 1:40.41. Jodie Martin was leading, but as you can see, she's been overtaken here by Kate Bain of Exeter.
So it's Charlotte Buckley, Oxford from Jodie Martin home. Remember, it is the first two.
So Charlotte Buckley of Oxford leading the way from Jodie Martin in this first of the two semi-finals. Let's have a look at the clock here. So, yeah, similar to some of those heat times, around 2:13, 2:14. This is 2:12.64.
There are two non-automatic qualifying places.
We'll have to keep an eye on the target time because, yes, two non-automatic qualifiers isn't much, but there are only two semi-finals, so that opportunity does become pretty strong of making it through. And we saw after the first heat yesterday, 2:14, wasn't sure whether the third placer would be good enough to make it through on time, but yes, in the end it was reasonably comfortable. That result about to come through. Right, Paula, shot put, third round. Well, a big improvement in this third round has been Jacob Matthews to 14.56, improving by over a metre into the lead. So Alfie Williams now having to respond, wearing 8.87 here in the foreground. Paula, who went just a moment ago, no improvement, 13.69 down to 4th. Matthews, Williams, Davis the top three, then Paula, Brown, Duncan, Asprey and Lewis. Alfie Williams, 14.35 in the first round. A few going off to the left-hand side. Foot just at the edge of the circle, red flag.
Ruby Vinton, the England under-20 indoor 1500-metre champion, took the title here last week. She goes in lane 3.
Alistair Brown, he is in 5th place. 13.97 to open up. Needs 19 centimetres addition for an improvement in place here. Red flag. Second semi-final of the women's 800 metres, with Maddie Casey of Bath, another who was a time qualifier through, Lucy Baker of Edge Hill, Ruby Vinton of Loughborough, Annabelle Hedge of Oxford, Sophia Vidak of Stirling, and Alice Bennett of Birmingham. Yes, this is definitely wide open. Charlotte Buckley has looked pretty strong. Alice Bennett, though, the other athlete to really impress yesterday, the England under-20 800-metre champion with a personal best of 2:06.94. So, coming around the outside here, 6.24, that's Lucy Baker, who's representing Edge Hill. And again, been fascinated to see who makes the final. Don't forget, there's so few spots available in the indoor final. It makes it tough. Just the 6, but can sometimes mean that all 6 are really competitive and have a chance, and we have seen that. The leader going from back to front to back and coming through in the closing stages. Some thrilling high-octane action. This is Annabelle Hedge now leading. So, Annabelle Hedge in the navy of Oxford. Alice Bennett just biding her time and allowing Sophia Vidak to come through. And Bennett, now she uses that as a trigger to choose her moment to push on, and Hedge just about has enough space to hold her position on the inside, crucially. Oxford, Stirling, Birmingham battling over the top 2 here. Crucial at the bell. 1:40.63, couple tenths off the first heat. Vidak now pushing on. We know she has that good sprint speed. 100 up to 400 were her previous events. Personal best this year, of course. 2:06.81. The Emirates Arena in Glasgow this month. But now look at Hedge rocking from side to side. She tries to come back through. This time on the outside all the way round. What does Vidak have left? Bennett, is she going to come past? Down this home straight. Alice Bennett for Birmingham. Behind Hedge. Oh gosh, I think Vidak just holds on, and Bennett with the lunge across the line. I think that was calculated to an extent. And look at that, the winning time is a tenth off the first semi-final, so really nice and close. And that's the sort of semi-final racing that we want to see, and I think we hope to see in the 400s and 200s compared to oh so many heats. Sometimes quite comfortable heats for one athlete. This is the sort of middle distance racing that we love here. So it's Stirling, Oxford, Birmingham, Vidak, Hedge, Bennett making this move, trying to time it right. Casey's doing that too, and she was perhaps closer than we realised at this point. I wonder whether it was just a tiny bit of contact there. She was put off her stride a little, or maybe just it appeared that way on screen. Let's have another look here. It is the torso, and maybe that lean does enough. That is quite difficult to tell. At initial glance it did look like Vidak, and yes indeed they may well both make it through. Its target time was 2:14.77, so looking good, you would say, both of them, Vidak and Bennett. Right. We will go into the 4th round in just a moment in the men's shot, but just to break as the order is reset 8 to first. Looks like from the competition we've lost McNichol, Williams, Abara and Hayward. So it means that the next action will be men's 800 metre semi-finals, and the athletes are ready to go early.
Because the qualifying is only the first athlete, the winner of each.
A bit of a discussion among the officials there. So just go through this first semi-final. We'll go back to the shot put in a minute once the fourth round gets going, of course. We've seen men's 200 and 400 today. Now the 8 and later the 15. Harry Wilshaw of Sheffield in this, Edward Enser of Cardiff Met, Basil Rock of Bath, Jacob Smith, defending champion for Durham, Harry Ware of Winchester, Samuel Davey of Birmingham. Well, Harry Ware was actually the fastest in the heats, the Southern Indoor champion, 1:49.89 at best. This is his BUCS track debut. Basil Rock, also always pretty strong, the tall figure for Bath. He was the bronze medalist outdoors last year behind Henry Jonas, not here, and Jacob Smith, who is, of course, so he got 2 of last year's outdoor medalists involved in this semi-final, and one of them the defending indoor champion. And Jacob Smith, as we commented, he doesn't necessarily have one of the fastest PBs compared to David Race and Ben Gardner, but not too far off. He'll probably bring it down at some point in the next year or so, but seems to be an astute racer in these conditions. It would be the first time that we've said that. So Samuel Davey of Birmingham coming up to 400, 53.55. Basil Rock in second place. And often can charge through late, can Rock, and look at Smith making up this gap nicely, and Edward Enser following him through. 5th place held by Harry Wilshaw. Well, this, once again, it's wide open. We could see a final like this, that would be thrilling. So, at the bell, 1:22.50, Basil Rock taking it on, and Ware, with his name on the back of the vest, that's pretty helpful. He is in second place. Jacob Smith now having to push up more gears and realising they're just getting away a touch. Rock from Ware. This would be quite special if Winchester could have a finalist here in the 800 metres. But victory in the semi-final for Bath, and Basil Rock 1:50.49. Had to pretty much push at full pace for parts of that race. So Rock and Ware make it through, and just run out of things there. Basically the rest of the field, because they were all pretty close behind. So just looking to confirm, by the way, the women's 800 semis, and it was Sophia Videk and Alice Bennett both make it through quite comfortably. And yes, by nearly a second is the difference between Alice Bennett and the other third placer. Maddie Casey was also through from that semi-final. So, second semi-final coming up in just a moment's time.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Yeah. Pancakes.
Yeah, nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
Second semi-final of the men's 800 metres with Lawrence Petty of Dundee, Tom Barnett, Cardiff Met, Josh Redmond, Liverpool, Oliver Capps of Bath, already seen his teammate Rock go through, Ryan Martin of Stirling, some of their hopes pinned on the 800 metres. We'll see if they can get through to the final with Martin, and David Race of Loughborough, just maybe slight favourite here for gold, but we've seen all different types of races in these finals. As mentioned, real fluctuations in position, and it can be fascinating to watch. There's only a certain amount of space on this indoor track, and you don't always want to have to run the long way round. But David Race, yes, he was a heat winner. He's the European under 24 by 400 metre gold medalist in 2023. Along with the likes of Sam Lunt, Charlie Carvel, Jake Minshall, 1:47.21, the fastest PB of all. He was a bronze medalist outdoors last year and came fourth outdoors, bronze medalist indoors. So Race still holding on for now. He'll hope that will remain the case. Don't forget 1:22.50. At this point in the race, at the bell, it's going to be a touch slower, so nearly a second off. We'll bear that in mind. Just the winner going through automatically to the final, and then 3-time qualifiers to remind you of that. So Race battling here with Ryan Martin of Stirling, very much in his slipstream. Look at his blonde hair blowing about. And here comes Martin, trying to push up on Race, but doesn't quite get there. Really, really good battle, and just like Bennett, falls over the line. Of course, Stirling, they already have Sofia Vidak through to the final. That was a really good race, but yeah, David, be very happy with that semi-final performance. Did exactly what he needed to do. Bit of a delay, by the way, to the shot put, but we will come back with the fourth round momentarily.
Jake Matthews with 14.56, Alfie Williams in third, 14.35. Fourth is David Hall at 14.16. You can follow it on roster, you can follow it from the scoreboard.
So fourth round of the shot put getting going, and we will obviously come back for the third semi-final, the 800 as well, which we'll see another heat winner, Nairobi Smith Mills, and Ben Gardner, another one of the contenders. Second ranked athletes across the competition, Stefano Lafnan and Jack Dixon, third and fourth ranked, are also in that rather tough third semi-final coming up shortly. We'll also have a look at the target time. For those three-time qualifiers, because it is particularly tough, and some decent name who is sub 150 is going to miss out.
He'll want to reach his second successive BUCS indoor final, Ben Gardner. Semi-final 3 of 3, men's 800.
So target time 1:52.27, currently run by Harry Wilshaw. So of course defending champion Jacob Smith, there's a chance that he could miss out on the final. He's in the second and third of those non-automatic spots that are led by Ryan Martin. 1:50.48. We know we have three quick guys in this. So Tom Barrett of Oxford, Johal Ali of Leeds Beckett, Stefano Lafnan of Anglia Ruskin, Jack Dixon of Loughborough, Nairobi Smith Mills of Nottingham, Benjamin Gardner of Birmingham. So this one is pretty stacked and difficult to call. Leading them out early, Jack Dixon, personal best 1:49.43, the England outdoor champion over 1500. He was fifth indoors last year over that longer event. 6th outdoors over this. Stefano Lufnen, Southern Indoor silver medalist, and also 4th placer over 800 last year, 1:49.25 at best. He's in 4th place here. 54 seconds. 2 laps to go. So half a second off what they were in the first heat. Need to try and push on here. Olafnen now further back out of shot, so his hopes hanging into the balance in terms of putting Anglia Ruskin through to the final. Hitting the bell. 1:21.42. Now that is the fastest that we've seen so far. So suddenly looking reasonably good for more than one athlete to try and make it through. Dixon of Loughborough, Gardner of Birmingham, Smith Mills of Nottingham. But this is the fight to make it through by right. Look at Ben Gardner, look at that ferocious face. Presses to the line in 1:49.46. So a second off his personal best. Really had to push there. And Dixon had to be at his absolute best, given that 1:49.4 PB. We were talking about the championship record of Guy Learmonth, 1:48.58, and well, if we have a race like we just saw, it's possible that we might get a little bit closer to it. Then again, it's not necessarily going to be the case. This is Alan Lewis then, of York. Round 4, men's shot put. So Lewis just managed to get himself inside the top 8 by 9 centimetres. .11.57. So these are some of the throws. You can see the athletes on the oval on the outside running round, bringing in this action. Took place just a moment ago. George Asprey, Worcester. 12.36 so far. Well, a little off balance, but ends up out the circle. Gesturing towards the circle as though wasn't happy with the surface. Also, maybe looked in some pain there. Bryden Duncan, who has been saying wearing the teal and purple laces, representing suicide prevention. Trying to get back to his best performances at 12 metres. So far. Duncan, that looked better from him. So, yes, we're seeing big gaps up to the medalists. Alfie Williams, Jacob Matthews, Alistair Brown, Zach Davis, Stafford Paulett, the ones battling. Bryden Duncan, personal best 13.73. Alistair Brown, what can he do in this 4th round? Just a little off balance there, but he's all right. Gets the white flag. Paulett playing footsie with his shot. Brown, 14.94. So he improves. That's better than Jacob Matthews' 14.56. Paulett, 14.16 so far. Oh, just slipping out of the circle, unfortunately for him. still in medal contention, as 5 of them are at the moment.
So the 5th round of the shot. Jacket Cornet has just moved, I believe, into 3rd place with 14.71. Jacob Matthews now in 4th.
Last few efforts in this 4th round. Alfie Williams, our early leader. He was in the 1st round anyway. Another red flag for him. Jacob Matthews, 14.56. Took the lead briefly before Zach Davis, 15.01. Matthews with a similar attempt there. Second place outdoors, of course, Matthews. 14.38 for him, no improvement, but still fairly consistent. So, Zach Davis now. Oh, that looked good from Davis. What's he capable of here? Effort being measured. 15.57. So, now grows that lead. Alistair Brown with that 14.94, therefore in 2nd place. Paula in 3rd, 14.71 behind Davis. Then Matthews, 14.56 from the 3rd round. Alfie Williams, 14.35 from the 1st round. Into round number 5. Alan Lewis giving it everything with that linear technique here. 11.94. Remains his best, 11.57. 11.34, sorry. George Asprey. $12.36. Needs 12.92 to move up 1 place into the top 6. And keeping his balance quite well and improving to 12.53. Bryden Duncan. Duncan also a strong discus thrower. 41.68 last year. 46.09 the year before. You see rotating there and towards 14 meters certainly. Get a better idea. Look to be beyond 12 anyway. 12.92. So closes the gap, stays in 6th place. Penultimate effort then for Alistair Brown. He's in 2nd place and he's moved himself up 3 places in the last few moments. It unleashes that energy. Red flag. So David Paulett, 14.71. He remains in third place. Jacob Matthews just outside the medals at the moment. 14.56 so far. Needs 15 centimetres improvement to be on the podium for Birmingham. Again, using the rotational technique, good momentum and agility there across the circle. So Alfie Williams, Jacob Matthews, both been pushed down. Alistair Brown and David Paulett, the improvers in the second half of the competition. Zach Davis, though, extended his lead in the fourth round with 15.57. What can he do here? Building that rotational acceleration. Looking a little bit frustrated. I think he wants something really big. But still consolidating his lead, I think. Davis 15.60. So best effort of all so far still. And remains a season's best. So that concludes the fifth round.
That was Zach Davis in his final round throw. Can I say he looks rather pleased with that? I think you heard that he was pleased. Let's wait for that to go up. Remember, 15.60. He had thrown. No, not further. 15.47. He finishes with.
Final round of the men's shot put here.
So that concludes the men's shot put competition. Victory for Zach Davies, 15.60. Alistair Brown, 14.94. David Paulett, 14.71. And as I say, Alistair Brown leads with that big personal best, 14.94, previous 14.50. So shortly, once I get the all-important slip, we will move to the medal ceremony for the men's shot put.
Asprey with his final round effort. So no improvement for Lewis, 11.77. But he has still had 6 valid efforts to be pleased with. And they're all between 11.34 and 11.94. George Asprey, 5 valid attempts, 12.78, improves in the last round, closing the gap to Bryden Duncan, but Asprey remains in 7th place. Duncan, 12.92, let's see if he can get over 13 metres. Byron Duncan trying to get the grip on the shot just right before he starts rotating. And that one goes too far off to the left, unfortunately, red flag. So 5 throws remaining in this men's shot final.
346.12 by Johnny Taylor in 2010.
So women's 1500 metres, no semi-finals needed, but the final they've decided will still go at final time tomorrow as we look at the remaining efforts in the men's shot put. So we'll try and keep across both pieces of action at the same time. We've got Alistair Brown of Sheffield trying to improve, 14.94. He's already in second place. He's improved in the second half of the competition, so the others who are now chasing are still to go, despite the fact that he is second. And as we look here, we've got Louis Woodger of Queen's, Nicholas Whitaker of Oxford, Cardiff's Josh Smith, Adam Eade of Cardiff Met, Max Price of Leeds Beckett, Birmingham's Archie Parkinson, Elliot Savage of Man Met, Exeter's Jacob Harrison, William Rabjohns of Loughborough. So, Rabjohn, second ranked overall in the comp. The Loughborough man, 341.79 at best, World Under-20 semi-finalist. Archie Parkinson, previous medalist here in a great Birmingham 1-2. Birmingham feel as though they're a little bit down on their absolute best, that might have enabled them to challenge Loughborough overall in terms of the team standings, but still looking pretty good. Archie Parkinson leading the way in the shot put. No improvement for Brown, 14.50. In the meantime, you can see how the measurements come up. Williams in the circle, our leader in round one. Rotating here, the Loughborough man. And that could be close to his 14.35. 14.56 needed to improve on his position. 14.71 for a medal. Williams, no improvement, 14.24. 4 laps to go in the 1500. Top 5 going through only, by the way, and no time qualifiers. So, yes, just as we had in the heats when there were no time qualifiers. But yeah, top 5 from 2 semis is easier. 2:13.1 through 800 metres. So, quite leisurely pace. I'm sure they'll start to push on before too long. As we look at Jacob Matthews, so good moments for Birmingham. Archie Parkinson was certainly in the 1500 semi. Jacob Matthews here, final chance.
Will Rabjohns now moving to the front, the GB Under-20 800 metre international.
William Rabjohns
semi-final of the 800 metres at the World
into the lead. He was third at BUCS Cross Country. And now being overtaken here by the Cardiff Met athlete Adam Eade. So Eade of Cardiff Met, gosh, chopping and changing. Nicholas Whitaker now from Parkinson. So Parkinson into third, Eade and Whitaker in front of him.
And I think Whitaker has now taken it up.
Really good battle this for the top 5 spots. Big group of athletes. But Zach Davis in the shot put, already with the gold medal. What can he do in this last round? He celebrates that gold medal, does Zach Davis. 15.60, the best performances. No improvement in the last round for Brown or Paulett. Silver and gold respectively for Sheffield and Cardiff Met. Jacob Matthews, Alfie Williams just outside of the medals, having led earlier in the comp. Right, in this 1500 semi, look at this Oxford man, Nicholas Whitaker from Parkinson, from Eade, and from Savage of Manchester Met. And other athlete coming through there, just having a look. I think that might be Louis Woodger of Queen's coming through. Unusual vest there, 3:58.85. Those are the 5 that will make it through into the final. You can see some hard work that has had to be done out there. Archie Parkinson trying to take that race out, but Whitaker came through very strongly, and Rabjohns coming in there. Was there an incident on the track?
I think very obviously I've heard a race hold in my
So men's shot put final, the only field final today. Bit surprised at that, but that's been decided now. Zach Davis of Loughborough from Brown and Sheffield from Paul at Cardiff Met. 15.60, 14.94, 14.71, the 3 different distances there. So the men's 1500 metre athletes, they'll have their moment, they'll have their final, just like the women will tomorrow. So it means that the relays will be the next action after this semi-final, of course. So great that we can bring you that simultaneous action, split screen, track and field. One more semi-final to come, and well, it includes Alex Malloy, the fastest ranked athlete, and also the likes of Sam Charig, who was impressive yesterday. Malloy, European Under-20 3,000 metre bronze medalists. Let's have another look here. So William Rabjohns in the Loughborough African Violet and Pink in 5th place. Oh, so, well, looked more like a racing incident than anything else. But unfortunate to see. Well done, Under-20 semi-finalist Rabjohns, second fastest ranked athlete, out of contention. I'm sure he'll be back. And that's what can sometimes happen on the indoor track. Of course, it's possible that he could be advanced through to the final. I'm sure Loughborough and Emma Wiltshire might look at that. Emma is leading the team, as she has done for quite a few years, supported by the likes of Lucas Javila and Femi Akinsanya, who I've seen. Well, Alex Mosley of Leeds Beckett in this. Jamie Connor, University of the West of Scotland. St Mary's Sam Charig, our early leader. Edinburgh's Finlay Ross. Lawrence Manley of Sheffield. Birmingham's Tommy Shaw. Ben Harrison of Bath. Aidan Page of Glasgow. Alex Malloy of Loughborough. Malloy, personal best 3:38.74. Ran at Tooting Beck last summer.
65.2 at the 400.
So Charig retains the front spot from Malloy and from Manley. But look at this queue, just waiting and watching for the lights to turn green. And when they do so is a moment of their choosing. They'll have to go the long way round. Tommy Shaw of Birmingham, potentially also one of the Birmingham replacements, without Tyler Billiard or Will Barnicott, but he's done very well. Can he make it through to the final? And it's still very difficult to choose who's going to make it through in this top 5. We are faster at this point through 800.
So it's from
4 seconds, 2:8.95 you saw the split. Less than 3 to go now. Charig of St Mary's, Malloy of Loughborough, Shaw of Birmingham on your screen. Manley of Sheffield just behind, as is Ben Harrison of Bath. Now the come on from the stands, as you can hear it, beckoning the athletes over these last 400 metres. Ben Harrison just drifting back in the lighter blue vest. Tommy Shaw's going to make a move. It's a breakaway of 3 now. It's Aidan Page who's got himself in a good position in the last 200 metres or so. Charig, Shaw, Malloy, Page hit the bell. 3:24.11. And this 4 are pretty clear now because Harrison unable to respond. So again, really good racing here. And a renewed rivalry between Birmingham and St Mary's. I think he's just suggesting, Sam Charig, that we don't need to to run fast, but Shaw can do what he likes, and he maybe wants to come past. So 3 seconds faster than the previous heat. It doesn't matter too much though. Charig and Shaw leading them home.
3:55.86. So we look forward to a cracking final tomorrow.
Well, that's shaping up really nicely for the men's 1500 metre final tomorrow. And that will take place at 3:50. Just 20 minutes between 800 and 1500 metre finals. Bit of a shame that, but not sure how many people would have opted to double up in any case. Quite grueling. Even Jamie Webb found it quite tough and said he wasn't sure whether he'd do that again with the 6 races.
The bronze medalist representing Cardiff Metropolitan University, David Paulett.
So David Paulett, Cardiff Met here, 14.71 in the 5th round. That in the silver medal position, improving to 14.94 in the 4th round. Alistair Brown of Sheffield.
The BUCS champion and the gold medalist from
In between them, for Loughborough, Zach Davis. So it's a title he won indoors and out last year, of course. And also pretty handy discus thrower as well. Continuing to impress at BUCS over both competitions, like others have in the past, like Adele Nicol. But Davis particularly strong at both. Silver in the discus it was outdoors behind Dylan Claydon of Loughborough. That was a good battle between the two of them. So 3 BUCS titles in the space of a year for the Loughborough man. So a bit of a break now, but we will be back for the relays, and they are expected to come up at 4:35.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, she getting up out the water, baby is beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in a fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side, 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 I'm living on the bright side. I'm living on the bright side.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was gonna go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
Take these beautiful things that I've got. Things that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got. Things that I've got. These beautiful things that I've got. I am the dark horse rising, outsider with a rebel yell. Push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself. Fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough. It's in my blood. For this, I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. 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 I was born. I was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, back on the seas and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. When you've been to hell and back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. When the battle is raging, the blood in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. Oh, oh, oh. I put it all on the line and I made it, reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend.
So our team's out for the first heat of the women's 4x2, and the qualification is all about the times. The 6 fastest teams will go through to the final. And in this first heat, it will be Kent lining up in 2, Exeter in 3, Sheffield Hallam in 4, Sheffield in 5, and Warwick in lane 6. So to the people to my left, sat in the main stand, will you please make sure that you're doing what you're doing now, which is sitting down between the whistle and the gun, because the starter is in the stand and needs to see the start. What you do after the gun is entirely up to you. It also helps the timekeepers.
Well, we're now ready for the final pieces of action with the relay heats, men's and women's. It's interesting there, the announcer had made a comment that some of the people were standing up in the way of the timekeepers. And I think they had stood up again and got in the way of the timekeepers. Of course, they are looking at one individual, or one team in this case, but yeah, one individual on each lap. 4 by 200 metres. Pretty unique event, but we love a bit of uniqueness. Really something to look forward to. The women tend to be much better at getting the baton round. Let's see if that's the case. So Kent, Exeter, Sheffield, Hallam, Sheffield and Warwick here. Very interesting to see what happens across the next few laps. Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam, the two home teams, you'd expect them to be the strongest. Neither university necessarily having an amazing sprint specialism, but I remember Sheffield getting bronze medal here with Ella Barrett, Martin Cook leading their team, tends to drill his relay teams well. Sheffield Hallam, they're previously having Leonie Ashmead on their team, but she's transferred to Loughborough now. So we can see some 400 runners stepping down. Kat Reynolds here for Sheffield. So these legs flying by quickly now. Sheffield from Sheffield Hallam. Don't forget, it's 6 teams qualifying based on time. This is a brilliant battle between the two Steel City teams. What a derby this is, a micro versus varsity match. So here we go, last time round. Sheffield still holding this advantage, that gap being narrowed all the time, down the back straight here. This is good fun and the crowd is enjoying it too. Hallam will have to go the long way round. And Sheffield save something down this home straight. Here we go now. Sheffield, Hallam come through. This could make a difference for qualifying for the final. Probably won't, probably both make it, but we shall see. So 1:41.84, we will mark that down and see what becomes of it. There are 4 heats and 6 places in the final. What's really interesting is that you've got Loughborough and Birmingham in the same heats later, and no Brunel, which is a surprise because you would expect them to be medal contenders, absolutely. This is what happened then on the final leg, and that gap had grown at the end of the third one. Well, this is a really strong charge down here. Going the long way round as well, running higher up on the bend. Slingshot down the home straight. Let's just see if we can confirm it. Yes, indeed, Sheffield Hallam. That was pretty clear initially anyway. But probably still 1:41.8 thereabouts. And not impossible that third place team could qualify from that first heat of 4. Yeah, no Brunel, no UEL, no Bath. So interesting to see who does make it through to the final in the end. Oxford, we were saying that they have some great 400 metre runners. And obviously Charlotte Buckley, perhaps gold medal contender in the 800 metres. I'm not sure necessarily whether she'd be running here, but still would remain perhaps their biggest medal hope, although we saw Nicholas Whitaker look good also in the middle distance. So Edinburgh, Alison Bell, I wonder whether they would need her to run this heat. Probably would. ...60-metre silver medalist. Aberdeen, Oxford, Southampton, Leeds Beckett, University of the West of England in this. Yeah, again, no sprinting powerhouse in this one, but I would expect Oxford to be strong because they normally do have very strong and well-drilled relay teams. Last year was quite a good year indoors for Oxford with Alex Shipley's gold medal.
To the start, please sit down. Thank you.
Well, some of the teams I'm sure have been a little bit creative with the athletes that they brought in. Let's see how it all plays out here. Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Oxford, Southampton, Leeds Beckett and University of the West of England. What about Leeds Beckett? Again, strong possibility that they could have a good team, very capable of challenging for a medal. Going nicely here, cut to the inside, the second leg. Looks like it might be Bria Cook for Aberdeen, formerly boasting the likes of Kelsey Stewart and Zoe Clark as well. Doing fantastically well for Aberdeen, winning 60, 200 and 400 titles. That won BUCS same year she won a British title and made it to the World Championships. So Bria Cook's going to hand over in a very good position. Nice lead that from Oxford, from Leeds Beckett, who've dropped back. Big gaps between these athletes.
Aberdeen still lead, Oxford in the dark blue.
So Aberdeen here.
Leeds Beckett in third.
Going into this final leg. Oxford kept that gap roughly the same, maybe closed a little. And now this charge, it was further back than Sheffield Hallam certainly, but not impossible that Oxford could try and get first place in this. Still closing this gap. Fantastic from this final leg. Oxford runner. Oh no, Aberdeen falling there. She'll get up though. Oh, feel so sorry for the Aberdeen athlete. That's a sorry sight to see. 1:43 winning time there for Oxford. Coming past there on the final leg. The medics and the Aberdeen team just consoling that final leg runner. Well, at the moment there's a big gap of something like 7.5 seconds, just under that, between Sheffield, second place in the first heat, and Exeter, third place in the first heat. So a big gap for other teams to slot into. So we'll have another look at exactly what's happened here. It's Aberdeen from Oxford. And this is an impressive chase on the final leg. Powering down the back straight into this top bend, and she starts to pull wide. Can be difficult in the final stages, and I don't think they made contact. I think it was a stumble. Can happen when running out of steam in the closing stages. Still running at full pace pretty much there. And again, it is possible that Aberdeen could look back at that. We have seen run-offs in the past, but obviously we don't have an extra lane to advance someone through necessarily. I think William Rabjohns is the one who might have a better claim. Right, heat number 3, as we wait for the second to come through. Second result is come through. Oxford 1:43 so far, so obviously they're the third fastest team. Another possibility is that a heat winner doesn't qualify because there are 6 other fastest teams. But at the moment, the 6 fastest are Sheffield, Hallam, going back to look at the first results. Yeah, Sheffield, Hallam, then Sheffield, both on 1:41.8. Then Oxford 1:43. Then Leeds Beckett 1:48, fourth fastest. Exeter 1:49.2. And then Edinburgh 1:51.2.
All about the times.
So I reckon something like a 1:44.45 may be good enough here. 3 teams are faster than that, and we're halfway through the heats. UCL, Birmingham, Durham, Stirling, Loughborough, Nottingham Trent. Well, you would expect Birmingham and Loughborough to go through here. Let's see exactly what happens and what sort of athletes are involved. So Loughborough going very well on this first leg. Stirling going nicely, Birmingham on their inside. Stirling handing over to their president, Angelica Operinde. Look at this lead though, Birmingham in second place behind Loughborough.
So Loughborough leading down the back straight. A commanding lead.
So just a matter of qualifying and focusing on your own performance. So the order stays the same. Loughborough, Birmingham and Stirling. Target time 1:49.23. So barring incident, Loughborough and Birmingham should qualify here. No real on-track battles until 4th and 5th place. UCL and Nottingham Trent, who I think are too far back, unfortunately, but this is a strong showing, and it's all about team participation as well. Mel Compson bringing Loughborough home. 1:42.78, third fastest team so far. Birmingham probably just outside the time of Oxford. Loughborough will have faster runners to bring in, and so will Birmingham.
Heat 2, won by Oxford in 1:43. Leeds Beckett 1:48.
Sterling with a good performance there. They've given themselves an opportunity to make it through. We'll just wait for that third result to come up. One more heat then to come, and we'll have 5 of the men's 4x2, and they will get going at 5:05. You're watching live coverage of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here from Sheffield.
From Birmingham, 143.7.
Well, I think still that heat between Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam, the Steel City Derby we're calling it, is most impressive, most enjoyable to watch. Birmingham's time has come up as 1:43.78. Now, that puts them 4th fastest so far. They were just under a second behind Loughborough, and 1:42.8. So at the moment, Sterling also would qualify, 1:47.32. So just to recap, Sheffield Hallam are fastest, 1:41.84. Sheffield 1:41.87. Loughborough 1:42.8, Oxford 1:43, Birmingham 1:43.78, Sterling 1:47.32. Big gap to slot into. So it's Sterling that really, their position perhaps under threat. Decent teams in this final heat. Strathclyde, previous champions. They did have Kelsey Stewart though, a Scotland international. Cardiff Met, typically strong but not at their absolute best that they were a few years ago when they also had international quality. Difficult to say with some of the other teams and who they might have available. We saw some decent performances from Zoe Dake for Nottingham. They go on the inside. Cardiff Met, maybe King Kutsia might be involved. Was in action in the 60 metres yesterday. Swansea, there tend to be some decent middle distance athlete from Swansea. Not necessarily sure about the women's sprints. Wonder whether Lauren Davey features in this relay team, has in the past. Strathclyde, I saw that Mari Patience, former BUCS champion over 400 hurdles, who's involved in the 400, and pretty sure she made it through to the semi-finals earlier. She's involved in this quartet. Grace Morgan involved for Cardiff, the heptathlete, and I think Izzy Tustin would be as well. Newcastle, I just wonder whether they have the use of Joy Eze here. Alice Woodhouse, imagine, would be involved. No Edge Hill, interestingly, her former university. They often put out a relay team. I wonder whether they capped it at just 4. No, well, no, that's impossible. I'm sure if there was one extra team that they would have run an extra heat, but not used lane 1 for some of them, perhaps. I think everyone is given the opportunity to put together a team if they can. To the best of my knowledge, first time we've heard that foghorn today. Nottingham, Cardiff Met, Swansea, Strathclyde, Cardiff and Newcastle, to remind you. Cardiff going pretty well here on this opening leg. Murray Patience for Strathclyde. We'll try and finish this 200 metres strongly. Alice Woodhouse. No, it's not Alice Woodhouse actually. Grace Morgan it is though for Cardiff. Strathclyde looking strong, winning the title 2 years ago, and should still have Rachel Callan and Erin Campbell available. Getting away here from Cardiff and Cardiff Met, this inter-Welsh rivalry. And Cardiff strong in second place. So don't forget the target time, 1:47.32, Stirling in that position. And then Birmingham 1:43.78. Under a bit of pressure, but not as much pressure as Stirling. Strathclyde though, they should make it to this final. So it could be close with two teams battling here behind Strathclyde.
Keep an eye on the clock.
So very important to watch out here for Strathclyde's finishing time. Must be faster than 1:47. I'm sure she's going to do that. But are the second and third going to be faster than 1:43? It would mean that Birmingham would be out of the final. 1:40.92. Well, Strathclyde are the fastest team. And they were closing in the final stages. Were Cardiff and Cardiff Met. Well, super impressive from Strathclyde. Maybe they just put out their strongest team. I think Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam would have been fairly likely to do that as well, though. Well, this result should come through, hopefully, pretty quickly. Strathclyde confirmed 1:40.91. Cardiff and Cardiff Met both qualify, so pushes Birmingham and Oxford as well. I did say there was a possibility that a heat winner, and it is the case, Oxford seemingly have not qualified despite winning their heat. All these results, roster, athletics website and app, that's where you can find them.
It'll be 5 heats of the men's 4x2.
So men's 4x200 metres coming up shortly, but unless there are any DQs, any issues getting the baton round,
So in about 8 minutes
then we'll have Strathclyde, Sheffield Hallam, Sheffield, Cardiff, Loughborough, Cardiff Met in the final. 1:42.82 makes it in, 1:43 flat does not.
Relay splits from the 4x2 available tomorrow morning from BUCS Admin. Relay splits tomorrow morning will be available in BUCS Admin. And so to heat one of the men's 4x2. In lane 2, Newcastle. In 3, Nottingham. In 4, Edinburgh. In 5, Strathclyde. And in 6, Exeter. Could I ask the people stood up between hello, if you're stood up in this area, please sit down. Sit down next to me. Next line, which is oh, sit down. Sit down next to me. So it goes on.
So the first heat of the men's 4x200 metre relay. Newcastle, Nottingham, Edinburgh, Strathclyde, Exeter. Yeah, don't want to sound unfair, but I don't feel there's a major sprinting powerhouse in this. But expecting that Nottingham will have Daniel Goriola. Obviously the sprint hurdles champion, but should be pretty handy in these circumstances. And who else will have a well-drilled team? Strathclyde putting their talents to great use to be the fastest qualifier for the final of the women's event. Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam as well, second and third fastest. Making Loughborough the fourth fastest team. Well, I think actually the fifth fastest team, because I think actually that Cardiff was faster than Loughborough. Loughborough only 0.2 of a second in, when you consider that ordinarily, and with stronger athletes that they'll bring in, would be the favourites for gold. Extraordinary. So Strathclyde having a good championship, so I think they'll get a few medals. Not sure who for, we'll wait and see. I wonder whether Ben Heron might be involved, having won the 400 metres. Exeter on the outside. Strathclyde have the baton on this second leg here. Oh no, pulling up, trying to continue for his team, but unable to. Goodness me. Well, that has put the cat among the pigeons. Wow, Strathclyde out. Exeter, Nottingham, Newcastle, Edinburgh. Line astern here. Is anyone going to qualify from this first heat of 5? And that is certainly a possibility, given what we've seen with Oxford when there were only 4 heats. So it's green from green, Exeter from Nottingham.
Exeter, Nottingham.
Aaron Traves here on the slate for Nottingham. And to Goriola. Exeter way out in front. Not even sure Dan Goriola can chase this down. But Exeter just need to record a fast time and push all the way to the line now. And they are bringing the noise. Look at that speed coming in. 1:30.66 on the clock. So as ever, we'll see who can match that. And Loughborough go in the second heat of 5. And they're the standout team in the second one. Sheffield go in the third. And Leeds Beckett might have David Chapman in the 4th heat. And there's no Birmingham relay team, and that is a surprise.
So back to the women's 4x2. And the qualifiers they have on the pack. Strathclyde 140.91. Sheffield Hallam 141.87. Sheffield 141.89. Cardiff 142.19. Loughborough 142.8. Cardiff Met 1:42.82, and Oxford.
So a reminder that Strathclyde, Sheffield Hallam, Sheffield, Cardiff, Loughborough and Cardiff Met all through to the women's 4x200 metre final. Now, having a look at the result of the men's, which we know there's one more heat. In fact, it hasn't come up yet. I was jumping the gun there a little bit. But anyway, these 4 heats, the last action of the day, so probably best to tell you now, rather than at the end of the stream when less people will be listening, that we start tomorrow's action at 10:30 in the field. Women's triple jump final will be the key piece of action then, and 12 o'clock for track 400 metre semis. And meets.rostrathletics.com is the place to find all of that schedule, results, information. Well, that result from the first heat still hasn't come up, and they're normally pretty quick on the track, so it could be that there is something they're looking at. Not to judge or tempt fate in any way, but we'll just wait and see. Ian Anholm, the official there, former Loughborough team leader in the past at BUCS. Certainly someone you'd want to stay on the good side of. Championship record has been held since 2020 by Sheffield Hallam. A slight surprise on that occasion, but still very impressive achievement it was on home soil.
Loughborough in 2, Warwick in 3, East Anglia in 4, and Oxford in 5.
So these indoor championships, part of BUCS Nationals, of course, multiple sports including badminton within this stadium. The English Institute of Sport, and BUCS Nationals isn't possible without the support of Sheffield City Council as well. Both of the home universities here, University of Sheffield, Sheffield Hallam as well, and Sheffield City Trust, whom there is a multi-year partnership with, and that is really good for helping to facilitate university sports. Don't forget, you can join the conversation online by using the hashtag BUCS Nationals. All the information about the schedules and records broken across the course of the weekend, and you can tag at BUCS Sports in all your posts on Instagram and Twitter. Just about working our way to TikTok in terms of BUCS. I think I looked last year or the year before and there was pretty much nothing, but I mean in terms of athletes uploading themselves. Tomorrow we'll have the excitement of the mascot race, if you think this is exciting in the relays. All universities eligible to enter. Don't forget, BUCS are promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign to showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in preparing for their event or with recovery. You can complete a short survey via the cards at Milk Every Moment stand. That's just as you go up the stairs to get a free prize and to be in with a chance of winning a £100 voucher of your choice. You might have spotted the mascot, Move It, the Milk Every Moment cow. I know I have. Here we go then, Loughborough, Warwick, East Anglia, Oxford and Imperial. Let's see who Loughborough have got in this quartet. Lorenzo Paisan, individual champion. Sean Anyogu expected to run, as was Alex Haydock-Wilson, but replacements were brought in. Might have Harry Taylor though, who's one of the gold medal contenders in the 200. So Oxford and Loughborough as they stay in lanes until the second lane. Oh no, what's happened with Loughborough? They have the baton now, but that was a foil changeover, and it's going to be tough to make it through to the final from there. Goodness me, what is going on here? And Oxford and Warwick making contact. Eyes on the prize. Let's have some focus here. Oxford and Warwick out front, way out front. Loughborough with a chance of closing though here. If Oxford and Warwick are squabbling, which they are, Warwick to the front. Not every day we say that. Putting in a good performance there, of course. George Seary winning gold outdoors a couple of years ago. Oxford man giving a push on the final weight. Final leg. So down the back straight, Oxford in second place, but about to be overtaken by Loughborough, trying to give themselves a chance of still making it through despite that lapse. Warwick will go through, surely. Let's wait and see. Oh, who knows? Goodness me, that was chaotic as hell. Now, I'll try and tidy it all up. Bit of an issue with that result coming through because it's come through erroneously as 0.00 for everyone's times in the first heat. Yeah, Strathclyde were leading the first heat, pulled up with injury. Look at this Loughborough changeover. What happened here? Baton nearly in hand, just escapes the hand, not what you'd want. And then dropped there. It was picked up. Athlete ended up on the floor. Incoming runner of Warwick, the leader, might have been impinged there, and was frustrating because a good leg had been run. So, yes, could prove costly there for Loughborough. Only just made it into the women's final by 0.2 of a second, and obviously can't necessarily put out the top guns for these relay heats. And there aren't too many opportunities to run a relay in any case, and not everyone's that experienced. But you know, no disrespect to anybody. Let's see if we can have another look. Different angle here. Tries to get relay baton in hand, and it's the fall here. And yeah, Warwick managed to win this heat, don't forget. Despite that, I think if Warwick don't go through, that they would definitely appeal. And they might get a rerun for a target time, would be quite possible, could be done tomorrow morning. Still no result there for that first heat, but we did see across the line. We did see Exeter 130.66, way ahead of the rest. Warwick 132.32, again with a decent advantage.
So in this third heat of 5, this 4x200, Durham right up in lane 2, in lane 3, Sheffield, in 4, Aberdeen, in 5, Liverpool, and in 6, Kent.
let's see whether this third heat will be equally as dramatic. Well, I did see a few years ago something like 3 fallers. There was an athlete who went for a gap that wasn't there between 2 outgoing runners as he came in, and they all 3 collided, and that caused chaos to ensue. And as a result, we had at least one team going the wrong way on the track to retrieve the baton that had been left behind. That was quite something in a heat. It involved one team actually falling over onto the infield section, so I think that involved Stirling, Northumbria, Sheffield. And also had in 2014 a couple of fallers in the final, and the Birmingham man Jamie Vickery just had to weave and dance his way from side to side and pick up a silver medal. He was dancing around, the athletes lay stricken on the floor, and he just had to dash and dart his way through the pile of them. And there's a great still of it. Jono Hornblow, the Cardiff Met athlete, as someone to remember captioning breaststroke, and as he dove to the ground unwittingly. Durham, Sheffield, Aberdeen, Liverpool and Kent. So this is even to this point, but now look at the progress being made by the Liverpool first leg runner, and the first of the navy vests. Aberdeen in second place. Might have Bradley Francis there. Now you could see that his foot was over the line. I believe you're allowed one of those infringements, and that could count as a warning. The officials will be looking out for that. Really important. It's not something that we always see by sight. Officials will be looking out for it though. Aberdeen, Sheffield and Liverpool. Oh, Sheffield, look at that, breeze past. Just as though he stepped on the gas, but a somersault, gets back on his feet. This is ridiculous, absolutely mental. Aberdeen and Sheffield, despite the somersault, and this has rocketed up the noise here in the stadium. Sheffield come past, I have never seen anything like that. So, Sheffield from Aberdeen from Liverpool. Key handover this one, because there is chaos everywhere you look at the moment. And Sheffield already through to the women's final, third fastest team overall in that terrific Steel City derby with Sheffield Hallam. Trying to hold on from Liverpool here, Liverpool chasing now. Oh my God, athlete pulling up with injury but working his way over the line. What is happening? 1:33.27. The third fastest of the heats. Let's have a look here. Breeze is down, hands over baton, doesn't quite make it, does make it in the end, falls, has the presence of mind to do a somersault. I mean, it's not something you would have planned to do. Oh wow, that was quite extraordinary, and I think that was all legal. Well, that will certainly make a viral clip. Loughborough, by the way, have been disqualified from heat number 2, and well, I guess you would have predicted that they might try and protest. Can't see what the time was, incidentally, but it was a lane infringement it's down as. Possible that other teams could have lane infringements too, don't forget.
In heat 2, Warwick crossed the line in 1:32.33. Oxley 1:35.
Have another look here. So we've had 2 injuries, 1 somersault, baton dropped, more contact. I mean, that's just extraordinary.
Just waiting for the times for heat 3.
So results have come through, and we can see that Exeter's time remains the fastest. I mean, it was just about the only clean race that we've had so far. Exeter 1:30.66, a really strong heat win by some 3 seconds from Nottingham. Warwick, they won their heat. There was a bit of contact there, and they had to evade the Loughborough athlete who was down on the floor, but they still managed to finish in an official time of 1:32.33. Sheffield 1:33.27, third fastest despite the somersault. Liverpool just behind them, 1:33.43, despite the injury towards the end of the race. That's heroic. The final leg runner continued and made it across the line. Of course, you know, the sort of luck of where that happens versus on the first bend. If it happens right at the end of the race, you can probably push through what is a considerable amount of pain potentially. And then Nottingham 1:33.66 and Oxford 1:35.11. That's the target time. Edinburgh, Durham, East Anglia, Newcastle and Kent look to be out. Aberdeen disqualified. It was a lane infringement, so rather than just a warning, there's potential that he did it twice successively. Anyway, we saw that, and it's been given as a DQ at this moment in time. There might be some things for the officials to look at. Might keep them here a while, as it did a couple of years ago when there were numerous protests. There were some heated debates. Strathclyde given the gold medal in the women's event. There was a very close changeover for them a couple of years ago. Got the gold medal, benefit of the doubt. Look, I really don't know what's going to happen next. All I can do is tell you who we got in this next heat, number 4. Sussex, King's College London, Cardiff Met, Leeds Beckett, Bangor and Sheffield Hallam. Hallam, as we said, the championship record holders from 2020. And Cardiff Met typically, you would think, would have some decent talent. Will Hawker was a 60-metre finalist. That was yesterday. Alex Azu got them the bronze medal, and because of the attrition, shall we call it, Cardiff Met should have a good chance. I wonder, given that David Chapman has got a semi-final and a final of the 200 metres individually to run, whether Leeds Beckett would use him here. Doesn't really want to be doing 5 races in a weekend. Sussex, King's College, Cardiff Met, Leeds Beckett, Bangor, Sheffield Hallam. Strap yourselves in, hold on to your seats. Hallam on the outside. This should be strong then. I don't want to say or predict what's going to happen. Joe Lane has typically been a really strong leader of the Sheffield Hallam team. He might have graduated now, but I'm sure we'll be watching on. Same with Blake Brown for Cardiff Met. But they're the top 2 at this early stage of proceedings, and no big dramas at this point. 2 maroon vests, a little swap there, the bat on hand. Hallam from Met, from Beckett. Sussex just behind. So Sheffield Hallam continuing to hold the advantage. And these gaps opening up now. Will Hawker back to receive the baton for Cardiff Met. Gap grown between second and third. A look at Will Hawker, as you would have expected, cruising up to the back of Sheffield Hallam. Is he about to come past now? Again, crucial stage in proceedings. This could make a difference, but Hallam do hold on. 1:28.87. Oh, they'll both make it. Surely they'll both make it. You know, that is nearly 2 seconds faster than Exeter. 1:35.11 was the target time coming in. I know I keep referencing such points, but it's pretty important information that I think you'd want to know. There's no one on the treadmills at the moment. It's a shame, because if you could have got a lucky view of these relays, you would have wanted to. Well, leave us with one more heat to go. Brunel will be involved. And Sheffield Hallam's time confirmed, 1:28.86. So, I mentioned a couple of teams have been disqualified. Loughborough, we saw, athlete down the ground. Aberdeen as well. Both down as a lane infringement. Yeah, so we thought this might have been the case. You can just watch his foot there. Happens at least once, if not twice. In fact, it's happening, look at that, continuously there. Most of the way through the bend. He probably would have been conscious of it. Kept going. Might not have been. So Strathclyde DNF, Loughborough DQ, Aberdeen DQ, all alright for Sheffield to this point, but they are 6th fastest now. Oh, you just want them to qualify, don't you, Sheffield? I'm not sure it's possible. I'm just not sure it's possible, because we've got Brunel, the favourites in this.
1:28. The two fastest times so
We did
far.
see, we're talking about forgetting spikes. There was an athlete at the England Under-23 Championships a few years ago. Didn't quite finish the anecdote earlier, but he was barefoot. He forgot his spikes, but he ran barefoot and he qualified for the semi-final. I don't think he made it to the final, but by which time the later rounds took place, he had borrowed a pair of spikes, or someone had brought them for him from Birmingham. And that was very entertaining. Zola Bard-esque. Well, Brunel are sprinting powerhouses. They've got Jason Kalala, lots of athletes that they could choose from. Tyvon Innes, some which we've seen do very well, but others that we haven't. We know they're still capable of running a good race like this. They've got some experience, or they've got some talent. And Hagen Mumzi as well has been involved and has qualified. He's progressed through heat, so yeah, let's wait and see. 1:33.27 is the target time, 6th place. Liverpool just out of things at the moment, just a 10th and a half off. .1:28.86 for Sheffield Hallam. Yeah, still 3.5 seconds off their championship record from 2020. .1:28.94, second fastest for Cardiff Met. Then Exeter, Heat 1 winner, 1:30.66. Leeds Beckett, who were third in that previous heat, 1:31.78. So yeah, it was a clean race without drama. So it looks like there'll be no Loughborough and no Birmingham in either relay final. So this final heat with the Kingston, Brunel, Southampton, Stirling, Rory Voss in the 60 and the 200 for them, Leeds and Bath. Bath were a powerhouse a few years ago when they had Cameron Chalmers, Olivia Caesar, Ben Claridge, Still some great chances of a medal for them. Basil Rock in particular in the 800, if I'm not mistaken. A few others as well. Bit of a long hold here for final piece of action of the day.
Move quickly up those steps, please. Very quickly, you're in the way of the starter. Thank you.
Here we go then, Kingston, Brunel, Southampton, Stirling, Leeds and Bath. Rory Voss leading off Stirling nicely here in the green vest. So Bath, you can see on the outside, Stirling in the centre, now Brunel. Brunel going to hug the inside in front though.
Brunel from Stirling.
Tyler Panton bringing them home for gold. Outdoors last year. Panton watching on, I'm sure. This is a nice lead, as you would have expected. Brunel showing their sprinting class. No one pushing them, but not necessarily needed. Puffing and puffing, but yes, so far clear now, more than the length of your screen. Stirling still in a very strong second. Southampton and Bath battling over third and fourth. Bath do go up into third. Gotta watch the clock here though. 1:28.8 so far is the fastest time. I think the question's going to be whether more than one team might make it from this particular heat. 1:29.0, so Brunette will not be the fastest team to qualify, but they will be the third fastest, behind Sheffield Hallam and Cardiff Met. And that unfortunately pushes Sheffield out of things.
I prefer Brew beer, but there you go.
Christian Samuel Nash, you can see there, as part of this team.
Really appreciate all the officials. Thanks.
I think that's Tyvon Innes as well.
And also for creating a brilliant atmosphere. Hey, that concludes day 2. If you're going out tonight, enjoy but stay safe, please. And we'll see you here tomorrow.
What
sharp at
a
10:30.
set of relay heats that was. Goodness gracious. Difficult to find the words for it, really. Just waiting for that final result to come through then before we close proceedings for the day. A reminder that 12 o'clock on the track, but 10:30 on the field. Women's triple jump final, as for the last couple of years, has opened up Sunday morning, and really good that we'll see that battle. Georgie Ford-Wells set to be involved. And going through another BUCS title. Women's shot put qualification also at 10:30. You can see all of that, meets.rosterathletics.com. There we go. All the details there, schedule, results. Just going to wait a moment or so for the results come through. A lot of YouTube chat. Tyler Panton watching and enjoying that. Not everyone though. A fan of Brunel, clearly. But yeah, seems to be adding something to the drama there. has the result come through just yet. It's also possible the officials might look at a few things, and it might be things that we might not have spotted, like lane infringements. Women's 400 metres semi-finals kick off the track action tomorrow at midday. Men's semi-finals, and then 200 metres, which is interesting because we know that there are some athletes who are in both, including Robin Snedden. Mascot races at 140, and that will be just as fascinating, shall we say. Women's 3,000 metres and men's 3,000 metre finals, and then finals all the way there on in, including women's long jump. That should be a good one, battle between Molly Palmer and Cleo Martin-Evans. Could see more championship records. We had 2 so far on the opening day, none today. I feel there's a decent possibility. Seeing lots of records being broken at the top international level and on the World Indoor Tour circuit, and we hope for a trickle down of that effect. But sometimes we get cagey tactical battles, of course, in the final. So don't forget that as part of BUCS Nationals there are other sports, as we've been saying, and swimming still continues into the evening here. Karate, new to live streaming, obviously typically athletics and swimming. Karate gets going tomorrow as well, joining the live stream family, as it were. Obviously a big shout out to the officials, all the volunteers, all the venue staff and BUCS partners, including Milk Every Moment. You can head to milkeverymoment.com to find out more about how milk can support your sporting performance, such as providing you with vitamin B12 that helps support your immune system and helps reduce tiredness and fatigue. Right. Okay, still waiting for this result, but at the moment Sheffield, Hallam, Cardiff Met, Exeter, Leeds, Beckett, Warwick and Sheffield. We expect that Brunel will slot into 3rd place there, and difficult to say about those behind. Again, officials may not have cleared that result yet in order to be published, which is still possible. That could take some time. So have a look at roster as we just advertised, and I'm sure that will come through. So thanks very much for tuning in today. Can't believe we're already 2 days through, and yes, have to milk every moment. Obviously we're looking forward to finals day, loads and loads of heats, but we know it does build a story. So believe the result has just come in now. Brunel were the heat winners, but they are showing as having been DQ'd. Oh gosh. It's come up as starting outside the takeover zone. Oh my word. So no Brunel, no Loughborough, no Birmingham. Typically the top contenders for medals. Well, yeah, at some point we'll try and get a replay, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow. Kingston have also been disqualified, but I don't think they were inside the top places in any case. So starting outside the takeover, basically it's a takeover, changeover issue. I'm not sure which leg it would have been on though. So it might be interesting to see the full race replay again. Obviously we're winding down here for the day and the action has taken place. Brunel will appeal, I'm sure, and it will all be settled within the next hour or so. But yeah, it looks like Stirling might at the moment be the only team of athletes to qualify from that last heat, and they will pip out Sheffield. So Sheffield, Hallam, Cardiff Met, Exeter, Stirling, Leeds, Beckett and Warwick. So we'll try and get to the bottom of all of that, but the stream for today, the action has concluded. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:30.